Prova 1, 2, 3, prova. Prova di amplificazione. Prova. Aspetta. Sì, sul canale portoghese tutto ok. Grazie.
Good morning and welcome to Casina Pio Cuatro for this workshop on building climate resilience legislation. My name is Marcelo Suarez Orozco. It's a great honor to welcome you. So many colleagues from around the world here at the Vatican Gardens. I want to acknowledge His Eminence Cardinal Turkson, the Chancellor. I want to acknowledge Sister Helen Alford, President of the Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences. They can't be with us this morning. And I want a special welcome to legislators, judges, policy experts with us from around the world, sharing their work, best practices for making our planet more resilient. I also would like to acknowledge Bishop Marcelo Sanchez Rondo, who is here with us, under whose leadership the two academies began convening these extraordinary summits here in the Vatican Gardens and around the world. If I could have the PowerPoint, please. And I need the clicker. Thank you. Prompt by a call from the late Pope Francis, we gather here to continue the work we began 2 years ago in this exact room at the Vatican Climate Summit, from climate crisis to climate resilience, in May 2024, to catalyze a global movement that focus on protecting all citizens, all living systems from the climate crisis. The Holy Father, Pope Leo, has called for a prompt shift in his words, from words to action on climate resilience. Not working, but there, voila. Thank you. We're a critical moment in the planet, driven by the urgency of the climate crisis and the moral duty to safeguard the lives and futures of all, especially the most vulnerable. We are brought together by the twin forces of science and conscience, faith and reason, both of which require that climate resilience become an urgent, practical, in the here and now, real-time work of planning and protecting. Climate change is an urgent reality marked by extreme weather, catastrophic flooding, food insecurity, water, prolonged drought, coastal erosion, sea level rise, biodiversity, and habitat loss, and forced migration. Each of these impact lives profoundly making the climate crisis inseparable from the fight for environmental justice. Our conceptual framework, MAST, M-A-S-T, mitigation, adaptation, societal transformation, established at the historic Vatican Summit of 2024 and reaffirmed at each of our climate resilience summits, is the conceptual framework that guides our efforts. We're called to bend the emissions curve through urgent, science-based, nature-based solutions to restore and to protect all threatened living systems and to ensure that adaptation focuses on the needs and knowledge of local community. At the summits to date, in California, hosted with Professor Ram Brahmanathan of the Pontifical Academy of Sciences, Professor Joaquin von Braun of the Pontifical Academy of Sciences, Cardinal Turkson, Governor Gavin Newsom. At our summit in Kenya, hosted by our esteemed colleague, our dear friend, Governor Otichilio from Vihiga County. At a summit in Austria, hosted with the partnership of the Bertelsmann Foundation, with the Viennese Academy of Sciences, the European Academy of Sciences. In Brazil, in Brasilia, in partnership with the Alana Foundation and our judges from Brazil, Judge Benjamin and our colleagues. In Senegal, and in the forthcoming summits in India and a super summit in the Pacific, our two remaining summits. Leaders have come together to articulate what we need to know to enact the MAST vision, prompt by action that begins with local communities and scales up. Uniting rural and urban, young and old, indigenous and non-indigenous scientists, social scientists, civic, mayors, governors, and faith leaders. At every summit, you see the extraordinary synergies. I recall exchanges in Nairobi when colleagues from around the world connected with, share best practices with our African colleagues. I recall the extraordinary exchanges of youth, indigenous youth, here in this very room, from the Amazon, children of immigrants and refugees, from Southern California, from around the world, youth, children from Francophone Africa, from Anglophone Africa, coming together to exchange ideas on best practices for achieving climate resilience. Our focus today is very concrete plans for building climate resilience legislation. The summits share a common vision. What would it look like to transform the findings from each of our global summits into lasting institutional practice to implement the recommendations of the Planetary Protocol for Climate Change Resilience, signed by many of you in this room and by the Holy Father, Pope Francis? You have copies of the protocol in the table. Today, we explore climate legislation as it's translated into effective programs of action on the ground, addressing governance, adaptation, financing, economic development, and accountability. Examine climate resilience policies that follow from court decisions. We have the extraordinary example of the European Court of Human Rights and the example from the 2025 Inter-American Court of Human Rights, designated human inaction on climate change as a violation of human rights. Climate change, climate resilience is happening every day around the world. I want to give a very concrete example from the very, very small Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Just the other day, at the university I lead as chancellor, we were notified of a major multi-million-dollar award from the state government of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts for us to entirely retire natural gas boilers and expanding electrified technologies to use ocean water. We're a harbor campus for cooling and heating, which will reduce in our campus fossil fuel use by 93%. The installation of massive solar projects across the campus that would enable us to generate approximately 1,000 kilowatt hours. These are small examples of everyday practices that are targeted strategic investment in energy infrastructure to move the needle. The proof points we will hear today from the Americas, Africa, Europe, and Asia show resilience is happening by learning from those who have succeeded in implementing climate resilience levers and share with each other best practices. It is with a profound sense of responsibility to future generations that we come together in environmental citizenship at this extraordinary venue, the Casina Pio IV, for our workshop on building climate resilience legislation. Thank you very much. At this time, I would like to commence session 1 on proof points from Africa by introducing our chair from the Pontifical Academy of Sciences, Professor Mohamed Hassan. Mohamed.
Okay, good morning. Good morning to you all, and thank you very much, Marcelo. So I will as Marcelo mentioned, to kick off this exercise with Africa. So what I would like to do in the next 5 minutes is just to give you an outline of the climate change adaptation policies in Africa. And these policies, of course, are the work of the African Union. And it is guided by the African Union 10-year Climate Change Adaptation Action Plan, 2022 to 2030. The priority areas of the plan are several, but I would just like to highlight 3 of them. Climate finance and resource mobilization, which is absolutely essential for this plan. Land and biodiversity restoration, and renewable energy. I would like to say a few words about each one of them. The Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program, AAAP, addresses the issue of resource mobilization. And it is very important to point out that it is done by African leaders. So it is Africa-owned and Africa-led. And the aims here is to mobilize $25 billion over 5 years to accelerate and scale climate adaptation action across the continent. And as of 2026, this year, an amount of about $18 billion has been committed. And I want to mention the word committed. This is not a legislation, committed, including $12.5 billion from the African Development Bank. Almost half of the amount is from the African Development Bank. And the aim really is, among the aims essentially, is to empower millions of farmers with digital climate services and climate adaptation technology, and to educate and train 1 million young innovators across Africa for jobs related to climate adaptation resilience. Okay, and I would like to also highlight what Marcelo briefly alluded to, is the importance of the education and training. And the education and training in the way that we look at it, it should be based on the nexus in mitigation, adaptation, and social transformation, must. And this really has a significant application to education. This nexus provides paradigm shift in education. By developing integrated curricula in schools and universities, students can learn and catalyze the scientific and social innovations that are necessary to scale holistic, sustainable solutions. So this should really be the basis of any education in the area of adaptation, in the area of mitigation, and so on. Okay, well, let me give you an example, very important example, that actually illustrates the 3 issues: mitigation, adaptation, and social transformation. And the best example, one of the best examples that one can highlight is the initiative that was started several years ago, and it is called Africa Great Green Wall. I'm sure that many of you have heard of it. It has recently been revived very strongly at COP30 in Brazil. And the wall itself stretches for almost 8,000 kilometers and it has a width of about 15 kilometers. And along this Sahel that you see over there in green, there are almost 11 to 12 countries. And they are all among the poorest countries in Africa. So with 540 million population, and the majority of them have no access to electricity, and they live in an area that separates the desert from the arid lands in Africa. They are in a very, very difficult situation. So to restore the ecosystem there, which used to be flourishing in biodiversity, is something that I think is one of the most important challenges Africa faces. The aim here is to restore about 100 million hectares of degraded land, biodiversity and ecosystem through reforestation. And this is adaptation. And to sequester 250 million tons of carbon and create 10 million green jobs. And this is mitigation and social transformation. So it covers these areas of mass quite nicely. The estimated cost is about 33 billion, of which 90 billion has been pledged through the Great Green Wall Accelerator. So again, here is a pledge, but not much of the money has really been secured. But what is really important is that this issue has very recently, as I said, addressed at COP30 in Brazil. And there is a great support for moving this project forward. It's been going on for almost 15 years. But I am very optimistic that at Rio summit, the 30th COP, there was clear indication that people are really anxious to move forward with. And the second and the third is desert to power, and this addresses the issue of renewable energy. And this is an African Development Bank initiative for the Sahel. It was launched in 2019 by the African Development Bank and designed to make the Sahel region a renewable powerhouse. The estimated cost again is about $20 billion. This, if it succeeds, will generate 10 gigawatts through photovoltaic solar systems across 11 Sahel countries, where 64% of the population, as I said earlier, have no electricity. So this is so vital for this. So integrated with Mission 300, that is a joint African Development Bank and World Bank initiative, is something very important for this initiative. And because this, the Mission 300 is a very important mission where I think the money is almost being secured, but it's supported by the two banks. And the aim is to give access to electricity to 300 million Africans. Most of them will be in the region that we are talking. And if that happens and we succeed in this desert to power project, the Sahel region becomes the world's largest solar production zone and connect 250 million people to clean electricity. So in conclusion, while the African Union marks climate change adaptation strategy as an important issue, and is not providing legally binding for African countries. So this adaptation strategy is certainly not the issue that we're going to discuss here because it is not binding at all. But it facilitates the development of national and local climate adaptation legislation across member countries, member states. This has been achieved in a few countries, I'm happy to say. And I'm also happy to say that these countries include Kenya. And I'm delighted that our first speaker, Governor Otieno from Kenya, will speak further about this issue. So with this, I thank you. Okay. So it's important to kick it off now. And so Governor Otieno, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody, and greetings from Kenya, and specifically from Vihiga County, where I have been elected continuously as a governor for the last 10 years. I'm very grateful to the people of Vihiga for having faith in me as their governor. This is a special session for me, and I want to thank the organizers of this workshop because it's special, and we'll be talking about climate legislation. And I would like to give this audience our experience in Kenya as regards to climate action driven by legislation. So my topic is the climate legislation, the main driver for building climate resilience at both national and sub-national levels, a case of Vihiga County. I'll use my county because I'm very confident about it and what we are doing. So allow me to begin by giving my sincere appreciation to the Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences and Pontifical Academy of Science for organizing this workshop. I am glad to have been part of this journey since its inception in May 2024. The series of regional workshops have accorded us excellent peer-to-peer learning experiences towards strengthening mitigation, adaptation, and societal transformation must. Ladies and gentlemen, greenhouse gas emissions from human activities such as unsustainable energy use and deforestation have undeniably caused global warming, leading to climate change. Kenya, like many other developing countries in Africa, experiences increased frequency and intensity of climate crises such as floods, droughts, emerging pests and diseases, water scarcity, and disasters which put millions of lives and livelihoods at risk. For example, early this year, to be specific, in March, severe floods in Nairobi led to a loss of 33 lives, displaced thousands, and caused huge economic loss due to just one episode of excessive rainfall. Impacts of climate change hinders provision of devolved services such as water, health, agriculture, public infrastructure, among others. Floods alone cost Kenya about 5.3% of GDP every 7 years, while droughts cost 8% of GDP every 5 years. This calls for a coordinated approach in climate action, and it is my great honor to use my county, Vihiga, as a case to highlight how county governments in Kenya have deployed legislative instruments to catalyze climate resilience action. Section 6 of the Constitution of Kenya, 2010, establishes Kenya's governance structure comprised of the national government and 47 county governments, and I'm a governor of one of the 47 counties, that is Vihiga. The ward is the smallest unit of governance within county, hence the foundation of climate action, planning, and implementation. My county has 25 wards. In order to effectively implement climate action, my government has enacted climate change policy and legal framework. First, using the National Climate Change Policy and Act as a benchmark, we have developed a county climate change policy in 2019 that spelled out the strategic direction and action of our county was taking to address the issues of climate mitigation, adaptation, and resilience. The policy enabled us to develop the Vihiga County Climate Change Act and its regulations of 2022. We reviewed the act in 2025 to anchor climate change action planning, guide private sector duties on climate action, and provide framework for carbon trading in the county, among other interventions. We have also formulated climate change regulations to guide utilization of funds and operations of climate change governance structure. The county legal framework was initially used to establish climate change governance structures at county and ward level. The county level governance structures comprise of the Climate Steering Committee, which is a cabinet level committee chaired by the governor, which provides policy direction on matters of climate change. The Climate Change Planning Committee, comprising of multi-sectoral technical officers charged with the formulation of annual climate change plans, and the County Directorate of Climate Change coordinates the implementation and monitoring of climate action in the county. At the grassroots level, the ward climate change planning committees have been established in all wards and comprise of representatives of persons living with disabilities, youth, elders, faith-based organizations, women, civil societies, and community-based organizations involved in climate action. The ward committees coordinate communities to effectively identify, prioritize, and implement climate resilient projects with the technical support from the County Directorate of Climate Change. The committees further build community awareness and capacity on climate change adaptation mechanisms and opportunities. Our Climate Change Act establishes a county climate change fund into which a minimum of 2% of our development budget is annually apportioned for climate action. In the current financial year alone, we have allocated 100 million Kenya shillings. This is equivalent to $770,000 for climate action, making a total of Kenya shillings 357 million, which is about $2.8 million since 2022. In addition, the national government, in collaboration with the 47 counties, mobilized financial resources from various partners, such as the World Bank, the German KfW, the Swedish International Development Agency, and the Royal Danish Embassy, among others, under a program known as Financing Locally Led Climate Action, in brief, LOCA. This is a 5-year program that aims to strengthen climate resilience at the community level. It empowers local communities to plan, budget, and implement climate adaptation projects. The program has so far disbursed $11.6 million to 46 counties for capacity building, while 45 counties have received a combined disbursement of $132 million for implementation of community prioritized climate resilience projects aligned to county climate change action plan. My county has received $2.74 million from FLOCA program from 2022, which has enabled capacity building and implementation of resilience projects with a direct benefit to over 15,000 households. Allow me to highlight the above climate change policy and legislation framework, how it has enabled our government to strengthen resilience of communities against climate change. The Vihiga County Climate Change Amendment Act of 2025 guides the climate change action planning, implementation, and reporting. The act puts the ward, the smallest planning unit, at the center of climate action planning to ensure that resilience actions and investments are undertaken at a local level to address the most pressing climate challenges. Guided by the County Climate Change Act, the county first undertook participatory climate risk assessment in 2022, through which communities identified climate risk and prioritized response action. The process culminated in the development of the County Climate Change Action Plan 2023-2027, which prioritized interventions ranging from water resources conservation and supply, environmental conservation and restoration of degraded lands, climate smart agriculture, and rural disaster risk reduction. The County Climate Change Action Plan is linked to the National Climate Change Action Plan 2023-2027 to coordinate counties' efforts towards attainment of the National Determined Contribution, NDC. The Vihiga County Climate Change Act places communities at the center of investment, selection, and implementation. With the technical support of the Directorate of Climate Change, ward communities undertake community consultation forums annually to identify, prioritize actions based on documented climate change risk and aligned to the World Climate Change Action Plan. Thereafter, the project proposals are reviewed by the County Climate Change Planning Committee, and the successful proposals are implemented using the County Climate Change Plan. From May 2022 to date, 27 community projects have been implemented successfully in Vihiga County. These projects include restoration of over 300 acres of degraded Maragoli Hills, 20 solar-powered community water schemes serving more than 15,000 households, climate smart agriculture, which include greenhouse technologies, smallholder irrigation schemes, apiculture, and aquaculture farming. We have also implemented disaster risk reduction projects, including restoration of infrastructure such as bridges and road infrastructure destroyed by floods and degraded land. These interventions have had great impact in building climate resilience in the communities and improving their livelihood and welfare. Last and not least, our county has established monitoring, evaluation, and reporting framework for climate action. This enables collection and consolidation of data on climate change funding, progress of project implementation, and impacts of projects to the communities. Annual climate change report is submitted to the county assembly and the National Directorate of Climate Change, which enables tracking of county contribution towards the national determined contribution. In conclusion, county governments have a crucial role to play in strengthening resilience of citizens against climate change. Being closest to the communities puts subnational governments in best position to accurately identify climate change challenges facing communities and initiate sustainable action. Effective implementation of climate action can only be realized if undertaken in well-coordinated and structured manner. This can only be realized through enactment of appropriate policy and legislative frameworks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Marcelo. You wanted to say a few words? Yeah.
Channel 2 is Spanish, Channel 3 is Portuguese. And at this moment, I often remind us of the eternal Goya in the Prado that speaks for the ages. Kronos eats its children. Time devours us all. So please be mindful of the timing, because at the end, Kronos will devour us. So please stay to the chronological order of each presentation. Thank you, Hassan.
Thank you very much. These are words of wisdom. Our second speaker is Dr. Arami Paul. I hope I am pronouncing the name correctly. He is Senior Adaptation and Resilience Specialist, the Climate Change Group of the World Bank. Dr. Toll, the floor is yours.
Dr. Aram, and it's a she. It's really lovely to meet all of you. I'll need the slides and the clicker, if you don't mind. Given that we are against time, let me just jump right into it before I get the clock and the knell. But I just want to start by acknowledging how special it is really to be here in this sacred place and to hear the call for ethical action. I think it's a call we need to hear more globally, make sure that we hear that cry from the earth and the cry from the poor. I've devoted my entire career, the past 20 years, helping African countries develop financing solutions to face the climate crisis. Not that I've given up on mitigation, but I think the world is taking slow time to hear that call for action, while meanwhile the impacts do not wait. Countries in Africa in particular face the brunt of impacts from climate change. Where I live in Senegal, every day that I take a walk on the beach, I see the sea level coming closer and closer. So it's not a future scenario, it's very much a present threat, and countries do not have time to wait. And what is in place is an urgent need to mobilize finance, act, and to ensure that that financing is at the level that's appropriate. I work for the World Bank, which is the biggest financier of climate action globally. And what we find is that in Africa, billions are needed, while in fact, only 3% of needed finance is currently flowing into Africa. My career has focused on helping countries to gather some of the financing, close that gap. And what I'll do today in my brief 5-10 minutes I have is to go through a few case studies that show how we have done that across African countries. And I'll give examples from East and West Africa, which I've covered in my career. I'm really glad, though, that Governor Ochilo has already given the example of Toka in Kenya, which has been one of the flagship programs focusing on locally led adaptation. The first case I'll add is the one from Madagascar. Madagascar faces monumental floods and droughts in the southern part, which is both a desert and when it rains, too much rain. It's an issue of too much or too little at the same time. And our flagship project there is called Mionjo, Support to Resilient Livelihoods in Southern Madagascar. The objective has been to improve access to not just infrastructure and resilient livelihood opportunities, but to also ensure that youth and women and very marginalized communities down there have access to food security in times of crisis. So these are large amounts. This was a $200 million project, for example, ending right this year with 134 target communities that have received funding in the same modality that was described in Kenya. But what we find is the importance of decentralized climate financing, ensuring that it's governors and local municipalities that are able to design what is effective adaptation for them. And the result has been probing. Over 1 million people have had improved access to infrastructure, meaning when there's a flood, the bridge is repaired, that access to school and health facilities is not broken. 60% of project beneficiaries have reported improvement in resilient livelihoods, ensuring that 70% of beneficiaries also felt their needs were taken into account. I'll go a little quickly. I'll let you read on the others. The second case has been in northern Mozambique, where a rural resilience project has improved access to vulnerable communities, access during times of climate-related disasters, which are many in northern Mozambique. You may have seen those images of very strident, flooded people on top of trees. So that's what impacts look like in the Mozambique context. Another really big project here, 150 million, targeting 3 provinces, so very local level. And what we also learned from this project is that supporting the development and strengthening of local institutions is paramount, ensuring that these institutions know how to address climate risk, act on climate information, and implement key resilience activities now and as the project ended, which was earlier this year. Third case is called Turikumwe. We're now in Burundi, which means we are together. It's a project I'm very fond of. It's much smaller, $60 million US, but it focused on refugee camps, which are also the most marginalized and do not have access to global climate financing. In this project, what we focused on is enabling micro entrepreneurs to be able to develop their businesses and receive support to grow and nurture a climate resilient livelihood. And here what we've learned is the importance of simplification. Our projects are complex. It doesn't work on the ground in complex settings that are FCV. So simplifying and mainstreaming procedures for accessing climate finance was the main lesson learned from this case study. I'll go to the fourth one, which is the Burundi Climate Resilience Investment Project. This was my last project before I left East Africa. This was $100 million. It's still ongoing through 2030. And I just want to illustrate through this case the importance of data and information, because it was very difficult in the very hilly, I don't know if you've been to Burundi, it's a magical place, very green. But these very vulnerable communities live on the hillside of Burundi, And it's hard to understand exactly how it is that they're impacted by climate. So data was sparse as we started this project. We're first investing in understanding what are the key drivers of fragility, climate fragility, poverty fragility, and how all this compounds to create multi-risk fragility on these fragile collines. We've brought in the global scientists who know about climate, who know about flood risk, who know about conflict and land degradation, and put together, it allowed us to develop what we call these colline level climate investment plans. Similar a little bit also to what we heard in Kenya, but we went very deep into the costing of how much this would be at colline level. This is us doing the focus groups with communities, people that have marked me for the rest of my life, very brave, very resilient people. And in the end, it allowed us in this project to focus on getting money into the hands of those that need it most, and ensuring in doing so that we are resolving their key adaptation and resilience needs. I'll end by illustrating what the World Bank is quite proud of now. In every country we operate in, we develop these climate and development reports. What do? They really bring climate into the development conversation, because we often see them as a separate, while in fact they're interlinked. I've just come back last week from the Gambia, and I'll just dive into that example. In the Gambia, what we've seen is a country where if it stays on its current development trajectory, 40% of its poverty levels will be much higher. 9% of GDP is going to be lost by 2040 without climate action, with sectors critically affected being agriculture, coastal management, tourism. Most of the GDP comes from coastal tourism and infrastructure. Most importantly, Banjul, the capital city, by 2050, within our lifetime, is going to be subsumed by rising waters. I know we have Mayor Igaldo with us. That's the case for many cities around the world. But the report showed that Banjul is critically on that list of cities to disappear very soon. So what we've done in this report is really show national stakeholders. The launch, which we held Monday, maybe jet lagged. I've been traveling in 5 countries this week. But basically, the mayor and vice president of the country, of the Gambia, and the mayor of Banjul in particular, were shown different futures possible. With climate action, we stay in the green, where we're able to proactively plan and not be firefighters, and prepare to a future that's in dark red, through this illustrative visual, whereby the whole city is subsumed under rising waters. It could be anywhere between 2050 and 2075, and then there's no preparation. While today, the country, the leaders of the Gambia have a choice to prepare a new city, move it inland, do coastal retreat in a time sequenced and prepared manner. The cost of all this is, of course, very steep. Back to the numbers I was illustrating, Africa needs billions, but the small country of the Gambia needs 8.2 billion by 2050. By 2030 requires 1.8 billion. So these are scales of financing that the public itself cannot meet. So it is paramount that private investment be also included, and we work very closely with our sister branch, the IFC, to identify opportunities where the private sector can put in money for adaptation and make a business out of it, because there's no levels of public or concessional financing that will be able to support countries from climate adaptation. Across the board, I'm glad that I still haven't received the bell, but what we've learned in all these different experiences are 7 lessons, which I've summarized on this slide. First is the importance of climate information and impact data. Knowledge is power. Without knowledge on what climate change will bring, it is extremely difficult to get the attention and spur action from very busy policymakers at the national scale. Second is that it really does take a village. The partnerships across public, private, government, non-government actors all need to be aboard to be able to develop a partnership for local resilience in a way that matters and has impact at the local scale. Third, and we've heard that too from Governor Ocello, is the importance of locally led. Local remains king. Adaptation is local. I think we saw it in the opening by Marcelo as well. It manifests globally, but the local action will make the difference. Fourth, local capacity. Often we parachute experts in. We make sure that capacity is driven by outside. That is not sustainable. We've got to work and strengthen institutions that are already doing the work at the local scale. Even if they start with weak capacity, really use these projects as a medium to build capacity of local institutions, organizations, and people. Fifth, lean and mean. What do I mean by that? Our designs are often very complex. We work as intellectuals and make things very complicated. On the ground, simple is good. Very clean, lean, and simple designs make it easier to ensure that money flows where it is needed the most. Six, plan for complication. In Burundi, which I covered for about 3 years, over the course of a 3-year project, we had inflation, forex, depreciation. So it's messy. And just plan for that contingency as you do your design and costings of these projects to ensure that you do have some level of impact at the end of the day. And last but not least, it remains true decades later, small remains beautiful. Big projects often end up with very little impact, while smaller initiatives that really are core and respond to the needs of small communities end up being the ones that I've seen with the highest impact in my career, at least. While enacting enabling environment, and I want to tie back to the theme of the conference, and Governor Chelo said it nicely as well. These small initiatives are the door opener, the pretext to be able to build the larger frameworks and climate legislations. Africa still has about only 12 countries that have developed a national climate law. I'm supporting now the ones for Senegal and the Gambia. And what we see is that you do need to start with impact first and lead in with action to be able to convince the framework and the legislature that climate laws are necessary, but not the other way around. Bottom up is always more impactful. I'll stop there, and I hope I've stayed within my time and we're not devoured by the Nile. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tall. I think you outlined quite a number of successful experiences. And I'm wondering whether the governor would agree with me that maybe we need to have an Africa meeting outlining all these successful experiences so that others can learn from them. I think that will be wonderful. We're going to open the floor for questions and answers. But my immediate question to you is, just generally speaking, how much percent of the funding that is needed to drive this project provided by government, roughly?
So they're all paid for. The ones I gave were paid for by the bank, but except for Burundi, which was a grant, all of them are loan, which also brings another question on sustainability and who pays for climate action.
That is our soft loans, not from the bank. Okay. All right. I would now like to open the floor for questions, comments. Please go ahead.
Thank you both for very interesting remarks. My name is Katrín Jakobsdóttir, former Prime Minister of Iceland, also the chair of the Pan-European Commission on Climate and Health. And just a very short question, because you mentioned, Arame, that bottom up is always better, and I can agree. But the problem is that we need to do things more quickly, and then often things simply take too long when they are to be very democratic and bottom up. So how do you combine bottom up grassroots initiatives with the leadership at the top that can actually scale things up? So I'm thinking about that balance. If you could both maybe elaborate a little on that.
Thank you for that very important question. It is true that we need to have a linkage from the top to the bottom. And the top needs to give the goodwill, what we usually in our part of the world, we say a political will. Because if you do not have a political will, which is the governance system, then it becomes very difficult at the grassroots. So for us, what we have made to make sure that everything runs smoothly from top to down and down to up is having the legal framework. having the legal framework. For example, in Kenya, we enacted the Climate Change Act of 2016. And that act gives a direction on how that act should be cascaded to the counties. And therefore, it forces that whatever decision you make at the lower level must be in line with the act as it is at a national level. And that's why with the structure that I talked about, it forces everybody to follow that. And it does not matter who comes after, even if the governor who was instrumental leaves, the legal framework is there. So whoever comes will still continue with it.
Please go ahead. Yeah. You were first.
Hi, my name is Lais. From Brazil. I work for Alana. I think the first comment that I would make, I really appreciate your presentation, Dr. Arami, and something that really stand out for me is that all the projects that you've been working with, the numbers are like billions, and in the last two COPs, like when they are trying to set up the loss and damage fund, it's around millions. So just point out how much, unfortunately, we are behind. So I think it was a good example of that. And I also was very appreciative to see that, especially in the project of Madagascar, you had like a special lens for youth and women. So I wonder if you also have like a special lens for children as well, because we have a lot of data mentioning that they are the most impacted of climate change, if there is like a special lens for children as well.
Good answer? Just very quickly, thank you very much for that question, our colleague from Brazil. What's that sentence by Barack Obama? The gap between the magnitude of our need and the smallness of our politics. It's so true. And that's what keeps me up at night, because there's so much more we need on climate action, and there's just so little the world is delivering. I stopped going to COPs as a result. So I think that's a question that COPs have to keep resolving, because we are nowhere near what the local is telling us is needed. And we still have a lot of work to do. So I fully agree with that. On women and youth, I think there's increased recognition that it's their generation and it's their issue, mostly the young. It's good to have a young person next to you. I believe that they need to mount the volume and make sure there's a lot in climate action, maybe then we'll definitely the issue of their time. And on the local level, where people are most impacted, it is the young and the women that we see struggling the most, definitely. Perhaps quickly on the question from our colleague from Iceland, governors responded, but where I see the value of these climate laws that are cropping up, at least looking at the African context, is in setting up the coordination mechanism. Because the issue of scale is indeed a problem. We've spent 20 years dealing with local level adaptation. How do we translate that into national level impact? I think the jury is still out on the IPCC, and in this coming round, one of the adaptation questions we're struggling with is how do we achieve scale on adaptation, forward-looking? How do we accelerate future adaptation action at scale? So I think an answer is indeed setting up these legal frameworks, but mostly making sure people and governments work together. I'll give you the example of all the countries I cover in West Africa. Finance doesn't talk to environment. Environment doesn't talk to water or energy. So without that institutional coordination framework at national scale, we're not able to translate local international. So fixing that middle wedge is something that I think the climate laws and legislations could perhaps help with, to ensure that we have that seamless transfer of knowledge, finance, action from local to national to global. One answer, maybe there's better ones in the room. Thank you.
Please.
Thank you very much. Firstly, my thanks to the organizers. It's an absolute honor and a privilege to be here with you today. My name is Marlene Mhera. I'm Chief Executive of Globe Legislators. I see many friends in the room. For those of you who are not familiar with GLOBE, GLOBE is the organization that was founded 35 years ago by then Senators Al Gore, John Kerry, and others, their counterparts in parliaments around the world. It was founded to bring in the voice of legislators into intergovernmental fora, specifically the United Nations Earth Summit in 1992, the Rio Earth Summit. At the time, GLOBE did a survey of how many climate change laws and policies there were. Remember, this is at a time when we didn't even have the Rio Convention. At the time, there were about 52. By COP3 in 1997, which was my first COP in 1997, the seminal COP that gave us the Kyoto Protocol, they were still around 52. Now, at last count, there are more than 1,500 that constitute national climate change framework legislation. In terms of framework legislation, there are 5 countries in Africa which have national climate change framework legislation. But if you were to count up all of the other policies and other subnational frameworks, there are more than 7,000. The point that I want to make here is that we have been at this for 30 years. We now have a global architecture of climate change laws, policies. Just look at the economy. They have now covered the economy. Net zero covers 90% of the world's economy. So there are certain countries and regions which are still in the process of climate change legislation building, but we haven't enough experience to know what works. And I would like to pay credit to the country of Kenya, because in the African context, Kenya was the first country to establish national climate change framework legislation in 2016. So we're coming up at the 10-year mark, and GLOBE is actually moving our headquarters to Nairobi this year in recognition of the fact that much of the work that needs to be done is being done and needs to be globally recognized takes place in the continent of Africa. One thing that was really unique about the Kenyan Climate Change Act is that it required subnational statutory requirement to act on climate change. So every single county in Kenya has to have a climate change legislation, has to have planning processes, it has to be integrated in its development process. And the excellent summary that we've heard this morning pays credit to that. I want to move quickly to the issue of finance, because this is not just a question of raising finance from the international overseas development agencies. We've moved beyond that. At COP last year, we had a very rigorous, detailed framework laid out, which is called the Baku to Belém Roadmap, about where the finance gaps are. I want to just end with a recognition that there are many institutional efforts and frameworks that we need to integrate into this discussion on climate change adaptation. And they begin with the Sendai Framework on Disaster Risk Reduction. Once again, with regard to the Kenyan Act, that was included. And finally, I'm also an organizer of London Climate Action Week. And this year, we have a focus on providing a finance platform for Nigeria. It is the country's largest economy, the continent's largest economy, most populous country. And we have a Nigeria Climate Investment Summit, which hopefully will act as the, just to finish my sentence, will act as the pilot for an Africa Climate Investment Summit in recognition of the Africa COP next year. Thank you very much for your time.
From a gentleman, because we have to have some gender balance.
Can I make some comment?
Any question to be asked so that you can make a, no? Okay, go ahead then. Go ahead, Governor.
Thank you. I want to make a comment as regards to financing climate action. Our experience has shown us that as much as the global funding, particularly when it comes to COP, where we have the Adaptation Fund, the Climate Green Fund, and all these other funds, the procedures to access to that money is too long, and it's very difficult to access to that money. And so for us in Kenya, we have decided to go the other way around and make sure that, first of all, in our own budgeting process, we budget for climate action. So we are doing that at a national level and also at the county level. As I said earlier, each county is obligated at least to budget not less than 2% of its development, finance, climate change action. Also, experience has shown us that we can actually mobilize more funds, more than going through the laborious processes like the multilateral. Through the current initiative in the private sector of the ESG, that is the environment, social and governance standards that have been put place, that all private companies now have to adhere to that standard. Now many companies, private companies, are willing to sponsor and fund many climate action projects. So now we are linking up with those companies, and they were able to fund bankable projects at the county level and even at the national level. So there are many other options that we are looking, but the normal processes under the COP climate action is very difficult to access that money.
Okay, well, with that, I think our time is up. So I would like to close this session and thank the speakers and all those who made the comments and answered questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the presentations and the discussion. I am greatly honored to introduce the chair for session 2 on proof points from Europe. Join me in welcoming the Global Ambassador for Global Covenant of Mayors and former mayor of Paris, Anne Hidalgo. Ana Maria.
Thank you so much, dear Marcelo. Dear friend, I'm very happy to be here with you and share my experience and also introduce the debate about this panel with my colleagues, Rosemary, and also Michael is coming now. But first of all, I want to talk as a former mayor of Paris. Now I'm a global ambassador of the Global Government of Mayors, a network of mayors committing 14,000 cities around the world in Brussels. We are working with the P40 network of cities, but GCOM is also co-share by Bloomberg Philanthropy and the European Commission and the Vice President of the Commission, Teresa Ribera. Well, first of all, I want to share my experience as mayor of Paris, and I'm very happy to do that because the first debate introduced the strategic level, the local level, the cities, the local level, local governments are strategic in implementation, but not just in implementation of our policies. I think the local level is also the democratic level for the citizens, the level where we can empower, work about the empowerment of the citizens, the women, the young people, and all the people. I think this level is crucial for the climate issues and social issues, the mass, because we are working with climate issues and social issues together. Why is crucial this local level? Because mayors are elected by communities. They represent them on the basis of commitment democratically made to citizens. It's very clear. When you're mayor, you're elected about a program and you have to implement the program. The mayors are politicians who think and act concretely. We are not just talking, it's important to talk and to think, of course, but it's very important to act and to prove that your words are important and change the life of millions of people. They are acting within a framework of national and international laws. It's very important because without this framework, the action is difficult to implement. But I think that the mayors, and I did that as mayor of Paris, respect the framework, the national and international framework, but we interpret also the framework, and we contribute to changing them and to change the legislation. And about climate, about social issues is very important, and we do that with other actors, not alone, with judges, with citizens, with NGOs, with all the actors contributing to build the city and to build the policies at the level of the cities. When I became mayor of Paris in 2014. I was mayor during 12 years, and before I was first deputy mayor, I was elected 25 years in the city of Paris. It's a long time, but it's interesting because when you have time, you can implement and you can see the result of the implementation and the policies you implement and you develop. When I became as mayor, the number one of priority was to fight against air pollution in my city. And on the surface, it was very simple. The main cause of pollution in Paris was and is also today car traffic. And the consequences for health were dramatic for children, for vulnerable people, for everywhere, everybody. And it was therefore necessary to reduce car traffic. Of course, the cause, the solution. Very simple. But reduces the space dedicated to the car in Paris was not so simple because we had 95% of the public spaces dedicated to the cars in the city of Paris at the beginning of my first term. We have taken measures to transform, first of all, major infrastructures, such as the transformation of the highway. Everybody knows this highway around the Seine in the riverbank. This highway crossed the city with 40,000 vehicles per day. And we changed and transformed this highway into a pedestrian area today. We have also created 1,400 kilometers of safe bike lanes, remove 60,000 parking spaces to enlarge sidewalks. We reduce speed limit to 30 kilometers per hour in all the city and 50 kilometers per hour in the ring road. It was a revolution for the city, a revolution. But we changed the habits of the inhabitants with the inhabitants, not against with. We changed also the city urban design plan. We planted trees because we needed to have trees because the nature inside to the city is very important for everybody, for the air, for all, and for the inhabitants. We created also, because social issues is mixed with the climate issues, 100,000 affordable housing units during my term, my 2 terms. We renovate also 5,000 public housing units each year. It is very important because today in Paris, 25% of the housing is social housing for middle class, for poor people. It's very important because if you want to have a city, affordable city and attractive city also, and my arguments were also economic argument to the business leaders in the city. We need to have the working class into the city if we want to be attractive and if we want that it works for everybody. And the result is here today. All that because I wanted with my team, with the citizens, make the city more resilient. We also implement another policy, the 15-minute city policies approach, whose concept was invented by the Professor Carlos Moreno. Very interesting concept, and I implement this concept into the city, working also on a small scale, big infrastructure and small scale with the neighborhood to make the city more human and accessible for everybody. And maybe one example of the most visible achievement today in the transformation in this 15-minute cities approach is the transformation of 300 streets in front of schools into pedestrian streets, planted with trees. We implement games. They are today safe and pleasant spaces for everyone. And we transform with this policy the art of Parisian public schools. We have 600 public schools in Paris, and we did the art of this transformation. But all this transformation have enabled us to reduce air pollution by 50%. 50%. We reduced the pollution, and we proved that it was possible to act and to have results. And we saved lives because we had with the air pollution, a lot of people ill, sick, and we had 2,500 people dying per year prematurely. And we have faced powerful lobbies to achieve this. Torrents of misinformation, medias and social media storms of defamation and intimidation. It is why, for me, the discussion together is, of course, about the legal framework. It's very important because when you act and you face this opposition, you need to justify, to say, but the law say, the law allow me, the law say to me, you have to act because it's my accountability as mayor. You need to have the framework, but it's very important to share also how we can face all the opposition and win the election, because for elected people, it is very important to prove that we are working for the good will, for the good will. And to draw for 25 years, we have won 5 consecutive elections in Paris, thanks to the citizens, and I'm delighted because I think, but because I had the time to act, you know, it's very important, and I had the time also to understand what happened with the opposition, what want the people who fight against this this action, and you need to understand your opponent if you want to be strong in the fight. And I think it was very interesting to see that these lobbies want to change anything. They want to still in fossil oils scheme, you know, and they are, yes, they know that it is not sustainable, but anyway, you want to steal because the profit, the benefit on the very short term for a little part of people is so important that you want to stop all the transformation and all the other way we are following together about sustainable cities, about human rights, about the respect of the life, the nature, and the human life. And what lesson can be learned about that? Taking action against climate change, acting today for future generation requires building strong alliances at all levels. It is one of my first lessons. And the alliances between policymakers, citizens, judge, private sector also, and we won't succeed alone. We won't. We need to be in these alliances. While international law is denied, multilateralism is in trouble, and the production of laws protecting nature and human life is becoming increasingly difficult on an international scale. Cities are, of course, a strategic place. Today, we have two very interesting speakers in this room. Michael, who is one of the major negotiators of the European Green Deal, the very international European legal framework, is here with us, and he will tell us about it. The use of international of European Court of to open up national climate issues addressed by NGOs, citizens, or local authorities, open up positive avenue to advance the law and make it binding. Rosemary has been particularly creative and effective also. And I think that now, if you allow me, we can maybe share with these two speakers. First, Rosemary. Rosemary, you fought for 9 years to have the European Court of Justice recognize the responsibility of Switzerland by invoking the non-application of the Paris Agreement. And you won. Bravo. The agreement is therefore binding on the state. And now, can you maybe share your incredible experience with your team, with this girl, grandmother around you? And we are very, very exciting to hear your experience, dear Rosemary.
Thank you, dear. Good morning. I am very glad to be invited. I thank you because now I can show you our movement from Climate Seniorin in Switzerland, what we have made all in last 10 years. But I am able and I'm allowed to hold my speak in German. They promised me to do it in German because my English is not so perfect, especially the questions I would like to hear in German. Is it okay? Yes, I can start now in German. Okay. Ja. Wir Klimaseniorinnen sind seit 2016 ein Verein, mittlerweile von über 3.300 Frauen ab 64 Jahren. Warum ausschließlich Frauen? In der Schweiz sind keine Sammelklagen möglich. Klagen kann nur, wer eine besondere Betroffenheit nachweisen kann. Und da im Hitzesommer 2003 besonders viele ältere Frauen gestorben sind, ist die Klagebefugnis gegeben. Aha. Wollen Sie übersetzen? Ah, okay. They told me there is organized to translate in German, but
Switzerland that deal with climate. They are an organization with above 3,000 women. And she asked the question, why is it only women? Because in front of the Swiss law, a sole person is not able to ask for its rights. So you have to be some kind of organization. And
sorry. Im Hitzesommer 2003 sind besonders viele ältere Frauen gestorben. Darum ist dies die Klagebefugnis für uns Frauen.
In 2003, a lot of especially elderly women were affected by a heat wave and unfortunately died. So there is an eligibility to stand in front of the court for this group of women.
Wir beriefen uns in unserer Beschwerde auf das in der Bundesverfassung und in der Europäischen Menschenrechtskonvention Artikel 8 garantierte Vorsorgeprinzip und das Recht auf Achtung des Privat- und Familienlebens.
Swiss law and the European Charter of Human Rights with regards to the safety of private life and the precautionary principle.
Nachdem wir von allen Schweizer Gerichten abgewiesen worden waren, zogen wir nach Straßburg zum Europäischen Gerichtshof für Menschenrechte im 2020 und haben im April 2024 dort gewonnen. Das Urteil Verein Klimaseniorinnen Schweiz und andere gegen die Schweiz ist historisch, weil der Europäische Gerichtshof für Menschenrechte erstmals klar anerkannt hat, dass der Klimawandel Menschenrechte verletzen kann.
So they went through all of the different levels of the juridical system in Switzerland, and they were their demand was always rejected. So they went to the European Court of Human Rights, and in April 2024, this court issued a judgment which is really historic, because for the first time ever, they recognized that the climate change has an effect on human rights.
Der Gerichtshof erklärte, dass Staaten verpflichtet sind, Menschen vor den schwerwiegenden Folgen der globalen Erwärmung zu schützen. Er stellte außerdem fest, dass Klimapolitik ernsthaft wissenschaftlich fundiert und gerichtlich überprüfbar sein müsse.
Have or are obliged to protect their citizens from the negative effects of the climate crisis. And they have to pursue climate policies that is, well, clearly protecting and basically like it's proven to protect its citizens. Grounded in science.
Dies verändert das Recht grundlegend. Klima wird jetzt zu einer Frage der Grundrechte und nicht mehr nur zu einer politischen Frage. Das Urteil hat die Klimaklagen in ganz Europa gestärkt. Nationale Gerichte beginnen bereits, Klimaseniorinnen als Maßstab zu verwenden.
This fundamentally changes the way law is applied. It strengthens basic rights, and we already see that climate litigation is happening all around Europe, and national courts using the judgment of this European Court of Human Rights in order to decide on local climate claims.
Reden im Fall Aurora, in Deutschland in mehreren Klimaverfahren und in Italien zum Beispiel im Fall ENI. Richter stützen sich nun auf die vom Europäischen Gerichtshof für Menschenrechte in Straßburg entwickelten Grundsätze, positive Verpflichtungen der Staaten, die Bedeutung von Fair Share, CO2-Budget, die Notwendigkeit glaubwürdiger Klimaziele sowie die Möglichkeit für Verbände, rechtliche Schritte einzuleiten.
So judges all over Europe are using this in Sweden, in Germany, in Italy. At the ENI case, they the principles have been established. For instance, that there has to be a positive effect of climate policies. There needs to be some fair share, and this the climate targets have to be credible. Well. Yeah, exactly. So, and it's really important that kind of legal persons have the right of litigation if they are affected.
Das Klimaseniorinnen-Urteil beeinflusst inzwischen Gerichte weit über Europa hinaus. Das Urteil wird diskutiert oder zitiert vor dem Internationalen Gerichtshof in Den Haag, in Klimaverfahren in Australien, auf den Philippinen und so weiter.
Verdict has effects above or beyond Europe. It is used by the ICJ, the International Court of Justice in Australia, and other places around the world.
Nun zur politischen Ebene. Europa ist der einzige Kontinent, der das Recht auf eine gesunde Umwelt nicht anerkennt. Der Europarat der 46 Staaten repräsentiert, der Vatikan hat Beobachterstatus, hat dieses Recht trotz der Unterstützung vieler Staaten von den jüngsten Krisen nie anerkannt.
Europe is the only continent that is not recognizing the human right or basic right on a healthy environment. And the Council of Europe has not recognized this right, even though some members have repeatedly asked for it.
Papst Franziskus selbst hat nach der Veröffentlichung der wunderbaren Enzyklika Laudato Si zur Anerkennung dieses Rechts auf eine gesunde Umwelt aufgerufen.
So even Pope Francis asked, after issuing the encyclica Laudato Si, asked for this right to be recognized by everyone.
Doch die politische Welt hat die Idee, ein neues Umweltrecht anzuerkennen, schrittweise aufgegeben, zum Beispiel durch ein Zusatzprotokoll zur Europäischen Menschenrechtskonvention oder durch eine neue Umweltkonvention.
However, well, on the political side, recognizing this right has been abandoned. I didn't get quite if this kind of via an additional protocols, or they should actually come up with additional protocols for instance, environmental conferences to recognize.
Das Gerichtsurteil vom April 2024, das die Schweiz verurteilt hat, wurde die politische Welt wieder wachgerüttelt. Die Richter interpretieren die Konvention in einer sich wandelnden Welt, doch die Politikerinnen und vor allem die Politiker folgen nicht und bleiben zurück.
So this verdict basically has shaken up the world again. And now this question is to get back on the table, but unfortunately, politicians, especially male politicians, are not following through.
Heute werden im Europarat neue Initiativen zur Anerkennung dieses Rechts vorgeschlagen. Ich möchte den Vatikan als Beobachterstaat des Europarates dazu ermutigen, alles in seiner Macht Stehende zu tun, um diese neuen Initiativen zu unterstützen.
So today, new initiatives are being proposed in front of the Council of Europe, and she would really encourage the Vatican to support these initiatives as the Vatican has observer status with the Council of Europe.
Unser Urteil hatte Auswirkungen weit über die juristische und politische Sphäre hinaus. Es hat die Hoffnung der Bewegung zum Schutz des Lebens in ganz Europa neu entfacht. Nach Jahren von Covid, dem Krieg in der Ukraine und der Energiekrise waren Umweltfragen von den politischen Agenden verschwunden und Zehntausende Aktivistinnen und Aktivisten fühlten Verzweiflung.
So this verdict has also inspired hope all around the movement, because after COVID, after the war against Ukraine, 10,000s of activists were somehow desperate because no one talked anymore about the climate crisis. So it inspired a lot of people.
Es hat Hunderte von Klimaseniorinnen und Senioren in ganz Europa mobilisiert. Neue nationale Klagen wurden und werden immer noch laufend eingereicht. Schon in den Jahren vor dem Urteil wurden wir von interessierten Bewegungen in mehrere Länder eingeladen, um diese Bewegungen zu inspirieren und zu unterstützen in ihrer Absicht, selber eine Klage aufzubauen. Wir waren in Norwegen, Spanien, Luxemburg, Griechenland und haben Vorträge gehalten und ein sehr interessiertes und engagiertes Publikum angetroffen.
So this inspired hundreds of climate female seniors, but also male, for also going for their national courts, trying to get such verdicts as well. And even before the verdict at the European Court of Human Rights, they were invited to different places, Norway, Spain, Luxembourg, Greece, and were inspiring people there to basically take the same route of action.
Für dieses Jahr ist eine Tour in andere europäische Länder geplant. Anhand unseres erfolgreichen Films Trochot der unsere ganze Geschichte aufzeigt, wollen wir an vielen Orten die PolitikerInnen und die Bevölkerung von der Dringlichkeit des Klimakrisenkollapses überzeugen.
So this year, they are planning a tour in many European countries to show a movie they produced to inspire politicians, but also the people with their story for climate action.
Doch unser Kampf ist noch nicht zu Ende. Die Schweiz muss weiterhin auf die Forderungen des Gerichtshofs reagieren. Und das Ministerkomitee des Europarates muss sicherstellen, dass die Schweiz das Urteil ordnungsgemäß endlich umsetzt. Die Schweiz wurde aufgefordert, beim letzten Ministerratstreffen, das war im September, ein nationales Organ aufzustellen, einzurichten. Diese solle bestehen aus Klimafachleuten zur Überwachung der Klimapolitik.
But their struggle isn't over. Switzerland has not yet reacted to this verdict, and the Council of Ministers of the European Council on Human Rights should ensure that Switzerland will create a national institution to safeguard and check on its climate policy.
Wir wollen, dass sich unser Urteil auch in der europäischen Politik niederschlägt. Dies ist nicht nur eine Umweltfrage, es geht um Menschenrechte, Solidarität, gerade auch mit dem globalen Süden und um das Wohlergehen zukünftiger Generationen und überhaupt des ganzen Planeten. Dankeschön.
So this verdict should have effect on the European level still. This is not only about environment, this is about human rights, about solidarity, especially with the Global South, and of course about future generations. Thank you very much.
Vielen Dank, liebe Rosemarie, and thank you, Michael, because Michael come just now and is not just a member of the European Parliament, is also a very good translator, you know. Thank you so much, Michael, and the applause to you. Thank you for your for sharing this experience and the role of the Convention of European Convention for Human Rights, and the Article 8 is one of the articles very important for all the cases about health, about climate change, about human rights, of course. And your experience is very, very interesting for everyone. But now, because we are in Europe, Michael, you have been a member of the Parliament, European Parliament for Germany since 2019. And very quickly after your election, you became the negotiator of the Green Deal, European Green Deal. You have a unique experience in a key negotiation that led to a major European commitment. 55% emission reductions by 2030, carbon neutrality by 2050. These commitments are binding. What lesson can you share of your experience, dear Mike?
Yeah, thank you very much, Anne. Thank you very much, Rosemarie. Thank you very much to all of you for the invitation. I'm feeling very honored to be here at the Vatican with you. And you already see what the task of a European politician is. It's to translate all the time from different, levels and different cultural backgrounds. So we need to do this because the European Union is big. And it's great that we as one European Union actually make a lot of laws and make them together, because for the most of our history in Europe, and we are here at a very historical place, Europe was not discussing and doing laws together, but they were fighting. So you said it, I was elected in 2019. I'm from the Green Party from Germany. And maybe just one thing that I think is very interesting. When I was elected, there were assessments of the European climate policy and its pathway. And it said that with the policies in place, Europe would be on a 3.54 degrees pathway. And 4 years later, when we basically went through all of this Green Deal negotiations, laws, Europe is almost on a 2-degree path. So we really did a huge step forward. And of course, a lot of things still have to be implemented, but just to say that that was really a big chunk, and the local level is absolutely important. I completely agree. But sometimes we have also on the European level, we do policies that hopefully have an effect. But let me tell you first what we did. So you already said it. The first thing was to formulate a climate law, and I was honored to be one of the negotiators of this, and where we basically did what you just said. We declared that 2050 is the target for climate neutrality for the European Union. In the year 2030, we want to reduce 55% of CO2 emissions compared to 1990. We established a scientific advisory board that was and still is very helpful in also formulating climate policies. And thankfully, in December this year, we also established a climate target for the year 2040, which is minus 90%. So that's also, I think, good, ambitious, even though of this 90%, there's 5% of CO2 credits that we want to buy from other countries. And so this gave the framework, and then was the implementation. And I think that's even more important that we actually have an implementation. We said the Green Deal, it was called the Fit for 55 package, with more than 15 laws that had to be negotiated simultaneously. Maybe I just tell you about a few of them. So maybe the first one that some of you know, and maybe like if you would ask the normal citizens, what is this? Then they would cite this law, which is that the EU wanted to, at this time, to only allow for zero emission cars after the year 2035. So from the year 2035 on, no combustion engine fossil fuel cars. That also greatly helpful for all cities that are having this problem with air pollution. This was one of the second big part that I was also able to negotiate, was the CO2 pricing system. So the emission trading system, ETS it's called, which is basically in place since 2005, but we improved it. That leads to a situation that we have right now with the CO2 price of today 74 euros. So it means that every installation in the energy system, so every power plant, also industrial sites, they need to pay 74 euros for 1 ton of CO2 emissions. And the concrete effects are, for instance, for Germany, where I come from, that most of many coal power plants, they are switching off the grid because it's too expensive for them, and they are not economical anymore. And at the same time, of course, renewable are going in. So really, the coal power plants for Germany is the biggest emitter, and getting rid of them is important. We also established a CBAM, so this is kind of a climate tariff to protect industry inside Europe if they're decarbonizing and they have to pay a CO2 price, that fossil imports would also have to pay this CO2 price. In addition, and Rosemarie said it, the war against Ukraine came in, and that created a huge energy crisis for Europe. So this meant that we also really moved on the rollout of renewable energy, because that's the energy we have in Europe, basically. So we increased our target. And that's maybe the more important thing. We made permitting much easier. For instance, just an example from my state where I come from, Baden-Württemberg. Before that law, it took, on average, 38 months to permit one wind power plant. And after the law and its national implementation, now we take 7 months. So that really speeded things up. And one of these results is that in 2019, the share of renewables in European electricity system was around 20%. In 2025, it's close to 50%. So this also within 6 years, I think there was some advancement. There was many more laws. One is the nature restoration law, which we fought hard for, that we are investing more into, for instance, peatlands, so natural ways, natural things. But yeah, I also can tell you that was not always easy. And maybe the last point is this was not only about mitigation, but also the social side. At least we entered into it. It establishes a social climate fund for Europe with approximately 86 billion euros. And with the social climate fund, individuals can be supported, should be supported by member states. For instance, in Germany, we have right now a situation not completely linked to the social climate fund, but if you want to build a heat or buy a heat pump for your house and you are not so well off, you can get around 70% of that sponsored by the state. And additional a just transition fund with approximately 20 billion euros for instance, whole regions that are affected by a coal phase out. So this is a positive story. I also tell you, times have changed. The last 2 years, I'm only trying to make sure that not everything of this Green Deal is destroyed. But we can talk about this later. I would say now with the second energy crisis, with the Strait of Hormuz being blocked, the times again change and there is a lot of dynamic, especially for renewable energy, for electrification, for electric cars, because we understand that being dependent on fossil imports is not only very expensive, but is also a huge risk for all of us. So what is behind that? I was like, this was the question, how did that all happen? And honestly, I also don't understand it fully yet. So, but maybe just 3 thoughts. I think first is we really had a good legislative framework already and plans were prepared and we had good civil servants and basically it was the right time and we put it all together and it was not only this target, but really the implementation that is there. So that contributed a lot that something all-encompassing was there. Second, I think, and I'm not from Ursula von der Leyen's party, I'm quite the opposite, but she is really a bold politician. She pushed that through and she really had a vision, and which is a vision that is not only for the next 5 years, but for the next 25 years. So this vision of Europe becoming this climate neutral continent and then really going through all of the different sectors and trying to make sure it really happens. And she's still doing that, also currently not super much supported also by her own party, but still pushing it through. And I think this is important to have also both leaders. But thirdly, and this is, I think, the most important, this was the effect of, I would say, the young climate movement. Because in 2019, when I was elected, that was like one of the big, how do you say, like it was all over Europe. I had the honor to meet Greta Thunberg in 2018 in the climate conference in Katowice. She was 15 years at this time, and she was already protesting since September, mostly alone in front of the Swedish parliament on Fridays. And then it was interesting because in Katowice, she met with all of these young activists from all around Europe. And they all went back to their respective member states and did the same. And somehow this inspired really this movement. And I remember, I think in February 2019, we had the first climate strike. And in May, we had already 1 million people on the streets in Germany. And in September, it was one of the biggest demonstrations, about 3.5 million people. And I think what they did is they just reframed the whole way we are talking about climate, because they actually did what politicians are not often so good at. They changed kind of the timeline. They looked at their own life. You know, what will happen with me? What kind of, when I'm 30, when I'm 40, how is this world going to look like? And that's, that was, you know, that this is just the truth, that we have the science that tells you that life will not be that nice for you anymore. And this reframing was just very, very powerful and inspired a lot of other movements. We have climate seniors. Maybe I'm sure you were also active before, or maybe not. But we have the For Future Architects. We have many For Future movements. And I think, which is also interesting, I think it also changed a little bit how judges think, because what we also have is not only from the European Court of Justice, but also the German Constitutional Court did a very important climate verdict, where they created this concept of intergenerational freedom right. Really important idea. So it's not only about your freedom right now, but also future generations should enjoy the same freedoms as we do right now. And if because of our climate policies, they are not able to, this is infringing on to their freedom rights. So we in nowadays have to make sure that their freedoms are not being limited. And so climate protection is really about what it is. It is about the possibility of every human being to be free and to develop how you want to develop. This is what climate protection is about, no? So that all inspired this. So yeah, I think we can learn from this, being prepared, good leadership, but also most important, really make this climate story a individual, a human story. I mean, there's not only children, I have 2 children as well, but also seniors, everyone who is affected, especially the Global South. And I would say, which better institution to take this very individual, very human perspective than the church. So I'm happy that I was invited here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Michael. And now the question, maybe a lot of questions. Mr. President Benjamin. Yeah.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate the diversity of comments today. And I'm State Senator Catherine Blakespear from California. And my question is to Mayor Hidalgo. I previously served as the mayor of my city in Southern California. And I want to commend you on the tremendous success with your bike lanes and replanting the tree canopy and creating a more livable city that's both less polluted, but also promotes public health, biking, walking. My efforts in that way, we always ran into tremendous political opposition on the ground, because it is unquestionably true that bike lanes fight climate change at the very basic level, because every car that is a trip that's not taken by car and is taken by bike or walking is obviously producing no emissions. But when you're having a zero-sum discussion about public space, where parking spaces are removed for a bike lane or that kind of thing, people just come completely unglued. And so I wanted to ask you, how much of your ability to be successful here was based on requirements from the French government around reducing emissions or having mobility options, and how much of it was driven just locally from your own leadership, and how much of it came from the populace themselves? Because to me, it seems like a lot of times the mandates are helpful, but they run smack into what people on the ground are actually concerned about, which is that they have a place to park right outside the shop they want to go to. That's my question. Thank you.
Much for your question. First of all, Paris is a very dense city, you know, and we have a network, transportation, public transportation with metro, buses, etc. And but it was very, very difficult to change the habits. What I did was to state that the election about my project, the people have make a choice, no, about bicycle lanes, about reducing air pollution. It was my political support, the citizens, but it was not enough. I needed to have more people supporting this initiative because the fight was incredible, you know. And I asked to doctors, to the hospitals, to people talking about health, you know. And I used the topic I used. It was a real topic, you know, but I used this topic and the data about health, about the vulnerable people in Paris, and we convinced with this argument, but it was very tough. And second, I used two crises. One crisis, the COVID, because after the lockdown, people was afraid to use the metro, and the government, the French government, gave to the mayor the possibility to organize very quickly transformation, but just for the time of the crisis, you know. And I had the accountability, like the other mayors, not just in France, I think in Europe, to organize bike lanes in all the city. And I remember I came to my office, I said to my team, come in. We had a map of Paris. I bring a pen and I say, this street all for bicycle, this street all for bicycle. But guys, not just during the crisis, forever. And we have to respect all the law, all the consultation, but we start the consultation of the people and the legal consultation now, just at the beginning, because we want to have this infrastructure after the crisis and be confirmed with the law, with the French law. And we did it. My team said to me, you're crazy now, because I wanted to change and to move the Rue de Rivoli. Rue de Rivoli was like another highway in the center of the street. And I say, no, I'm not crazy. If people is not happy with that, we will see. We can adapt our policies, you know, we are at the local level, but we have to try anything big. And I remember we moved the Rue de Rivoli, for example, and I bring my bike, and everybody in the Rue de Rivoli, people with bicycles, and everybody, Madam Mayor, thank you, it's amazing, it's a revolution, but it's so beautiful to be in the city, to live the city like that. And I said to my team and to the French government, it's not just for the crisis, it's for a long time. And today, it's, you know, I use that, and I use another motor, the Olympic Games. We hosting the Olympic Games in 2024 and in 2024. And when I start with the candidacy for the Olympic Games, it was in 2015, and in the first time of my first term. And I said to my team, we have to align the project for the Olympic Games with our project for the city and the citizen. And we did it, and we convinced the IOC about our candidacy because we said we want to organize the first green games, and the project about bicycle lines, about the mobility during the games, but not just during the games, with with metro transportation, public transportation was one of the points. Yeah. Sorry, I can talk about Paris for a long time, but thank you. Please, please.
And I think all of us will be hear you the whole day with pleasure. I have a comment. I'm Antonio Benjamin, a judge in Brazil, on the Swiss case. Perhaps this is one of the most important cases we have had among the hundreds of cases in the world. And it's important that we don't miss the reasons why this case is so important. It's important not because of the human rights connection, because in many parts of the world, this is taken for granted that climate is part of the human rights agenda. It's because it brings senior citizens into the picture, and I'm included, although it's the women's association, but I feel included into this group. You ask any judge, any family judge, if you are a lawyer, what should I do? And the answer that you probably get as a lawyer, bring the children into the courtroom. It's not very pleasant, but it adds to the legal arguments. It's the psychology behind it. It's the future. And we judges identify with children. But we do identify as well with senior citizens as a weaker party. And it's not just so much the future, but it's the wisdom that comes with seniority. Your Honor, I have seen so much in life, and this is relevant, what we are discussing here. And I'm concerned with your children and you as a senior citizen and so on. So that is my argument that I would like to add and to congratulate you for the excellent work. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for a wonderful discussion. My name is Ashish. I'm from the Kennedy School at Harvard. Question both for you, Madam Mayor, but also for our colleague from the European Union. When you made the changes you made in Paris, I suspect it had not just people joyous about being able to use these bike lanes, but I suspect there was a real health benefit of reduced pollution. Actually, this has been shown in other places. To what extent do you think it is useful to measure that benefit and feed that information back to the city that, yes, it may have created some inconveniences for some, other people are happy, but net there's a health benefit? And to Michael, if you don't mind, my question is, as you make the case for future generations and the benefits of climate, even the broader human rights concept, it seems to me that where it feels most tangible is the idea that this is going to have real health benefit for future generations. And I wonder to what extent that's part of the argument as we make these cases. So sorry, two-part question, but.
First, Michael.
No, it's, I mean, it's absolutely important question. I think the change that we had in the parliament was with this long-term perspective that it really changed the conversation. But of course, that cannot be the only factor, no? So my impression was that the health debate was not so much. It was much more the debate on economic modernization. It was the debate on the energy system. So it was basically in 2020, there was still this the race on who builds this future green technology. So the battery, like electric cars, the electrolyzers, you know, wind and solar panels. And somehow China and US and we were on the same level. I have the feeling, unfortunately, that China is currently, you know, way ahead of us. But there were of course some of these drivers there too. So this also the Green Deal was always framed as like Europe's, you know, growth strategy. That was the subline to it. So that was more about economic than health. I think the health debate is slowly coming in right now, but it's not so big yet.
Want to proceed? Yeah, I responded before. Well, if you want to change the habits, you have to propose alternatives. You know, it's very important because if people understood that you want that now the car is banned from the city and you change all, but there are no alternative, you cannot win this battle. And second, it was also the experience of Copenhagen because it was the example for me as mayor of Paris. If you propose safe infrastructures for a bicycle, you have a lot of people in this infrastructure. And today, for example, in Paris, yes, we have the result about air pollution. It's incredible, and people now can breathe clean air, but also we have more use of the bicycle line per day than cars in the city, and then use of public transportation. It's very, very interesting and very quickly. Yeah.
So I want to ask to the mayor, to the former mayor, two things. The first is you can organize an international community of mayors, because when we begin in this question, was very important, the meeting of all the mayors for two things, for this and also for, again, to human trafficking. So this is the first question. Or there are something like this, or you have the idea to do something like, because exactly as you say, the mayors is the people to have more contact with the people and the concrete situation than the other politics. This is the first question. And the second question, this European model in this context, geopolitical, where the powers of the other countries are completely more powerful, like America and China, and I don't know, Russia. But what can do the Europeans in this situation? Because it's terrible. They don't accept this model. This is a real problem.
Well, very important question. About the group of mayors, yes, I think, and since 10 years, since the Paris Agreement and the COP21 in Paris, I organize as mayor a meeting with 1,000 mayors around the world, and we participate not directly to the negotiation of the Paris Agreement, but we are present, not in the room, but close to the room. And we work together about what the city can do about climate change and for the citizens. And it was very important. Today, there are a lot of networks of mayors. One of the most important is by the number of mayors is the GCOM. I'm now the global ambassador of the GCOM. 14,000 cities, not just capitals, cities around the world. And we are working in Africa, in South America, Latin America, in Europe about Ukraine, about the reconstruction also of the cities in Ukraine. And it's a very important network. And this network is also leading an initiative in Europe, maybe one for the second question, in Europe about housing, affordable housing, and renovating also the old housing in Europe in the cities. And we are working because we think that it's very important today to have a direct line between European authorities and the local level. If we want to act and to have a result about climate change, about housing, about social issues, about migration and hosting the refugees, we need to work very directly between the level of European authorities and the local level. I think in Europe, we have to resist, of course, and we are resisting. And the example of Michael and the Green Deal is a very important framework for the resistance in Europe. But we have also, because you cannot resist just like, I don't move, I don't want to move. You have to be very creative. And I think one of the topics is this relationship with citizens, cities, national and European level, but also with the justice, with the courts, with the role of the lawyers, because the negotiation at the international level are very difficult today because the multilateralism is in trouble. And I think the judge, we had this discussion, for example, with Laurent Fabius when he was president of the Conseil Constitutionnel in France, and he introduced in the French law the accountability for the future generation. I think this work is very, very important if we want to have the framework and the actors aligned for the targets we are following. I'm sorry, we have coffee break and Marcelo want to coffee break now, but we can continue, okay? Thank you.
Hello.
Yeah, we're so.
Thank you so much. Everybody, please take your seat. I am delighted to introduce the chair for session 3, proof points from North America. Please join me in welcoming the chair of the Environmental Quality Committee of the California State Senate, the Honorable Catherine Blackspear.
Okay, thank you. Thank you and good morning. Almost good afternoon. It is an honor to be with all of you today. I'm State Senator Catherine Blackspear, and I represent parts of Southern California in the California State Senate. Since January of 2025, I have served as the chair of the Senate Environmental Quality Committee. I'm the first woman to hold this position. In that role, I oversee legislation moving through the legislature that affects our air, water, the built environment, and products that people interact with every day, like plastics and pesticides. I'm also a member of the Joint Legislative Committee on Climate Change Policies. This is a committee of both houses of the state legislature. And I serve on the Budget Committee, where I help shape state investments in natural resources, environmental protection, and energy. So the topics we're here to discuss today are important to me, and I'm very focused on what we can do at the state level. Across California, we are confronting a range of climate and environmental challenges, from wildfires and drought to coastal erosion, and these are intensified by climate change. Through my work, I've come to see climate change not as a distant environmental issue, but as an immediate governance challenge that intersects with our global economy, public and private infrastructure, and our communities. In California, the question is not whether to act, but how we translate our ambitious climate policy into programs that work in practice, both at scale and under real-world conditions. I'd like to share a few salient examples from a California perspective to help frame this discussion today. First, strong policy frameworks are essential to setting direction, but they do not guarantee outcomes. What does this mean? It means deciding as a government where you are going and writing that into law so that the direction holds, even as key players and influences change. Governments play a critical role in establishing clear long-term policy frameworks that guide action and investment. In California, once we set long-term climate targets into law, we created durable systems to help guide how those targets would be achieved over time. We've seen historically that those long-term goals and systems, they can create short-term meaningful progress. California ultimately met its 2020 climate targets 4 years ahead of schedule. And recent data shows that today California is powered by 2/3 clean energy, while more than 1/4 of new cars sold last year in California are zero-emission vehicles. To meet these targets, we have put in place programs like Cap and Invest, a statewide system that sets a declining limit on total emissions and requires large polluters to pay for the carbon they produce. That revenue is then reinvested into clean energy, transportation, and community resilience projects across the state. This approach allows us to both reduce emissions over time and create a funding source for climate investment. This kind of framework creates clarity. It signals to markets where we are headed, and it helps align long-term investment. 58% of global GDP and 18% of all emissions are now covered by Cap and Invest programs that were pioneered by California. But we have also learned that ambition alone is not enough. We need faster emissions declines than we have seen so far in order to hit our long-term climate target. Much of California's emissions reductions so far have come from decarbonizing electricity, which is comparatively easier than transitioning sectors like vehicles, buildings, industry, and waste. Dynamics are also shifting in California. Influences have changed, and there are difficult situations on the horizon. There is less willingness to absorb the cost of going green. There is also very real tension with polluting industries. Collectively, we in California need to stay true to the long-term goals of the policy, while also ensuring the transition mitigates impacts for businesses, for communities, and for the broader economy. So the lesson here is strong policy frameworks are essential, but they must be designed to endure over time. even when the goals of those policies are choosing which industries thrive and which industries don't. Another lesson learned is that implementation determines whether solutions can actually scale. Passing policy is only the beginning. The real test is whether those policies translate into the desired outcome, and that depends on the governance, funding, and accountability. In practice, it means aligning policy with our infrastructure, our markets, and our private sector behavior. California's landmark SB 54 bill is a good example. The law was passed in 2022, requiring companies that produce packaging, importantly, single-use plastic packaging like this, to take responsibility for the full life cycle of the waste they create and set targets to significantly reduce single-use plastic. Packaging is essentially everything you see when you walk into the supermarket and many materials that you don't see. All packaging sold in California must be recyclable or compostable by 2032. This landmark law should result in companies designing more sustainable products so that things like this are recyclable or compostable. But that's only one part of the solution, because it's not enough to make something recyclable or compostable. The entire system must exist to collect it, to process it, and to turn it into a new product at scale. That requires significant investments, coordination, and enforcement. It requires building the underlying market-based systems that allow policy to function in the real world. We have seen some early results. For example, polystyrene food service packaging, which is commonly known as styrofoam, was effectively phased out in California beginning in 2025 after producers of styrofoam failed to meet required recycling targets. And in fact, you cannot buy styrofoam in supermarkets anymore. But we've also seen some false starts. For example, legally required green-tinted compostable produce bags have largely been rejected by composters. They sort them out and truck them to the landfill. These are the plastic bags you put your produce in at the market. So these are very expensive, legally required compostable, but actually in reality, non-compostable materials. For context, poor waste management is responsible for nearly 20% of human-driven methane emissions. So getting the waste sector right is really important. Right now, environmental advocates and legislators like me believe portions of the implementation framework of this law are too accommodating to industry, too many carve-outs. It is a clear reminder that the success of climate policy is determined not at the moment it's passed, but in the years of work that follow to make it real. More broadly, we've seen that innovation must extend beyond technology to include the institutions, markets, and governance structures. Climate solutions scale when the systems to support them are built, when they function effectively, and when they're supported by leadership that's willing to keep pushing forward. And now my final lesson from California is that scaling climate solutions requires navigating the real world trade-offs, because climate policy does not exist in a vacuum. It exists within the economic system, within the political realities, and within the existing infrastructure that's already built, the built environment. That means that governments are constantly balancing these competing priorities. So it's not just about emissions reduction, but affordability. This is the buzzword, affordability. People's gas costs, people's utility costs, people's food costs, their real world costs. Also energy reliability. When you flick on the switch, the light has to work. When you turn the tap, the water has to come out. And the transition of jobs in existing industries, like oil industry. In California, we're working through these challenges in real time. For example, I'm currently running legislation that focuses on planning for what we do when oil refineries are decommissioned and how we address the environmental and financial risks that are associated with that transition. Some of these oil refineries, they predate the EPA. This is called asset retirement obligations for refineries. I draw the conclusion that in California, refineries will continue to either close or consolidate based on global, nationwide, and state data that shows me that we will have refineries who no longer have the business case to keep their doors open. The open question is how we manage the physical site and the environmental impacts of contaminated soil, displaced workers, and the future of the site, and also holding the companies accountable for the impacts of their industry. These are complex challenges that we cannot ignore, and they do not have simple solutions. We also see that broader political and economic conditions, including shifts at the global and at our national level, can affect how policies are implemented and sustained at the state level. But that dynamic is not unique to California. It is something many governments are navigating as they work toward long-term climate goals. The lesson here is climate resilience is often built through planning ahead using data, managing trade-offs, and not avoiding them. But mitigation, adaptation, and societal transformation are all deeply interconnected. In practice, advancing all three of these requires not only strong policy ideas, but the ability to implement and sustain them and adapt them over time. I'll end with a quote from Robert Swan: "The greatest threat to our planet is the belief that someone else will save it." Thank you. And now I'll turn it over to my fellow participants from North America for their remarks.
Turn red. There we go. Thank you, Madam Chair. And good morning. Good morning, eminences, excellencies, mayors, governors, and academicians. Good morning, and a special thank you to the Pontifical Academy for the work that you have done and continue to do in climate awareness. I would also like to extend a deep debt of gratitude to Your Eminence, Donald Turkson, and Council Member and Chancellor of UMass Boston, Marcelo Perez Orozco. At this point in time, I should probably tell you that I am a proud alumni of UMass Boston, and I really appreciate the work that the Chancellor is doing there. I am deeply grateful to His Holiness Pope Leo for this invitation to be here today and continuing the great work of Pope Francis this summit. It is an honor for me to be here representing Boston and the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. If I could put a little framework around the next 10, 20 minutes that we're going to speak, I'm going to focus mainly on the difficulties of enacting and crafting legislation through a legislature. I'm going to talk about the differences in our government branches and some of the constitutional obligations that we have, because the Constitution is what drives us in our state, in implementing these policies. You will not hear me talk about bikes. You will not hear me talk about plastic bags or electric cars. I hold the role of the majority leader in the Massachusetts House. And for those of you that are familiar with legislatures, I take that job very seriously. In May of 2024 at this summit, titled "From Climate Crisis to Climate Resilience," you heard from prominent governors, mayors, faith leaders, scientists, and organizations. They came to the Vatican and spoke on ways we can eliminate emissions in the short term, but also largely spoke on ways we can build resiliences in our economy and the economic impacts it had. This discussion centered on the need for scientific, evidence-based policies to address climate change. This is, at base, a humanitarian effort and in concert with the Church's mission. Our governor, Governor Maura Healey, announced at that 2024 summit a new $10 million climate career fund to support green workforce job training in Massachusetts. She talked about developing new climate-friendly affordable housing through the creation of a green bank. She also spoke of strategies to help coastal communities strengthen infrastructure and protect natural resources. Governor Healey did exactly what an executive should do. She set lofty goals. She challenged us to meet the urgency of our time, and she defined a legislative path to a better Commonwealth and a better quality of life for our current and future citizens. We are immensely proud of our governor, and she is doing a spectacular job. However, this legislative summit, titled "Building Climate Resilience Legislation," you will hear from members of Parliament, judges, members of Congress, and members of state legislators like us. If I had to guess, these discussions are going to be very different in their tone and their tenor. These discussions will be more bilateral. these discussions would be more collaborative. To be very clear, this is not a criticism of the people that spoke at the 2024 summit. Rather, it is an example of the reality of the very different positions that we hold in government. You see, unlike the governor, I am but one member of a 200-person legislative body that consists of 40 state senators and 160 members of the House of Representatives. Each member's vote is equal to the other. And no one piece of legislation can move forward to the governor's desk without a majority vote in the House, which is 81 votes, and a majority vote in the Senate, which is 21 votes. Given that, you can only imagine how truly challenging it is to guide a piece of legislation through the legislative process, and why I very much appreciate Pontifical Academy hosting this workshop that has as one of its focus, and I quote, the practical realities of drafting, passing, and implementing climate resilient legislation. So that leads me to my home state of Massachusetts. Many ask how our state, and it's small in size, can lead the country on so many issues, the environment just being one of them. The truth is, we are fortunate to have a competitive advantage that very few want to recognize, and many outright refuse to consider. But it is undeniably part of Massachusetts' political reality. The Massachusetts legislature is controlled by Democrats. In fact, at this very moment, the governor's office, all 6 constitutional offices, all 9 seats in the United States Congress, and our 2 United States Senate seats are all Democrats. And with very few exceptions, over the past 35 years, that has been the case. Add to that, and this is the most important reason, we have been successful in moving pro-environmental legislation through the legislative process in Massachusetts. Not only does the Democratic Party control both chambers, we have had a Democratic supermajority in the House and the Senate for 35 years. With that said, it is extremely important to note that climate resilience does not have to be a partisan issue. The extreme weather events that are occurring more regularly worldwide affect us all equally. I have served alongside Governor Mitt Romney, who was Republican. I have served alongside Governor Charlie Baker, also a Republican. And they worked with through the legislative process to pass many pieces of legislation that had a positive impact on climate resiliency. This was done in a bipartisan manner and with very good results for all Massachusetts residents. However, it can also be true that if the legislative leaders of both branches, that is the Senate President and the Speaker of the House, decide that they don't want to put in place, or that they want to put in place, a law that the governor does not like, it is extremely likely that both legislative leaders will have enough votes to override the governor, regardless of his or her objection to that law or that policy. It is this type of political situation that allows our state to think long-term. Long-term about the most complicated issues of our time. Because if our goal is truly to bend the greenhouse gas curve downward, reach climate neutrality by 2050, and limit warming to below 2 degrees Celsius, or 35.6 degrees Fahrenheit for everybody from the United States. To do this, we must have solutions that are in place and we can improve on over time that span the next 20, 30 to 50 plus years. This is where state legislatures, say that again, this is where state legislatures play a vital role in achieving our climate goal. Legislatures are designed to think long-term, past the term of a governor, because 4 years is not nearly enough time to bend the curve. Finally, I want to speak for a moment about the legislative process. In Massachusetts, that is constitutionally required process. And in my opinion, the most difficult part of building any legislation. Some have likened it to the unappealing process of making sausage. It can take a very long time. It can be very messy, chaotic, and involve intense political compromise. However, I would argue it is absolutely necessary, and more often than not, due to the inclusive nature and necessary solicitation of a wide range of options and opinions, produces a better outcome in the end. It's deliberative for a reason. The end product is always stronger for it and more inclusive. Imagine having to get 200 people to agree to anything while providing input in the decision-making process for the public, faith leaders, nonprofit organizations, special interest groups, union leaders, and anyone else that wants their voice to be heard, all while being criticized by the media. Given these circumstances, it is, frankly, a testament to the democratic process that we get much done at all. However, when all parties engage, actively participate in the legislative process, it can be extremely rewarding. In our case, I am proud to say that we have provided our current and future governors and legislatures with the climate blueprint that will move beyond words and lead us to action. Thank you again to His Holiness Pope Leo for providing us with this opportunity to engage in this very important discussion, and to all the people who have helped put this summit together. Many are nameless and faceless. You are seen and very, very much appreciated. And with that, I will yield the rest of my time back. Thank you.
Yeah, we got it. Honored guests, let me be the first to say good afternoon. I am deeply grateful and humble for the opportunity to be before you today in a place that has for centuries called the world to moral clarity and human dignity. Thank you to the Academy and to especially our friend and council member, Marcelo Suarez Orozco, who is not only the Chancellor of UMass Boston, as you heard, but is also considered one of the sharpest minds in the academic universe, which says a lot considering the universities that call Boston home. In recent years, the Vatican has reminded us that care for our common home is not simply a policy preference, it is a moral obligation. It is in that spirit that I come to share what the Commonwealth of Massachusetts is doing to confront the climate crisis. But before I do that, I'd like to take a moment to introduce where I come from. I am a proud lifelong resident of Boston, Massachusetts, in a little neighborhood called the North End. I feel very comfortable here in the Vatican and in Rome. My state representative district covers some of the most historic pieces of our nation's history. We like to think of it where democracy was actually invented. The Boston Massacre, Boston Tea Party, and the beginning of Paul Revere's ride, where he told everyone that the British were coming, are part of the history that engulfs our downtown neighborhood. But we are also the center point of the Boston Harbor in our coastal community. So the discussions of the climate crisis is a personal one for me, as it is for many of us in this room. Erratic and extreme weather patterns have flooded parts of my district in locations we have never seen before, and many predict sections of our neighborhoods will be underwater in the next 40 years. Massachusetts is a small place on the map, but has long believed that leadership is not measured in size. It is measured in responsibility. Our approach to climate change begins with a simple premise. Future generations have the right to inherit a livable world, and we have the duty to act now to ensure that outcome stays true. Nearly 2 decades ago, Massachusetts enacted the Global Warming Solutions Act, one of the first laws in the United States to set legally binding limits on greenhouse gas emissions. We were chasing California at that time. That law was not symbolic. It required measurable progress, transparency, and accountability. More recently, we strengthened those commitments through the Massachusetts Climate Act, which requires our state to reach net zero emissions by 2050 with clear benchmarks along the way. In fact, over the past decade, we have passed meaningful climate or energy-related legislation for the past 5 sessions and are on track to pass another one before the legislative calendar ends later this year again. But laws alone do not reduce emissions, actions do. In Massachusetts, we have focused on transforming how we power our homes, fuel our economy, and move our people. We are investing heavily in clean energy, particularly offshore wind. Just off our coast, projects like Vineyard Wind are harnessing the power of the ocean to generate electricity without polluting the air or warming the planet. These efforts are not only reducing emissions, they are creating jobs, revitalizing port communities, and demonstrating that economic growth and environmental stewardship can go hand in hand. At the same time, we are committing ourselves to using energy more wisely. Through programs like Mass Save, we help families and businesses reduce energy consumption, lowering costs while cutting carbon pollution. Efficiency may not always capture headlines, but it is one of the most powerful tools that we have. We are also confronting one of the greatest challenges, and that is transportation. In the United States, cars and trucks are the leading sources of emission. The Commonwealth is accelerating the transition to electric vehicles, expanding charging infrastructure, and investing in public transit systems that reduce reliance on fossil fuel. Our goal is not simply cleaner cars, it's a cleaner, more accessible transportation system for all. Similarly, we are rethinking how we heat and cool our buildings. For generations, homes in our region have depended on fossil fuels. Today, we are promoting electrification, energy-efficient construction, and modern technologies that reduce emissions while improving comfort and affordability. Importantly, we recognize that climate change does not respect borders. That is why Massachusetts has helped establish the Regional Gashouse Green Initiative, a cooperative effort among the northeastern states to cap and reduce emissions from power plants. This regional partnership demonstrates that collaboration can amplify impact. Yet even as we make progress, we must acknowledge the challenges that complicate this work. Climate action does not occur in a vacuum. It unfolds within broader political and economic realities that can either accelerate or hinder our efforts. At the federal level, policy direction matters. During the first Trump administration, key environmental regulations were rolled back, and the United States withdrew from the Paris Agreement for a period of time. These decisions created uncertainty for states, markets, and investors, and slowed national momentum at a moment when urgency was required. This uncertainty has only gotten worse in President Trump's second term, as he has done everything in his power to cut our progress on creating energy diversity off at the knees. While states like Massachusetts continue to move forward, the absence of a consistent federal partnership have made that path much more difficult. Economic pressures also shape what is possible. Transitions of this scale require significant upfront investment in infrastructure, technology, workforce development. Periods of inflation, supply chain disruption, and rising costs can make it harder for families to adopt new technologies and for government to sustain long-term investments. For many households, the immediate cost of change can feel more pressing than the long-term benefits, even when the benefits are substantial. We also face the reality that the global energy markets remain volatile. Fluctuation in fuel prices can influence behaviors in ways that are not always aligned with climate goals. And as we work to build new clean energy systems, we must do so in a way that maintains reliability and affordability. because public trust is essential to the lasting progress. As we manage the political realities of an affordability crisis compounded with the current federal government, we take comfort in knowing that we have been at this as long as anyone on the East Coast of the United States. And we have stayed consistent in our long-term objectives. Many think of us as the home to such storied institutions of innovation such as Harvard University or MIT. And their work helps us translate our ambition into practical solutions that can be scaled across the globe. But we do not pretend to have all the answers. The climate crisis is vast, urgent, and shared. No single state, nation, or institution can solve it alone. What we can do in Massachusetts is lead by example, learn from others, and act with urgency. The message coming from the Vatican has been clear. We are called to a form of stewardship that transcends politics and economics. It calls us to recognize the fundamental value of creation and the moral imperative to protect it. Massachusetts is striving to answer that call, not perfectly, but persistently. For almost 20 years, we have aligned our policies with our values, our economy with our environment, and our present action with our future responsibilities. In closing, I would offer this thought. History will not judge us by the scale of the challenges we faced, but by the courage with which we responded. Climate crisis demands not only innovation and investment, but also conviction. We are honored to stand with you in this work to protect our common home, to uplift the most vulnerable among us, and to ensure that the generations who inherit this world will be worthy of their hopes. Thank you for your time, and thank you for having me here today.
Well, thank you to our esteemed leaders from Massachusetts. To stay on track, we just have about 4 minutes for questions. So if you have a question, please raise your hand. Yeah.
Is it working? Yes. So thank you very much. It was great. And as you said, you have a difficult national context, but from a national advancement perspective, how do you, as a state representative, work with the municipalities, the mayors and the city council? And I would like to hear a little bit about it.
So we work very well with our municipalities in relation to this. In fact, I was actually laughing with my colleague here when we were talking about bike lanes, because I was on a call about a bike lane conversation in my district with our mayor, deciding exactly how it was going to be implemented. Because as the senator was talking about previously, the implementation is very challenging when it comes to the reality of putting these things together. We certainly, it's a balancing act in relation to working with the municipalities. You want to set the example, set the lead from the statewide perspective, but you also want to give municipalities as much of a flexibility to implement some of these challenging initiatives because they're on the ground, they're on the forefront, and they're the ones that are dealing with it, firsthand. So creating that balance, creating that support system, but also making sure that we are not being overbearing towards that implementation, I think is how we've been able to manage that ability much better. I wish we got that same kind of partnership from the federal government with us, but that is not likely to be happening anytime soon.
Answer as well from California. I think it all depends on the sector. So there are certain requirements that the state gives to local governments, cities and counties, and requires them to do, like, for example, around housing mandates, which are tremendously unpopular. So I think there's a command and control aspect, but mostly there's a local control focus. So local control is something that is widely believed to be really important. But it also means that we sometimes accomplish our goals less quickly because we give local people the ability to almost veto things because they're able to come up to city council meetings and end up scuttling a plan for a bike path. So it depends on the sector. Of course, there are the biggest energy policy or that kind of thing or waste policy. Those are set at the top, but then it does devolve down to the implementation. Next question. Yeah.
Much. And thank you for the 3 brilliance presentation. I have 3 topics to raise regarding these challenges. Are you using AI, artificial intelligence, in some aspects of the climate change challenge? Second, are you considering behavioral economics in order to incentive the correct behaviors of people with regard the climate change issues? And the third topic is the Green Bank. It sounds a very interesting initiative. How does it work, the Green Bank, in order to link the climate change with the financing project? Thank you.
I'll just answer very quickly, rapid fire, and then let my colleagues answer. I would say we are definitely using AI. AI, we have more bills on AI than almost any other topic right now. And it is being implemented, but also it's very much feared. So I think the future of work and a lot of discussions around AI. Behavioral economics is not a phrase that is frequently used, but I think it probably drives a lot of our policy. And then to your last point about the Green Bank, I would not say I have any expertise to comment on that. So I'll turn it over to my colleagues from Massachusetts. Yeah.
As far as AI, you saw my speech was on paper, right? I'm sure they are, but I would have no clue how that pertains to the environment. I'm not even gonna pretend to know. So the Green Bank is a like most things you do in government, you help subsidize projects that are more environmentally friendly. And by that, I mean, there's a set of criteria that you need to do with regard to, emissions and greenhouse gas and things like that the building generates. And if you meet those standards, you'll then receive money from the state in a grant form to proceed with the project. So that was AI. What was the third one? Oh, yeah. So that's really our first foray into renewables was solar. And that was back in the Patrick administration, which had been 3 governors ago. I've been there for 21 years, so I've been around a while. So, and I sort of see him as the solar governor. And the way that worked was, you would put the solar panels on your residential home, and you would receive a ton of credits that you could then sell back to. There were people making money off of the solar panels because they weren't using as much electricity as they needed, so they could sell it back to the grid. So I mean, there was an explosion of solar in Massachusetts under that administration. We then shifted more towards hydro and offshore wind after that, but getting off topic a little bit. But that's sort of been how Massachusetts has handled this, as we've come to it with we want a balanced portfolio of energy. We just don't want to be over reliant on anything that includes fossil fuels. But if you're strictly solar, strictly hydro, strictly offshore wind, that's not good for your energy portfolio. And that's sort of how we've attacked it over the last 20 years. Has been a investing in certain times in certain industries, and sort of moving to the next industry. We just turned on hydro, I think, from Canada. We purchased a bunch of hydro from Canada years ago. And we're under contract with them for, I think, 40 or 50 years anyway. And then our offshore wind farm, Vineyard Wind, is now blowing and providing more wind to the grid. So all good things, and they're only going to get better, as I said. These are long-term issues, and we just keep improving upon them, and then you'll get to that net zero by 2050.
Just to follow up on the solar piece, one challenge though that we faced with the solar economic opportunity piece is that it was only an economic opportunity if you had room to put a solar panel on your building, which isn't necessarily the case in a lot of urban environments, and particularly in a lot of low-income communities. So trying to find that right sweet spot related to making it an economic impact from a broader perspective is still something I think we're all still working towards, and need to try to look towards solution, or what other states or what other countries are doing to try to find different solutions on that, because I think that's still a work in progress.
Well, I've been given the hook, so I think we have to wrap up, but we'll be around to ask or answer questions and chat. Thank you very much to my esteemed panelists.
I'm delighted to introduce the chair on proof points from South America. Please join me in welcoming the president of the Alana Foundation, Ana Lucia Vilela. Ana Lucia.
Hello, thank you, and it is a privilege to be here at Festina Q4. I would like to thank you, organizers, for this convening, and to recall the important dialogue we began together here in 2024 with His Holiness Pope Francis. It was an honor also to host the regional summit in Brazil last year, last semester, and so thank you. We all here, I assume, want a world where children can play outside. We want to see them breathing clean air, surrounded by clean water, where classes are no longer canceled because of heat waves or floods and so on. This is the future we want, and it will not happen by chance. We need to help people envision this future together so it turns into action. It will happen through decisions we choose to make through public policy. That is why this gathering matters, because from here, something practical will emerge, something that will help reshape how we imagine the future and help people make it happen. That is what I am here to share today, our experience in Brazil and what has already worked. I will speak from the perspective of the important role that civil society plays in influencing climate agenda legislation. The challenge is to turn this world we just imagined into concrete, enforceable, and accountable norms and see them implemented. Something that only happens when science, public institutions, civil society, and faith communities work together. South America can help inspire this collective vision. So I will start with Alana. We work to transform evidence into advocacy and advocacy into public policy and norms. We stay close to what is happening in Brazil and at the global level, especially within the UN system. I would like to share 3 examples of how we are working to reduce the gap between legal promise and what children experience every day. So Brazil's constitution has 2 beautiful articles for children. Article 227 guarantees the absolute priority of children's rights. And Article 225 establishes the right to an ecologically balanced environment for present and future generations. And yet, 40 million Brazilian children remain exposed to high-intensity climate risk. It's not a Brazilian exception. Globally, nearly half of all children are exposed to climate risk, with those in more vulnerable contexts systematically the most affected. This is why we need to connect what has long been separate, 2 legal systems that should work as one. We joined forces with 80 civil society organizations, and we listened to 57 children from all regions of the country. They spoke about very concrete things. Schools with no shade, no trees, no place to play. We turned this into action. Child-friendly urban policies that guarantees access to green spaces. Safe routes and public spaces that promote family and community life. School as a priority for climate adaptation and redesign infrastructure through nature-based solutions. Less concrete, more trees, more shade. We call it ECA Ambiental, a bill approved by the environmental statute, let's say. It's a bill approved by the Chamber of Deputies in October 2025, now under consideration in the Senate. It has already inspired more than 10 state and municipal bills across the country with the common goal to guarantee children's rights to a healthy environment and nature. As you're going to see today, the state senator from São Paulo here, Marinello, will share more with us today. We are optimistic about it, and we believe it will be approved, especially since ECA Digital was approved. ECA Digital is the Brazilian statute for child protection in the digital environment, the first law in the Americas to platforms and social networks with the focus on protecting children, which faced stronger opposition than the environment one, so we are optimistic. And we are seeing the law is really being enforced, and all the companies and so on are having to change everything. So we are very happy about it. Okay, I'll talk about the second case example I want to give. It draws on evidence produced by MAP Biomas, a collaborative research network in partnership with us, which examined more than 20,000 schools across every Brazilian state capital. The data reveal a structural pattern. 40% of schools have no green area at all. 6 out of 10 are located in the heat islands, with temperatures above 1 Celsius degree above their city average. More than 370,000 students are exposed to climate risks such as flooding, and landslides. These impacts are not distributed equally, of course. In schools with a majority of Black students, temperatures are up to 4 degrees higher than in central urban areas. Since the release of this research, one of the capitals with the poorest indicators of green space in schools has already launched an adaptation plan to redesign 25% of its school network only this year. So this evidence highlights the central role of high quality data in shaping effective public policy. Legal norms must be followed closely through their enforcement, including legal action. In this sense, data becomes a bridge between diagnosis and accountability. It allows us to identify where rights are not being fulfilled and to activate the legal and institutional mechanisms required to ensure they are. So I'll also talk about the last case. I want to say it's about children and adolescents who brought their voices directly to Brazil's Supreme Court. In 2022, Alana acted as amicus curiae in 3 strategic constitutional cases on the Amazon, air quality, and climate policy, arguing that these decisions were, at their core, decisions about children's lives. I'm just remembering about air quality, Mr. So South America is the only continent that the first cause of death for young children is respiratory problem. We submitted more than 400 letters and drawings from children across Brazil. Their messages connected the forest to breathing, to the future, to dignity. The court accepted them as part of the proceedings and ordered the reactivation of the Amazon Fund, which includes a commitment to zero deforestation in the Amazon by 2030, as well as new air quality standards aligned with WHO guidelines.
children's voices shaped these cases. When their testimony enters legislative hearings, judicial processes, and international negotiations, the quality of these decisions changes. We saw this again last year at COP30 in Brazil, Belém, where for the first time, children were formally included in climate negotiations. We invited organizations and schools across Brazil and other 9 countries worldwide to simulate COP in their territories, mobilizing and informing children and adults about what is at stake in climate decisions. 1,000 letters written by children and adolescents from all the regions of Brazil reached negotiators from every country when they arrived at pre-COP in Brasilia, 1 month before the climate conference. And for the first time in history, children were not only heard, they were written into the outcome of COP30. 19 operational references to children and girls were included, a sharp increase from just 2 mentions in the first 16 years of COP. We are seeing a shift in how laws are built, bringing together legal frameworks, public participation, and the voices of children. The question now is, how do we make this real? Law and policy in different contexts. We are honored to have now with us, both here, but also in video, I think, 2 panelists whose trajectories exemplify in different ways how to move from climate ambition to implementation. And that know so well that when we take care of children, we are taking care of now and the future. So I would like to introduce the 2 panelists. It's a privilege to welcome through video José Antonio Vieira Gallo, who brought a landmark climate case before the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, an initiative that redefines the role of states in preventing climate harm and opens important pathways for a stronger legal framework. And also here with us, Marina Lu, member of the Legislative Assembly of São Paulo, who has stood out for her consistent work in advancing innovative public policies, particularly at the intersection of sustainability, governance, and social impact. So I'll give you both maybe a guiding question. Should we start with Marina because she's here, or what? Okay, so we'll put the video before. Thank you.
Agradezco mucho estar presente en esta reunión, aunque sea por medios virtuales, dada la imposibilidad de viajar, y agradezco principalmente haber sido invitado. El año 2023, los gobiernos de Colombia y Chile solicitaron a la Corte Interamericana de Derechos Humanos de San José de Costa Rica una opinión consultiva sobre las obligaciones de los estados respecto a la emergencia climática en relación con los principios de los derechos humanos establecidos en el derecho internacional. La Corte dio una respuesta clara y contundente con una sólida argumentación jurídica, que es lo que me toca hoy día reseñar brevemente ante ustedes. En primer lugar, la Corte establece, o reconoce, mejor dicho, la existencia de una emergencia climática grave que se expresa en la subida exponencial de la temperatura. Y eso es particularmente grave en América Latina, como se ha establecido, como dice la propia Corte, por la mejor ciencia existente. La Corte pone su atención en la situación especialmente débil de la Amazonia y de las islas del Caribe, y yo me permito añadir la Antártica, que está hoy día protegida por el Protocolo de Madrid sobre medio ambiente, pero que ese protocolo puede ser revisado en el 2048 y podría sumir a la Antártida en una situación similar a la que ocurre hoy día en el Ártico. Dicho eso, la Corte parte por establecer el derecho a vivir en un ambiente saludable. Y de ese derecho se sigue que, si eso no ocurre, habrán consecuencias complejas para derechos vitales de las personas como la vida, la salud, la educación, la habitabilidad. Ante esa situación, la Corte señala con claridad que los estados deben resguardar que esos perjuicios no ocurran. Y por tanto, además recuerda que los derechos económicos, sociales, culturales y ambientales deben tener un desarrollo progresivo conforme las condiciones económicos sociales de los países lo permitan, teniendo siempre en el horizonte la situación de las generaciones futuras y la situación especialmente compleja de ciertos grupos más vulnerables. Junto con eso, la Corte establece entonces, derivado de ese derecho, criterios y principios jurídicos que son obligatorios para los estados para resguardar el funcionamiento de la sociedad en general y particularmente insta a los estados a regular el funcionamiento de las empresas que pueden provocar, sean públicas o privadas, daños al medio ambiente. El deber de salvaguardia especial que los estados tienen de estos derechos y sobre todo del derecho a vivir en un ambiente saludable, de alguna manera se deriva o se conecta con el derecho internacional. Considera la Corte, lo que es una novedad jurídica importante, que ese derecho a vivir en un ambiente saludable es un derecho de jus cogens, es decir, que se deriva del derecho internacional como norma obligatoria más allá de lo que se establezca en cada uno de los tratados. Junto con esto, que es el núcleo central de la opinión consultiva, también siguiendo el acuerdo de Escazú del año 2021, cuando entró en vigencia, la Corte establece derechos que llaman procedimentales, es decir, derechos que favorecen la participación de la ciudadanía en estos temas, como el derecho a ser informado cuando esa información tiene un carácter de interés público, el derecho a participar, sea directamente o sea a través de consulta en las decisiones que se toman, y el derecho de acceso fácil a la justicia medioambiental. De no ocurrir eso, la Corte señala que se puede producir una contaminación de la información, una desviación de la información que circula, favoreciendo o la indiferencia ciudadana ante los temas de la emergencia ambiental o bien el negacionismo, lo que provoca decisiones equivocadas o facilita a privados o autoridades o organismos públicos a poder actuar sin el debido resguardo. Ahora, pasando a temas específicos, la Corte, siguiendo lo que establece el convenio 169 de la OIT, tiene todo un acápite respecto a los pueblos originarios y la necesidad de resguardar especialmente su entorno y su cultura. Al mismo tiempo, establece lo que es una novedad jurídica a nivel internacional, un reconocimiento de derechos de la naturaleza como medio ambiente en el cual se debiera desarrollar en forma adecuada la vida de las personas, de las comunidades y de la sociedad. Ese resguardo del ecosistema, que justamente se traduce en derechos de la naturaleza, daría para toda una elaboración jurídica respecto de la forma para poderlo impetrar ante los tribunales. Y respecto de eso específicamente, la Corte valora los conocimientos de las comunidades indígenas por cuanto ancestralmente saben cómo poder convivir en forma armónica con la naturaleza, y esos conocimientos ancestrales debieran coincidir, converger, conversar con los adelantos científicos. Un segundo, o más bien dicho, un tercer punto importante, específico, es que la Corte establece que los estados debieran prevenir las situaciones ambientales graves que provocan migraciones forzadas de personas, como puede ser la sequía o pueden ser hechos traumáticos puntuales, pueden ser incendios forestales, pueden ser ciclones, terremotos, en fin, todo lo que uno pueda imaginar en ese campo. Y hay que tener en cuenta que América Latina en estos momentos es un campo donde existe una fuerte migración, sea hacia el norte, principalmente los Estados Unidos, sea también hacia el sur, derivada de algunas circunstancias que tienen que ver con situaciones sociales, políticas y también medioambientales. Entonces, lo que podemos decir es que estamos ante un documento, esta opinión consultiva llamada 3225, estamos ante un documento que tiene el mismo valor, para explicarlo bien, no tiene el mismo valor que una sentencia del tribunal, pero sí establece criterios actuales y obligatorios de cómo interpretar el derecho internacional. Ahora viene la gran tarea de cómo esos criterios generales establecidos por la Corte Interamericana pueden ser después parámetros eficaces para la acción de los gobiernos al fijar políticas públicas, de los parlamentos al modificar la legislación ambiental, de los tribunales y también de las autoridades regionales y locales. Y por cierto, no fijar solo la atención en el sector público, sino que también en el sector privado, particularmente a nivel de las empresas. Ahora, en lo más específico, esta resolución tiene pocos meses, sin embargo ya ha sido invocada ante los tribunales y algunos de ellos la han considerado en los fundamentos de su sentencia. Esto ha ocurrido en países como Canadá, Colombia, Brasil, Chile y México. A veces mediante alguna forma de control constitucional, a veces como tramitación en los recursos de amparo o a veces también en lo que se refiere, digamos, a recursos en juicios propiamente ambientales. En todo caso, aquí queda abierto un punto muy importante en el derecho latinoamericano que tiene que ver con el control de convencionalidad, es decir, cómo la jurisprudencia de la Corte, evidentemente no estamos ante una sentencia, pero cómo la forma de interpretar el derecho de la Corte es obligatoria para cada uno de los estados que forman parte del sistema interamericano y de la OEA. Ahora, esta sentencia, esta opinión consultiva se da en un marco bastante contradictorio en América Latina. Hay, desde luego, avances significativos en muchas materias, por ejemplo, en lo que se refiere a la transformación de la matriz energética. El 60% ya se produce por energías renovables. También se da por planes que tienen algunos países respecto a mitigación de los efectos del cambio climático. Pero también, no podemos negarlo, hay obstáculos serios, algunos que tienen que ver con intereses privados, otros que tienen que ver con visiones culturales y políticas distintas respecto a la forma de implementar concretamente una pauta y un avance jurídico en lo que se refiere al resguardo frente a la emergencia climática. Quisiera también recordar que esta opinión consultiva 3225 viene a coincidir, curiosamente, con otras dos que son muy significativas. Una, que también es una opinión consultiva del Tribunal Internacional de Derecho del Mar, sobre cambio climático de mayo de 2024 y otra, también opinión consultiva, de la Corte Internacional de Justicia sobre la obligación de los estados con respecto al cambio climático de junio de 2025. Es decir, 3 instancias muy significativas han coincidido en tratar desde un punto creativo, nuevo, un grave problema y amenaza que sufre la humanidad. Han habido también organismos de derecho de Naciones Unidas que han hecho referencia a esta opinión consultiva de la Corte Interamericana, y me parece también importante señalar que un proceso similar está hoy día siendo sometido a la Corte Africana de Derechos Humanos y de los Pueblos. Entonces se ha ido produciendo como una coincidencia de distintas instancias de notable prestigio jurídico para avanzar desde el punto de vista de la resiliencia en el campo del derecho respecto de la emergencia climática. Y yo creo que también es importante señalar que en lo que se refiere al continente latinoamericano y del Caribe, la importancia práctica de este tipo de resoluciones tiene que ver mucho con el cambio cultural y con los vaivenes de la política pública en cada una de las naciones. Lo que sí es central es que el punto clave para que esto avance está puesto principalmente hoy día, en lo que se refiere al sistema político, está puesto en la judicatura, en los jueces. Y por eso no es de extrañar que gran parte de los avances hayan dado ante los estrados de los tribunales, y los jueces, al asumir o invocar la opinión consultiva de la Corte Interamericana, mandan una señal importante a los legisladores y a los gobernantes. Yo creo que también es importante concluir señalando que lo nuevo de esta opinión consultiva y que está llamado a tener, esperemos, resultados en un futuro próximo, es que el tema de la emergencia climática pasa a ser patrimonio exclusivo del debate político contingente o del debate económico, para trasladarse también al ámbito jurídico exigible. Es decir, cuando se afirma que hay un derecho de los ciudadanos a vivir en un medio ambiente sano, se está entregando a estos ciudadanos y se está imponiendo al Estado y a los privados una obligación, y el ciudadano una herramienta para poder hacer efectivo ese derecho, y al Estado y a los empresarios una obligación de respetarlo. La Corte Interamericana ha dado un paso muy importante adelante. Queda un largo camino todavía por recorrer. Ese paso adelante significa que hay que actuar con mayor urgencia.
Thank you for Galo's video. And I think South America has a great deal to contribute, right? Even though we are always remembered by our poverty and inequalities and so on, I think we have a lot to add when we talk about innovation, especially when different actors work together. So Marina, where have you seen things actually move? And a moment when a law or policy started working in real life, and what helped make it happen? Can you give us also examples of that? Thank you.
Hi. Your Eminences, fellow legislators, dear friends, it is an enormous honor to be here among so many inspiring leaders, especially incredible women. I thank the Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences and reaffirm my commitment to further expanding my work toward implementation, drawing on what I have learned from this gathering. To be here in the Vatican alongside parliamentarians from so many countries is an self-gesture. Let me see if I have it. Not yet. Because recognizing the climate emergency is with moral and political seriousness is not obvious in the world of politics, at least not in my experiences in the local context. But it is the first step and the hardest one. Without it, no law holds, no resources are allocated, no adaptation policies ever gets off the ground. My name is Marina Lowe, and I am a state senator in São Paulo, currently in my second term. I am author of more than 20 laws in my state, but before it, I am the mother of Martin and Lara. And it is for them and for all children that the climate crisis for me is not an abstraction. It is a reality I see every day and one that disproportionately affects those most excluded from society: women, elderly, and children. I come from a country of a profound contradiction. In Brazil, 2024 crowned years of substantial implementation of climate resilience policies by the federal government. We achieved a 32.4% reductions in Amazon deforestation. We resumed enforcement against illegal mining in indigenous land. We strengthened institutions like IBAMA and the Ministry of Environment. We have strong environmental protection legislation, and yet we have not advanced in equally strong legal frameworks for climate transition. Worse than that, in our National Congress and in the rise of extremists, we have faced significant setbacks. Environmental self-licensing, the time frame as is threatening indigenous land rights, the deregulation of pesticides. Progress and regression coexist in the same country, in the same year, sometimes in the same week. It is this uneven terrain that we have to legislate. This is why I want to speak about the role of supranational action, because it is on the state assemblies and city councils that climate policies become real for communities. It's where we can advance local legislation and actually implement it. São Paulo is the most populous state in Brazil, with nearly 47 million people. There, I began by coordinating the Environmental Parliament Front, and today, alongside that, I chair the national network of state legislative fronts across the 27 states in Brazil. These are spaces of articulations between the legislative branch, academia, and civil society. Vital spaces for reflection and policy formulation. I also chair the Council of Bancada do Clima, a network working directly with municipal councillors, because that's where resilient budgets are passed and safer cities are built. You may have seen some photos of Rio Grande do Sul, a Brazilian state that suffered an extreme flood that destroyed several cities, killed 100 of people, and left thousands homeless. But I brought scenes of my own state. Once I witnessed firsthand, that reminded us that climate change is already real, everywhere. The first one is in Guarujá, on the coast of São Paulo in 2020, extreme rainfall, orphan families, homes destroyed. And the second one in São Sebastião, also in the coast in 2023. More than 1,200 students out of school. 1,200 students out of school. Full suspension of educational activities. Definitely reconstruction took 1 year, 3 months, and 15 days. Look at that number carefully. A year and 3 months without proper school. For a 60-year-old child, that is a normal fraction of their childhood. The climate crisis does not only threaten children's future, it interrupts their present. Today is a concrete barrier to the right of education. In Brazil, UNICEF data shows that more than a million children and adolescents missed school to climate extreme in 2024 alone. Our strategy in São Paulo has been to transform tragedies into legislative guidelines and into real adaptation policies, not to wait for the next one. We do this with the method, social participation as a working practice. The bill introduced are dealt with civil society organizations, with experts, and listen to the vulnerable territories, and fundamentally, we listen to children themselves. This choice is not only ethical, but is also strategic. Co-created policies have more legitimacy and more political viability. They survive changes in government, they outlast it in majority. So I want to leave you with 4 convictions. The first one is that climate justice begins in childhood. Children are those who least causes this crisis and those who will suffer its consequences the most. They are most impacted on climate disasters, but also in daily basis in their health, like air pollution, sanitation, heat, nature disconnection. That's why, together with Instituto Alena, as we heard from Ana Lucia, we introduced Bill 480 of 2025, which enshrines the right of children and adolescents to nature and a healthy environment as an absolute priority of the state of São Paulo. And Bill 1163, which established the climate adaptation policies for our state schools network. A bill is put together with the Bancada do Clima in more than 50 cities simultaneously, and which is already law in over 20 of them, including the capital, with a project from our city council, Marina Bragança of São Paulo. With Instituto Alena, we have gathered more than 70 signatures from legislators, nearly every Brazilian state, committed to a climate justice agenda for childhood, a declaration we brought to COP30. In this process, we also held listening sessions with more than 400 children. Children must always be our absolute priority, and we speak of climate resilience, no difference. The second conviction is climate law advances better when they are politically integrated, not sectoral. We have built an incremental agenda in which each law reinforces the others. Climate emergencies bill works as a narrative milestone. From it, mitigation, adaptation, and social transformation are articulated as dimensions of the same commitment, not as separated agendas. As my dear friend and mentor Marina Silva often reminds us, environmental policies cannot be a sector among others. It is the very conditional for any other policy to be possible. And that's the direct connections with mass. We are working every aspect of it. The third is that without financing, climate legislations do not deliver resilience. That is why, alongside the law, we are working on ProClima, our state climate financing fund, and we act directly in the budget cycle, in a multi-year plan, in the budget guidelines law, in the annual budget law, because guidelines without a budget are only good intent. And the fourth conviction is resilience is by nature multi-sectoral and continuous. It cannot be the agenda of a single mandate, a single party, or a single ministry. It must cut across education, health, housing, food, security, water management, and it must endure beyond electoral cycles. That's why we invest in coalitions that outlive any single legislator, parliamentary fronts, municipal networks, partnership with civil society. Because climate resilience, as we already heard it today, is not built in 4-year terms. It is built generation by generation. These 4 convictions children at center, integration of sectorially, financing at the test of seriousness, and resilience at a continual, multi-sectors commitment are what São Paulo has learned. And they are what I offer with humility in this gathering. I will close with one final conviction. Climate resilience is already being built locally in thousands of cities, states, and provinces around the world. The challenge now is not to start from scratch. It is to scale up, to connect experiences, to accelerate global implementation, but also to avoid setbacks. When we share what works, we turn local experiences in global solutions. And it's an honor to walk this path with you. Thank you very much.
Hello. Okay, thank you so much for your remarks, Marina and Lulu. Now I open the floor for questions. Comments? Yes? Okay, sorry, Catherine.
Thank you. You know, it's the same question that I had earlier for the North American side, but it's because it really raised my attention when you mentioned the fact that the respiratory problems of children is something that you are actually measuring. So you're actually seeing the health effects of both air pollution and climate change. So I just wanted to really ask you, is the health argument something that is being used in public discussion to get public support? Because I think all of us are dealing with, you mentioned, Catherine, that people get unglued when you have a bike lane instead of a parking space. So is the health argument something that you see is working when it comes to public support for climate action?
Maybe I can just jump in. I'm Pedro Hartung, CEO of Alana Foundation, and we are working closely with pediatricians and associations of health in Brazil and worldwide. We launched in Brazil a guideline for pediatricians on nature, especially on air quality, and with the American Association of Pediatricians too. So the health fundament is a very important piece. So collaborations with other sciences and other professionals like pediatricians is a key aspect to raise attention, but also to give the fundamentals of the already impact on our health. Climate is not just something in the future, it's already happening. And air pollution is one of the links, although there's a lot of discussions on how to understand the science of air pollution and climate, it's already a very important link, and not just for children, but for all of us. So it's really an important aspect that we are working with different associations and professionals.
Just to add to that, alongside air pollution and heat, we have sanitation problem. It's still a huge reality in Brazil, and it's directly linked with health problems in children alongside our country. And health is one of our most important arguments against it, but still it's not enough. And honestly, I cannot understand how can we still manage to have children that are sick because they don't have sanitation, and this is not our most priority. Gustavo, please.
The data centers. Do you have any discussion about the building of data centers in your state, in your country, and the environmental impact of the data centers?
Yes, it is a huge discussion in Brazil right now. In Brazil, we have clean energy, major clean energy matrix. Yes, but we have this problem with water right now, and this is the main question about data centers. And I'm sad to say that we don't have very good forums of discussions. The discussions is being pushed only by economical point of view. And we're trying to introduce the environmental and the climate impact of data centers, but we don't see it. Actually, we see it's moving really fast on the economic point of view.
First, Lini, and then I'll call you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the excellent work that you are doing to bring the visibility to the international stage of the need for action on children's rights. I think that slide, which was shared earlier, which is really remarkable, that in 16 years of COP negotiations, there was just a very minuscule recognition of the rights of children. Actually, the raising visibility has also been because there is a recognition that there needs to be children's champions at COPs, and there has been the practice of having a children's champion at COP since COP27. I think Marcelo Oliveira last year as a champion for the Brazil presidency did a fantastic job. My question to you, and this is also the question to the previous colleagues who spoke, I work in a very intense political environment with legislators, and I have done so for the last 12 years. What I'm seeing is that we are very reticent to discuss this issue of political polarization. We at Globe were unable to engage with the US for many years after 2015 because there was an absolute breakdown in political dialogue, which was bipartisan, which was a real shock to the political culture that was there in the United States. And we experienced a similar issue with Brazil last year. And when we talk to an audience and we assume that we are all left-wing, we are all on that side of the spectrum, it's a real mistake because that is the first hurdle, not assuming that we are all of the same political persuasion, which is why in this 35th year of my organization, we have decided that we have to talk about the resilience of political cultures, of being able to listen and dialogue with people who are not evil, who we must engage with. They're our neighbors, they're in our families. Otherwise, we will have the situation that nobody wants, which is the United States right now. And I think everyone in this room who is not a US citizen will have a view on what has been going on in the United States and why it is that this president has been elected. And in the country that I live in, the United Kingdom, his counterpart, the British Trump, is likely to be elected if we had an election tomorrow. So my question to you is, how are you engaging with others? Really, you have to think very hard about this, and I'd love for you to provide some insight from Brazil.
I think sometimes we have to change a little bit the narrative and then engage people that don't think exactly like you. For instance, I remember when we had this meeting with Bolsonaro, Pedro, we were trying to do a huge project in the Amazon to conserve the biodiversity in the Amazon. And for them to approve everything we were doing and help us, it was really important that we would say that economically we could, see the value of biodiversity. So the project was really good and so on. So they embarked really easily, let's say, so I think you have to change the narrative depending on but I think Marina also wants to say something. No.
No, I couldn't agree more. I think dialogue is one of my main purposes in politics, and I believe in dialogue with the different people with different point of view. And actually, we achieved a lot through dialogue. I was the one who prohibited cell phone schools in São Paulo, and then it became a national law only with dialogue, with all kind of different point of perspective, point of extreme right, extreme left. Everyone actually taking this step together for the children. In São Paulo, we have a government from the right wing, and we saw the disasters and all the advance we achieved after the disasters, all the laws we could approve. It was a huge dialogue with the government, with the right wing. So I believe in dialogue, and I believe in the reality of it, the life of people as a main driver for advance. But I think there's a difference between dialogue and different perspectives and point of view. and those who are actually in politics to protect their business or their life, and they want to have the setbacks only to have personal gain. And this is important to make a difference, because it's not because of a political point of view, a different kind of word deal, but also only because of a perspective of a personal group, of a private institution. And when you have information, you can have dialogue in the same set of interests. So I believe in dialogue. I believe that the only way we can move forward, and I believe politics is the best place to have dialogue between the differences.
Okay. No, I would just add, like, I would recall what Mayor and Hidalgo mentioned before, is that we need to be very open and to understand exactly how our the other side, what they're talking about, like what are their thoughts, and try to find like a common message, or at least be interested and see what narrative it would be connected to them. So I think, as Marina mentioned, it's very important, the dialogue, but also the interest on the other side as well, to be able to dialogue with them.
Thank you. I'm very cognizant that my question stands between us and lunch, so I shall be very brief, and perhaps we can come back to discuss or actually have private conversations during lunch. I think it's a superb session, not least because I look after the Hong Kong Jockey Club Charities Trust. So having Ana Lucia, you speaking and working from the perspective of a foundation is inspiring. Now, my question really goes to two things. One is the general question of what, not if, what is the role of foundations and philanthropies in terms of advocacy, which is what you have done so well with your team in Brazil and elsewhere in the world. But generally, we're not seeing enough of it. And then secondly, is really to go back to a couple of the questions that we heard exposed this morning earlier on, and that is that of financing as a control knob. So what is the role of philanthropic organization, specifically impact capital, in perhaps catalyzing and incentivizing some of this work that crowds in private capital, particularly where public capital is severely lacking in parts of the world? And so is it just merely de-risking capital? How else can you crowd in capital? And perhaps it may also have a role, given the geopolitics of today, because you do probably would find it easier to work through individual philanthropic organizations as opposed to having formal G2G public capital risk pooling. So those are some of the issues that have challenged me and my colleagues, and would very much wish to hear from distinguished participants here so we can all learn together.
I'll start with a little answer, let's say. I think we work with other philanthropists always building networks. This is our goal. So we have all kinds of networks, and we also always have been talking to every company we know. And when we see, for instance, okay, this state is doing this, which are the companies there? Can we convince them to help, because it's going to be good for them? You know, everything's going to be better for their company. So this is a conversation we always have. We always map everything, and we talk to everybody who's who has, what to change and how we can do it together and bringing data always. So I think this is a very important role, like I said, always bringing data to the companies, to the public side, to everybody. So working a lot with the academy to bring data. Anyone else wants to talk and answer this question? Yes, Bridget, please.
Yeah, Bridget Mom from the Bertelsmann Foundation. Thanks so much for your basically the initiative to ask what role philanthropy could have. I think it's very clear that public trust is based on action, right? And I think it's very important that we have the major social media incumbents in this role as well, because I think trust is built not on analog dialogues anymore. It's very much based on data performance and algorithm. And I think that is something that's very unusual for the philanthropic work, basically framework, this new economic procedure behind it. And I believe that for the next generations, we have to build different incentivation models to really drive data for the common good. And I think ethical AI is something that has to be built with neutral organizations and people around the world who really want to basically sustain this planet. And I think societies around the world, no matter what political color. And I think what you were saying, the dialogue is really important between different mindsets, but the idea is to construct it, and I think in a positive way. And therefore, I believe we have many parts here around the table, and maybe the Vatican next year, when we build platforms around the world, we have to unite and not compete. And that sounds so easy, but I think it's really important to have academia and the research and science institutions on the table. And I wish that we maybe have the chance next year, as it will be a very special year, especially for young children, that we build this trusted community around not only the science community, but I think with the others as well. We work on this, and I would appreciate a very concrete, maybe a small project, especially for schools, as we have Paris and many other cities here around the table who show how it could go, but we have to display on public media.
Thank you. Couldn't agree more. So I think now we can continue. Do we have time for one more? No.
I'm never in lecture mode. Thank you. On the philanthropy piece, just to say quickly, there's a group of us who are a Rockefeller Foundation, my foundation, Robert Johnson, welcome. We think that the health angle is the most important angle to address many of the issues we talked about today, particularly the salience and the immediacy of the climate issue at a local and personal and even human rights level. So I think for the other philanthropists in the room, it would be great to tell you more about that. And then specifically, April, to your question, we are doing a lot with impact capital underwriting so that the private markets will do investments in climate-friendly kinds of things. I'd also like to talk to other philanthropists about how we use our impact capital side. This, what I talked about before, is our science side, but how we use our impact capital side in this.
So thank you. I would love to talk more over lunch. Thank you so much for all of your comments for the session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues, honorable members, and members of the Pontifical Academy. It's a great privilege to be here to talk to you this afternoon. Topic is on administration of justice and the role of the courts. I will be as brief as I can and as economical as I can in terms of outcome. Let me begin at the beginning. The UK is the example we've taken, so you can then draw agreements, disagreements, or even parallels between it. The glorious history of the English common law tradition is well known throughout the world. It epitomizes pragmatism, working through problems, rather than coming with principles that were worked out or ideas that have been fully formed. It sounds a bit chaotic, doesn't it? But it worked. Let me explain why it worked. In looking at the early centuries, common law had little to show in terms of the environment. You could look at Blackstone's commentaries on the laws of England. You will see things on fishing rights and maybe property rights, but little on what we call the environment. Yet, miraculously, social issues were looked at by judges. They took the remedies that were available, like nuisance, like contract, and beginnings of tort, negligence, and they adapted them and changed them to fit the needs of a society that had industrialized, polluted, and caused harm. And out of this ad hocery emerged bits and pieces that comprised eventually a statutory form, the Alkali Act, the Clean Air Act, health and safety, and indeed public health, which we have heard some discussion today. Rylance and Fletcher, I think it's even quoted in American courts these days, a kind of strict liability for trespass on a neighbor's land. Yes, it has resonance today for the environment. But such as it is with railways and corporate bodies, it did not advance much beyond that in the last 2 centuries. And there are reasons for this. And very briefly, there are these. In judicial terms, politics is for parliament and law is for judges. Now, that demarcation is complex, simplistic, and wrong, but it is how people perceive their world. Politics, therefore, is seen as to be eschewed by judicial decision-making. What I mean by that is judges should not be making decisions as politicians, but as lawyers. Okay? But it gets a little bit confused because often they discover that whatever legal rules they use, it has political consequences. This brings us then to the current issue. Looking at modern environmental litigation, the Massachusetts against the EPA case in 2007 is often cited, and rightly so, as a starting point. It was about motor vehicles and power plant greenhouse gas emissions. The story of the United Kingdom is that we contributed and have comparatively done some good things, but it's not as clear-cut as I would like it to be. To make it easy, I've just summarized at the outset some of the problems. First of all, litigation needs money. And much of the money is from the public purse, which is declining in its extent, but also in terms of addressing the climate change issues through the bits of legislation. And consequently, pressure groups, Friends of the Earth, World Development Agency, and so on, but also local groups. These are people who've just simply come together to litigate, and they've been successful in many cases. Their success is due to the fact that, unlike the European Convention on Human Rights, the test of standing, loc standi, or a case to be taken, it does not involve proof of a victim, but proof of an arguable case, which is a lower bar to overcome than the victim test. And it means that much more litigation gets there. But public opinion has always been fickle, changeable, as to how litigation is viewed. And in fact, in many cases, litigation has become, not with positive outcomes for protect the environment, but the opposite. Because people forget we have a very complex but important regulatory system. So we have the Environment Agency and we've got DEFRA, which is the department responsible. And this involves the articulation and the understanding of 2,000 bits of legislation, different parts over the years. So what has happened is that these organizations have felt the fear of litigation as distinct from its practicality. So wind turbines are a particular example, not for me. Therefore, people will take litigation against it and prevent it happening. 2 or 3 cases just mentioned. The case of Finch is surely an important one. Here, local people got together and they pressed their local authority, but in vain, to implement the environmental impact assessment. And eventually, the Supreme Court, by a majority, concluded the following. The full impact of climate change on fossil fuel extraction has to be considered. And secondly, the government has to take through its pathway the climate change, which it has set targets to achieve over the years. It's got to achieve that as part of addressing fossil fuel. More litigation has followed, and as a result, there is encouragement. This case can become a change in the way people think and the way they behave. There's one example. Less successful has been transport policy with the large airports. Initially successful, it ended up not doing very well. We have heard of the Swiss examples already. I'll not go over them again. They're so admirably explained by people in the room, but it fits this. So let me just come together the questions that I think we have to think about. Does climate change litigation work? What has been achieved? How do regulators deal with this when it comes to the threat that they can be sued for doing the wrong thing? And that causes the problem of imbalance. Is there resistance to climate change? And what is its future? There is pessimism in my discussion. Many political parties, not all, believe that the Human Rights Act, namely the European Convention on Human Rights, should be abolished. We would leave the convention. The second is that the Climate Change Act of 2008, where gas emissions by 2050 should be 100% reduced, should be abolished. Those are real threats to the planks upon which judicial power works. Successful cases in the courts have challenged some of the global budget, the carbon budget that have been set by different governments, showing that the courts are willing to look at the, how we say, disproportionate efforts that need to be made by many to produce what is needed. So my argument is that in looking at climate change litigation, we have to see the lens of a future that is not going to be in any way, shape, or form like the past. We have to work harder and with more zeal and encouragement. The awful, awful conflict in the Middle East suggests that fossil fuel is no longer available to us. Maybe that is an optimism out of a very pessimistic story. The paradox of war may lead to better things. Sorry, it's so short, but it's the time. Thank you. Now, before we go on, I just wanted to make a promise, which is to Professor Tina Voigt. She is with us. She's a very distinguished environmentalist. She's an expert, and she is here as a witness, but we promise we'll give you a little slot, little not in importance, of course, but in just time at the end of where we hear from the judges. So you can make it clear to us the recent decisions by national and international courts and how that is important for states to take legislative measures. Thank you for coming. Okay, I'd hand you over to my co-chair, who is much better at this than I am. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you so much. Very important. I will share with you some in 5 minutes time, very short presentation that has to do with the situation of Argentina in terms of environmental law. We have a fragmented environmental laws, and we have to move from fragmented compliance to anticipatory ecosystem-based governance. These are our main problems. Argentina often lacks the institutional muscle to make environmental law perform. We don't lack environmental law. We lack justice, we lack the execution of these very important laws. That laws needs to become less episodic, less judicially independent, and more preventive, territorial, measurable, and financial sustainable. Thus, this is the diagnosis. We have a federal fragmentation. We have a weak enforcement capacity. The underfinancing is a common problem that we have been discussing this morning. Information gaps are another very important problem that we are facing. A weak restoration, a cumulative impact, a lack of impact, environmental impact assessment. The structural gap is the environmental systems are integrated, administrative systems are fragmented. That's the problem. The natural system and the administrative system needs a next legal generation that could govern ecosystem and share functional units, not as isolated administrative files. For addition to the next legal generation, a reform agenda to move from reactive control to anticipatory governance. We need a strategic environmental assessment cross-board our different states, federal states, interjurisdictional governance that is very important, create common data platforms, joint inspections, coordinated hearings, and dispute resolution mechanisms. We need a payment for ecosystem services. It's very important to keep in mind the relevance of the conditional cash transfers, CCTs, linked to environmental and ecosystem payments. The Bolsa Verde in Brazil is a good example of this. And of course, we need compensation with safeguards. Well, I don't like to take too much time. This presentation is in the files you can share later. I would like to give a space to the distinguished speakers that are honoring us with their presence. So we will open the floor for the different representatives of very important judiciary corps in our region. So in the first time, Herman Benjamin will have the floor. She's the Chief Justice of the Superior Court of Justice in Brazil and a very good friend of the Academy, and he's doing a great job in Brazil. So Benjamin, I have the horrible role, along with John, of yes, keeping the time properly. So the floor is yours with a big trust in your responsibility about this claim. You have 1 hour, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chairs. I understand that you have a difficult task of playing Kronos here, as our main chair mentioned this morning. But I have to say that you were a little bit vague about how much time I have. I did the math. I would have 12 minutes, but I'm going to speak only for 10. Oh, it's 7. Yeah. So the math is wrong based on, because I thought I would be generous reducing from 12 to 10. But in this case, I have to even compress more my presentation. And when I come here, it's always a privilege to meet so wonderful minds. And I'm very grateful to Chancellor Marcelo Sorondo, who is here and was the person that invited me the first time and other times. I will then omit the second part of my prepared presentation on the jurisprudence of my court. We have no time to discuss that. I'll focus more on the general part of us judges and how we fit within the planetary call to action for climate change resilience, which is the text that is in fact all of us have in front of us, and it will be important to see where are we there? Are we part of that? As you know, this text, the call for to action, has 3 pillars. And it would be a mistake to see us judges only in the 3rd pillar, which is where societal transformation is discussed. And I'm quoting, that's the title of the 3rd pillar. Of course, here is where we would look at us as judge, as an institution, and ask what type of roles can we play in the climate change debate. But we do have in the other 2 pillars, pillar 1, mitigation, and pillar 2, adaptation, a major role to play. It would also be a mistake to think that it's so difficult to play a meaningful role in pillar 1, mitigation, because it's reducing emissions globally, and Switzerland would probably not make a big difference. Brazil would make a big difference. And so judges should not play any role, especially national judges, in respect to that. And then we would be left with adaptation, and an argument would be that we judges have been doing and working with adaptation for ages, even before climate change was put in our radar screen, because we have dealt with deforestation, with water issues, or even, neighbors issues, pollution, fumes, noise, all those issues that predate modernity and all the way back to antiquity. We judges fit in all those 3 pillars. And there is a 4th pillar that is not listed there directly, but it is in Laudato Si, and it's also in Laudate Deum, and more specifically on Fratelli Tutti, which is the social component of everything. We judges have to be aware that we play a role in all those 3 pillars, plus the 2 other pillars that I mentioned. But this doesn't mean that, and the 4th pillar that is biodiversity protection. So the 3 pillars here stated clearly, biodiversity, the 4th pillar is more on Laudato Si, and then the social pillar that is beautifully spelled out in Fratelli Tutti. Taking that into consideration, you use 2 minutes of my time to discuss the challenge that we face as judges. The first challenge is one of ambition and limitation. We judges, unfortunately, don't do miracles. Some of us might think that we can do miracles. There are those that have this notion, we're so powerful, we can do miracles, but we cannot. So we are there, we are relevant, a relevant actor, but all the other pieces of the mosaic have to be together. The government, the executive branch, the legislators, civil society, the academia, all the other components of this enormous and complex mosaic that we call humanity. The second issue is to identify into this forest. That's my area of expertise is for. So the analogy, the metaphor. So the forest of issues. What are the ones that really resonate with us? And this morning we heard a lot about health, and some of you have stressed that health is a catalyzer for many of the issues that we are discussing. Sometimes it doesn't come with, well, I should be careful here. It doesn't come with the antagonism that we see in other spheres. I said that we should be careful because, you know, the pandemic is so recent, and we saw that even vaccines, those things that we would take for granted, have become an issue. And but it's not the only one. But it's not just the protection of future generations, because the future sometimes for judges and for society is too far. This is a language that is even in constitutional provision, future generation. Intergenerational equity is something that probably Professor Christina Voigt will talk about. Finally, it's important, and that's another difficulty that we face, and this was raised by several colleagues this morning, the fact that there is something that we call the enforcement gap. In fact, one of the co-chairs have just mentioned. And we judges are not legislators, even in common law. We depend on good laws, but also we depend on the good understanding of the law and the good understanding of the ethical values that are within the law, and being prepared to bring the mosaic of different statutes together to reach the perfect, not the perfect, or the reasonable decision. And my very last point, I'm going back to Laudato Si, and Laudate Deum, and Fratelli Tutti, is that we judges need to understand that law only exists or makes sense if we have very clearly the ethical foundation of the values that are there. So many thanks.
Thank you so much. So now we'll have Honorable Janet Pelo Chilardi, is la Chief Justice, Supreme Court of Peru, and we'll have you will have the floor with the same time. And thank you so much, Honorable Benjamin. You have very brilliant and also just in time in your presentation.
Agradezco la honrosa invitación para participar en este taller orientado a construir legislación sobre resiliencia climática en el marco del llamado a la acción al que nos convoca el Papa León XIV. Damos continuidad al legado del Papa Francisco, quien en sus encíclicas nos recordó que la crisis ambiental y la crisis social no son realidades separadas, sino expresiones de un mismo problema socioambiental que golpea con especial dureza a los pueblos vulnerables, a las comunidades indígenas y a quienes dependen directamente de la naturaleza para vivir. Como presidenta, puedo afirmar que el Poder Judicial del Perú ha asumido con compromiso el reto de enfrentar esta realidad, contribuyendo desde sus competencias a la construcción de políticas de resiliencia climática. Una expresión concreta de esta labor se encuentra en las acciones y sentencias mediante las cuales los jueces han ordenado reparar daños, proteger derechos humanos y responder a los efectos del cambio climático. Nuestro país no cuenta con una ley denominada expresamente Ley de Resiliencia Ambiental. Sin embargo, este concepto Se recoge en normas como la Ley Marco sobre Cambio Climático, su reglamento y otros instrumentos sobre gestión climática, mitigación, adaptación y reducción de vulnerabilidad en el país. Asimismo, el Código Penal sanciona como delitos ambientales la contaminación, los daños contra los recursos naturales como la minería ilegal y el incumplimiento de estándares ambientales por responsabilidad funcional. En este marco normativo y conforme a los estándares internacionales que recogen el concepto de resiliencia ambiental, el Poder Judicial viene construyendo una justicia ambiental capaz de ofrecer respuestas claras frente a los impactos negativos de la crisis climática. Por razón de tiempo, solo podré dar algunos ejemplos, como la decisión de la Corte Suprema que prohibió la extracción hidrobiológica de mayor escala en áreas naturales protegidas como la Reserva Nacional que acoge nuestras milenarias líneas de Nazca, con el propósito de proteger la biodiversidad y su particular ecosistema. Otro caso relevante fue la valiente decisión judicial que condenó a los asesinos de 4 líderes indígenas de la comunidad Ashánica de Sahueto, quienes defendían sus bosques frente a la tala ilegal y la deforestación de sus territorios ancestrales. Asimismo, en otra sentencia sobre la grave situación de la laguna de Yaninacocha, se ordenó a las autoridades presentar un plan de recuperación con plazos definidos ante la presencia de contaminantes, aguas residuales y riesgos sanitarios. Pero la sentencia que me gustaría resaltar es la que reconoce al río Marañón y a sus afluentes como titulares de derecho. El derecho de los ríos a existir, a fluir sin contaminación, a preservar sus ecosistemas, a que sus guardianes y representantes legítimos sean los pobladores y autoridades de las comunidades indígenas Ucama, Cucamiria, y por supuesto el derecho a ser reparado. Este caso marca un hito histórico en el derecho ambiental peruano, pues se alinea con la visión indígena de la naturaleza como sujeto de derechos y no solo como un recurso, su cosmovisión vista como sistemas vivos esenciales para los pueblos. De otro lado, y como propuestas innovadoras, los jueces y juezas peruanos, especialmente en las zonas altoandinas, han dispuesto que personas condenadas a penas de prestación de servicios comunitarios realicen servicios de arborización, limpieza, recojo de residuos y recuperación de áreas verdes y agrícolas, es decir, la aplicación de sanciones penales con fines de resiliencia climática. En esa línea, bajo el liderazgo de jueces, quienes no solo disponen estas medidas, sino que las impulsan, participé junto con personas sentenciadas en la plantación de más de 1.700 plantas de queñuales en la comunidad de Alto Catacha, en Puno, ubicado a 3.900 metros sobre el nivel del mar. Otros ejes de nuestra política institucional son gestión ambiental interna con la creación de las comisiones de gestión medioambiental, observatorio de sentencias de justicia ambiental, comisión de acceso a la justicia en condiciones de igualdad, fortalecimiento de la justicia ambiental implementando juzgados que abarcan esta competencia, congresos internacionales sobre derecho medioambiental en los cuales, por ejemplo, en el año 2018 se aprobó el Pacto de Madre de Dios por la Justicia Ambiental, documento que se le entregó a Papa Francisco, quien se encontraba en esa ciudad de la selva, con el compromiso institucional de fortalecer el acceso a la justicia ambiental, proteger derechos humanos y resolver de manera más efectiva los conflictos medioambientales. Y subrayo la fecha para que se den cuenta desde cuándo venimos trabajando sin parar. El reto asumido por la justicia peruana es claro y profundamente humano, incorporando la resiliencia climática en la labor judicial para aplicar leyes con estándares internacionales, dictar sentencias que transformen los derechos sociales y los derechos ambientales en una protección concreta para las personas y su dignidad, especialmente para quienes se encuentran en estado de vulnerabilidad. Asimismo, para proteger los ecosistemas y la naturaleza que sostiene la vida. Esto es hoy un mandato ineludible para los jueces y juezas del Perú. Please, the Peruvian video, please.
En un contexto de crisis climática global, la justicia asume un rol clave en la protección del ambiente y la sostenibilidad de la vida. En la comunidad de Alto Catacha, en Puno, a más de 3.800 metros de altitud, se desarrolla una acción de restauración ambiental con la siembra de más de 1.700 árboles de queñua para recuperar ecosistemas altoandinos.
Y este es un trabajo de prestación de servicios a la comunidad. Casi todos han sido sentenciados por temas de violencia en los hogares. También hay algunas mujeres y que están completamente comprometidos a cambios. Y esa forma de cambiar se ve reflejada en la siembra de árboles.
De Justicia Medioambiental ya desarrolló un vivero judicial donde todos los sábados, domingos y los miércoles ellos están presentes, han aprendido a producir árboles desde las semillas, han sacado brinzales, van por los cerros, buscan los heces y les hacen el trasplante correspondiente. Y ahorita tenemos cerca de 25.000 árboles. A esta comunidad se está trayendo 1.700 árboles.
Personas sentenciadas por delitos menores participan en esta labor, convirtiendo la sanción en responsabilidad y la justicia en reparación con la naturaleza.
Nos ha ayudado en ser más responsables, que sean más cuidadosos. Sé que de acá saliendo vamos a ser mejores, ¿no? Y vamos a cumplir con los sueños que vamos a reforestar toda la región de Puno.
El Perú cuenta con una ley marco sobre cambio climático que impulsa decisiones, acciones y mecanismos que el Poder Judicial desarrolla para promover la resiliencia climática. Por ejemplo, en la Reserva Nacional Dorsal de Nazca y la Laguna de Yarinacocha se reforzó el deber del Estado de conservar, prevenir y reparar los daños ambientales. Este desarrollo reconoce avances significativos, como el caso del río Marañón como sujeto de derechos, ampliando la protección jurídica de la naturaleza. En el caso Sahueto, se evidenció la necesidad de proteger a los líderes axénicas y defensores ambientales, así como los bosques, la biodiversidad y los territorios frente al cambio climático y la degradación ambiental. Desde 2016, el Poder Judicial impulsa una política de justicia ambiental con órganos especializados y criterios orientados a la sostenibilidad y protección de los recursos naturales.
Esta planta se ha bautizado como Sonjo Jueces, o sea, corazón de los jueces. Y aquí queda para 800 años por delante.
Este sistema se sustenta en la Constitución, el Código Penal y leyes como la Ley General del Ambiente, la Ley de Consulta Previa y la Ley Marco sobre Cambio Climático. El Poder Judicial del Perú, que preside Janet Tello Gilardi, impulsa una justicia que protege el ambiente y reafirma un compromiso compartido. Cuidar el planeta es cuidar la vida y el futuro de la humanidad.
Thank you so much, Annette. Very, very inspiring examples of how the justice could work. You have, before your time. Yes, excellent. Yes. No, we are trying to keep the time working because we need more time for discussion and for the exchange of opinion once the different speaker has delivered their presentation. So our Maria Teresa de Assis Moura, Minister of Superior Court of Justice, Brazil, is an honor to have you here, and the floor is yours too.
Very much. I will speak in Portuguese, my language. Eu gostaria
de agradecer imensamente o convite da Pontifícia Academia de Ciências Sociais, em especial ao professor Marcelo Orozco, pela oportunidade de estar aqui no dia de hoje, participar deste evento fantástico, com tantos expertos no tema da resiliência climática. Eu gostaria de saudar também o meu colega, amigo, presidente do Superior Tribunal de Justiça, Herman Benjamin, que é uma referência para todos nós, no tribunal e fora dele, em questões ambientais. Saúdo também os chairmen e também os meus colegas de sessão. Eu vou falar um pouco, fugindo da legislação propriamente dita, sobre a resiliência climática e a atuação do STJ no Brasil e algumas boas práticas existentes na nossa corte. Aqui? A sustentabilidade integra a governança institucional do Superior Tribunal de Justiça e se fundamenta em 3 eixos: estrutura, monitoramento e aprendizagem. O tribunal possui uma assessoria de gestão sustentável, com uma agenda sustentável institucional e, portanto, tem uma unidade organizacional designada com uma equipe dedicada integralmente à pauta ambiental. A assessoria assegura a continuidade e a tecnicidade das ações, executa ações integradas de sustentabilidade e faz o monitoramento do plano de logística sustentável. A existência de um plano institucional de gestão com metas, o acompanhamento e a revisão periódica garantem a eficiência operacional e a responsabilidade socioambiental da Corte. E o terceiro eixo, que é o da aprendizagem, foca na capacitação. A sensibilização do público interno e o engajamento com ações educacionais e de cidadania trazem para dentro do tribunal a sustentabilidade como um valor estratégico e cultura organizacional. O STJ é uma referência de como a agenda climática pode ser incorporada ao funcionamento ordinário de uma corte superior. A governança do STJ atingiu um novo patamar de efetividade ao consolidar a accountability climática por meio da integração de dados públicos, inventários rigorosos e transparência ativa. Os painéis públicos consubstanciam um plano de logística sustentável que pode ser acompanhado em ambiente de visualização pública e traz informações acessíveis a todos. O inventário de emissões de gás de efeito estufa, eles são feitos e as emissões passam a ser inventariadas e comparáveis ao longo do tempo para a tomada de decisões. Já a transparência é mostrada pelo monitoramento contínuo do plano de logística sustentável. O painel de dados abertos reforça a credibilidade e continuidade administrativa. A governança se torna mais efetiva quando é acompanhada por dados acessíveis, rastreados e atualizados. O engajamento do Superior Tribunal de Justiça no Programa de Justiça Carbono Zero consolida esta atuação nossa e passa a integrar a resposta do tribunal à crise climática. A agenda de baixo carbono combina medição, redução e compensação das emissões. A medição é feita através de inventários de emissões de gases de efeito estufa, buscando, com isso, reduzir, reorganizar o consumo e a infraestrutura. e culmina com ações que visam a compensação das emissões residuais. E assim, o tribunal opera com visão de longo prazo. A governança proativa do tribunal se faz presente também na existência de uma usina fotovoltaica, que é um pilar fundamental para a resiliência climática da Corte. E, com isso, um mecanismo eficiente de mitigação das emissões. Este painel opera com, esta usina opera com 7.000 painéis solares desde 2023 e atua como uma medida direta de mitigação, substituindo fontes fósseis e impactando positivamente o inventário de emissões de gases de efeito estufa no STJ, além, obviamente, de todos os benefícios que traz ao reduzir a eletricidade. Um outro exemplo de boa prática que nós temos no tribunal é o bosque, que representa um marco de regeneração ambiental e preservação do bioma cerrado, numa área de quase 59 hectares. Não é uma floresta, mas temos o nosso bosque. E, mais recentemente, na gestão do ministro Herman Benjamin como presidente, o bosque, em dezembro de 2024, foi revitalizado na Gleba A, marcando com isso o plantio de mais de 2.000 mudas nativas e do cerrado e a savana de maior diversidade biológica do mundo. E, por fim, nós temos que a responsabilidade institucional do tribunal se consolida pela promoção da sustentabilidade por meio de 4 eixos. Uso racional de recursos. E temos que usar recursos de forma eficiente e otimizada, diminui desperdícios e, além disso, diminui os custos. A gestão de resíduos, por sua vez, é um compromisso estratégico do tribunal. Promover práticas eficazes para manejo e destinação dos resíduos, não só internamente pelo próprio tribunal, como também o tribunal mantém um ponto de entrega para usuários de materiais descartáveis especiais, com isso também auxiliando nessa gestão de resíduos. Já a responsabilidade social se mostra no que chamamos a Feira do Pequeno Produtor, que é um apoio à economia local e traz produtos unicamente orgânicos para a feira. Os produtores são selecionados mediante edital público, todos vendem produtos orgânicos e, com isso, além de fomentar a economia local, traz uma aproximação entre o pequeno produtor e os nossos servidores. Esta feira, uma vez por semana, nós temos, em média, 4.000 servidores e terceirizados que frequentam diariamente esta praça onde fica a feira. E, por fim, no eixo da mobilidade urbana, o Superior Tribunal de Justiça investe na redução da pegada de carbono. E como faz isso? Mediante a existência de um bicicletário nas nossas dependências e uma estrutura completa de vestiário para um incentivo ao transporte sustentável, com a expansão da malha viária para chegar próximo ao tribunal, possibilitando com isso que os servidores possam ir de bicicleta e se aprontar para o trabalho. Esta é uma apresentação muito breve. Eu gostaria apenas de concluir dizendo que a atuação do Superior Tribunal de Justiça demonstra que a resiliência climática é indissociável da eficiência operacional, materializando os princípios da governança climática por meio de mecanismos de economia circular, gestão de resíduos e mobilidade de baixo carbono. Essas iniciativas, aliadas à modernização da infraestrutura e ao uso racional de recursos funcionam como vetores de otimização orçamentária que fortalecem a capacidade da Corte de enfrentar os desafios ambientais sistêmicos. Gostaria de agradecer a todos e muito obrigada.
Thank you very much. Now we turn to the Honorable Marianne Bowler, Magistrate Judge of the United States District Court. Please, the floor is yours.
Esteemed members of the audience, it is an honor and a privilege to be here today. Any discussion of the enactment of climate resilience in the United States must begin with the basic tenets set forth in the United States Constitution, establishing the three branches of government: the legislative, the judiciary, and the executive, which are separate and distinct. The role of a federal judge as part of the judicial branch, first and foremost, is to say what the law is. Judges in the United States do not have the power to enact law. Rather, they objectively must exercise restraint and interpret the law as set. Congress writes and enacts the laws, and it has broad powers to enable it to make laws, create agencies, and implement initiatives to protect and sustain the environment. Within this framework, I turn to the development of federal environmental legislation and how the federal courts may impact the implementation of climate resilience measures while maintaining their neutrality. In the 1960s, amid concern over environmental disasters and resource mismanagement, Congress began implementing environmental protection. The first major step in climate resilience was enacting the National Environmental Protection Act, NEPA, in 1969, codifying a national policy to encourage harmony between Americans and their environment and preventing and eliminating environmental damage. It emphasized ecological systems and natural resources. Congress granted the president the authority to create the Environmental Protection Agency, the EPA, an independent agency of the executive branch, to establish and enforce environmental standards, conduct research, combat pollution, and establish a council to develop policy. Congressional delegation to the executive branch complicates enforcement because policies and priorities may differ from one administration to another. All three branches of the government affect enforcement of environmental laws. Congress makes the laws protecting the environment. The executive branch promotes and enforces the law, and the judicial branch hears cases and controversies concerning constitutional challenges to environmental legislation, civil and criminal enforcement actions, and challenges to executive policy. The first modern legislation directly aimed at tackling climate-related issues laid the groundwork for implementing and enforcing environmental laws later enacted by Congress, specifically dealing with air and water. Congress determined that the Clean Air Act was necessary because American cities experienced air pollution from urbanization, industry, and motor vehicles, endangering public health. The Clean Air Act's purposes were to protect and enhance the quality of America's air resources and initiate research and development to prevent and control pollution. The act stressed state and local compliance. The act's substantive mission was upheld, as you heard Professor McEldowney refer to earlier, in Massachusetts versus the EPA, perhaps the most significant environmental case decided by the United States' highest court, the Supreme Judicial Court. The Clean Water Act serves as a powerful example of environmental legislation that has significantly bolstered climate resiliency. Enacted in '72, it aims at restoring and maintaining the integrity of the nation's waterways. Congress adopted policy goals eliminating the discharge of toxic pollutants into navigable waters. Under the Act, protection for aquatic environments has been dramatically strengthened, resulting in billions of pounds of pollutants not entering America's waterways. When environmental laws like the Clean Air Act and the Clean Water Act are violated, it calls upon federal judges to ensure that the penalties for violations of these laws are correctly and fairly applied. In 2004, I presided over a case in which an oil barge carrying more than 99,000 barrels of heavy oil was being towed along the Atlantic coast. It hit a rock and spilled its contents along pristine beaches, killing hundreds of federally protected birds and damaging thousands of acres of shellfish beds. Criminal charges were filed against defendant barge operator for violations of the Clean Water Act and the Migratory Bird Act. The defendant pled guilty, and in entering judgment on behalf of the United States, I imposed conditions of probation to ensure the defendant's ongoing responsibility. And in addition, I imposed a monetary penalty of $10 million. I used my discretion to strongly recommend that $8 million of the fine be used to fund eligible wetland conservation projects in the area of the spill. The conditions of probation were not lifted until 2016, demonstrating the long-term impact of the criminal conduct. In addition to the criminal monetary penalty, over $19 million was secured through the settlement of the civil suit arising from the same disaster, and some of those funds were also designated. These undertakings exemplify how judicial enforcement of environmental legislation can accomplish climate resiliency laws created by legislation. The case exemplifies the Clean Water Act status as legislation aimed at promoting and enforcing resilience measures. Courts also have the power to impose civil penalties for environmental violation. Recently, I resolved a case through mediation involving Clean Air Act violations by a bus company. Massachusetts state law, like state legislators across the way, prohibits buses from idling for over 5 minutes, in line with the state's obligation under the Federal Clean Air Act. Evidence showed that the buses belonging to one company likely committed at least 12,000 violations, exposing powerful pollutants. Again, I was able to reach a settlement of over $6 million. The judicial process has resulted in consistent enforcement of environmental laws, and together we must work in this global environment to work together as brothers and sisters to improve climate resiliency in the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm delighted to be here for this invitation. And as a current member of the Italian Constitutional Court, I would like to reflect a little bit on the possible role of the courts in climate change issues alongside political actors. I will address here three interrelated questions. First, a question about the legitimation for the courts to intervene in these matters vis-à-vis the principle of separation of powers, which has just been mentioned. Second, a question about the institutional and political appropriateness for courts to intervene in these matters. And third, a question about the effectiveness of court intervention and the real added value of judicial intervention compared to political action. In other words, I will ask the following question. First, may courts intervene? Second, should they intervene? And third, if so, what can they realistically achieve through their intervention? I won't mention the Italian experience because it's not so significant in this matter. So I'll try to consider some general issues concerning the role of the judiciary without reference to the situation of any particular legal system. So first of all, legitimation. Well, the very legitimation of court's intervention in this field is undisputed when it comes to enforce existing legislation, of course, but is contested when it comes to judicial review of legislation, because there's often no legal basis in the text of constitutions or human rights instrument on climate change issues. So that the legitimation, for example, of the European Court for Human Rights has been questioned by the British member of the court in Klima Signorin judgment, which was discussed, no, too early, which was discussed this morning. And textualists and original approaches in legal methodology converge into denying any legitimation for the courts to superimpose their assessment over those of political bodies elected by citizens. Yet, a number of courts throughout the world have decided to step in and take some form of action, basically thanks to a double-tier strategy. On the one hand, for all the legal systems where international obligations ratified by the state have constitutional or semi-constitutional status, it is always possible for courts to review legislative and administrative acts against the background of these international obligations and possibly strike down the law or an administrative act if they are inconsistent with those obligations. On the other hand, an even more radical strategy consists in identifying constitutional or international provisions that can work themselves as legal basis for courts' intervention in climate change matters, thanks to an evolutive interpretation or a living doctrine or equivalent. A living instrument doctrine, of course. So, for example, the European Court for Human Rights draws from Article 2 and 8 of the Convention a general positive obligation upon state parties to protect the environment from adverse effects of climate change. A crucial emphasis in all these interpretative techniques has to be placed, however, in the idea that the rights that must be protected include those of future generations, by recognizing that the current members of our communities owe a duty not only to our already existing citizens, but also to those who have not been born yet, which might appear obvious from a moral point of view, but is not so obvious from a strictly legal point of view. In any case, it seems that apart from those courts that appear to be following a strict originalist approach, like the current US court, US Supreme Court, courts are generally ready to play their part when they are requested to do so by citizens or NGOs. This leads me to the second question about the political and institutional appropriateness of courts' intervention. Is it really appropriate for courts to step in these matters, or should they better refrain from intervening and leave room to the politically more legitimized actors? The case for judicial restraint is admittedly here rather strong. countering climate change or putting in place mitigation strategy or adaptation strategies requires complex balancing of competing public and private interests that courts are not particularly well suited to perform. Most of all, when what is challenged is not a particular state action, but rather a state inaction or an insufficient action by state actors. Allocating public resources and requiring sacrifice of individual interests for the sake of common good falls primarily upon the public actor's responsibility acting on the basis of electoral mandate. However, a powerful counter-argument is that the primary task of constitutional courts and judicial review of legislation is the protection of the vulnerable members of the society that are the most exposed to the adverse effects of climate change, as Pope Francis, which was mentioned this morning, put it when he stressed the climate crisis is at the same time a social crisis. This task requires, if necessary, counter-majoritarian action if political actors disregard their duty to protect the most vulnerable or insufficiently protect them. This is true also for young generation, for our children, and for those who haven't been born yet. But here comes the third and final problem, the effectiveness of the court's intervention. What can they realistically do on the basis of their institutional competencies and powers? Sensible action in this field is complex and requires making hard choices among different options, which always involve important financial interests and financial investments. And courts, as everyone knows, have no sword nor purse. Courts usually overcome this difficulty by relying on the legal obligations that states have voluntarily undertaken in the international setting. These obligations set goals that must be respected by states, with the consequence that it is their responsibility to choose, through a democratic decision-making process, the most suitable means to achieve these goals. Whereas it falls upon the court's responsibility to test at least whether the chosen means are manifestly ill-suited to achieve them. The underlying idea is that manifestly flawed climate change policies at the national level are actually no more than fraudulent schemes to eschew serious implementation of the international obligation. The main problem remains, however, how to ensure compliance with the judgment in validating inadequate policies to tackle climate change. As it was the case in the judgment by the European Court of Human Rights in Klimaseniorin, or in the German Constitutional Court in 2021 landmark case on climate change. Given again the fact that courts can of course denounce an unconstitutional state of affairs, but have no control on budget and can't directly allocate resources to this aim, and must instead rely on the implementation of their judgments by political actors. How to compel them to take action? This question is crucial for courts because non-compliance with their orders can be very dangerous for the moral and institutional standing of the court. Non-compliance undermines the general authority of the court, which is based on loyalty of citizens to the institution and on the general belief in their binding force. Once a court starts issuing judgments that are likely not to be complied with, it starts to swim in troubled water. And moreover, we as courts should not underestimate that decisions requiring legislative and administrative actions potentially impinging on powerful private interests are likely to spark adverse reactions, decrying courts overstepping their institutional competence and invading a space reserved, just 1 minute, and a space reserved to democratic legitimized agencies. Campaigns based on misinformation and personal attacks against judges are also to be expected. However, and this is more or less my conclusion, I'm still convinced that court judgments, in particular if arising from top national and international courts, can indeed play a significant role, even if they're not immediately complied with, or even if they're likely to generate a backlash. Court judgment, even of declaratory nature, do have a moral value and can exert a considerable pressure on political actors by solemnly reminding them of the shared responsibility of everyone to tackle climate change issues. Court judgment can contribute to raise awareness and give compelling arguments to those political forces, NGOs, and sectors of society and the media that are willing to fight for more public engagement in this emergency. Furthermore, judgments can explain in clear and authoritative terms the state of current knowledge and existing international obligations on climate change, so that the judgments themselves can become significant tools to enhance public education on these matters, particularly if courts and judges start to take more and more seriously the idea that their mission is not only adjudicating cases, but also strengthen and spread constitutional loyalty among citizens and communities through communication strategies. In conclusion, I believe that courts can indeed play a role in this battle, a limited role, of course, for reason linked to the inherent limits of courts' power and the necessary deference to discretion of politically legitimized institutions, but their role is not insignificant. Courts can and should, in my opinion, conceive themselves as actors in the broad alliance mentioned by Mayor Hidalgo this morning, an alliance between different stakeholders, members of the public, and of course also religious institutions like the Catholic Church, advocating for urgent action to be taken by political actors. Thank you very much for the patience.
Thank you very much for a very, very useful and informative presentation. Now I call on Honorable Roberto Andres Gallardo, President of COPACHU and President Instituto Fray Bartolomé de las Casas. Oh, sorry.
Buenas tardes a todas y todos. Gracias por la invitación, profesor Suárez Orozco. Gracias a todos los que hacen posible este encuentro, amigas, amigos. Les voy a confesar que había preparado y me fui a dormir anoche con mi tema presionado para no pelearme con Cronos sobre la opinión consultiva 32/25 de la Corte Interamericana de Derechos Humanos. Pero infelizmente hubo una exposición previa en un video muy bien hecho y muy bien dicho que haría que yo esté repitiendo cosas. Y como la mayoría de ustedes afortunadamente no son jueces y tampoco son abogados, no quiero aburrirlos repitiendo conceptos. Así que cambié el ángulo de mi exposición y solo voy a referirme para complementar algunos aspectos de lo que dijo el colega preopinante sobre la intervención de la Corte Interamericana. En principio, hablar sobre la importancia que tiene, la importancia política y regional que tiene esa opinión consultiva, porque recién escuchaba las palabras del profesor perteneciente a la Corte Constitucional Italiana, ¿no? Y pensaba en los avances que produce esta intervención de la Corte Interamericana para nosotros como jueces de la región del sur. Zanja mucho de las problemáticas que planteó el colega, ¿no? La opinión consultiva plantea estándares vinculantes y obligatorios para nosotros como jueces latinoamericanos para establecer la prevalencia de determinados paradigmas jurídicos. Por ejemplo, el vinculado a la transfronterización de la problemática climática, o sea, cómo un fenómeno que es transfronterizo, como el del cambio climático, necesita que nuestros procedimientos judiciales también tengan flexibilidad. Porque si nosotros oponemos a un fenómeno transfronterizo un criterio rígido y territorial, estamos jugando con herramientas de hace un siglo contra un proceso que tiene una dinámica muy distinta y muy compleja. Por otro lado, nos obliga a considerar las asimetrías entre quienes contaminan y quienes producen el cambio climático y, en definitiva, quienes lo padecemos, que en general pertenecemos a países periféricos y a pueblos pobres. Entonces, estas asimetrías en el proceso tienen que ser necesariamente evaluadas por los jugadores en nuestra región. Y tal vez uno de los principales aspectos que plantea esta opinión consultiva es sortear la problemática que existe cuando los gobiernos, o sea, el sector político de los países, están presionados o influenciados por las mismas corporaciones que son las que, en definitiva, contaminan y perjudican el medio ambiente. Entonces, la salida para nuestra problemática climática es política y jurídica. Y la Corte Interamericana saltea esta posibilidad de el entaponamiento o el amurallamiento del sector político, habilitando al sector judicial a que supere todas estas barreras e intervenga en forma directa. Me parece ciertamente como juez sudamericano muy importante la opinión consultiva de la Corte. Y es una perlita lo que les voy a, decimos una perlita, una suerte de información adicional que les voy a comentar ahora, vinculada con la cita que hace la opinión consultiva sobre documentos de Francisco, porque la opinión consultiva trae párrafos de Laudato Si y trae párrafos de Laudato Deum, y también habla sobre el encuentro de las academias en el evento que organizó el profesor Suárez Orozco en sus orígenes sobre la resiliencia climática, ¿no? Y cuando uno busca los antecedentes de cómo cita a la Corte al Papa, no encuentra el dato, ¿no? Y ahora yo les voy a comentar una incidencia que me tocó en ese momento compartir con Francisco, con quien tenía un epistolario regular que no he abierto y no sé si alguna vez lo abriré, pero dentro de ese epistolario hay dos documentos que circularon y son documentos públicos y por eso yo los traigo aquí, que no están mencionados en la opinión consultiva. Uno es un pedido que le hace la presidencia de la Corte Interamericana al Papa sobre conocer su opinión en relación a esta problemática. Y eso lo hace el 23 de mayo del 2024, con la firma de la doctora Hernández López, que era presidenta de la Corte Interamericana. Y el 10 de junio del 2024, Francisco, nuestro querido Papa, le contesta a la Corte y le envía estos documentos que después la Corte cita, sus propias encíclicas y exhortaciones y las conclusiones de la Pontificia Academia de la Ciencia. Y yo quiero detenerme en un párrafo de la carta de Francisco que dice: el tema en cuestión es desde hace varios años motivo de mi preocupación. Eso explica que me haya pronunciado extensamente en documentos centrales, como la encíclica Laudato Si, la exhortación apostólica Laudate Deum, y recientemente suscribiendo el protocolo en relación a la resiliencia y el cambio climático elaborado por las academias pontificias. Considero que la necesidad urgente de medidas concretas y efectivas es un imperativo. Se estrecha el espacio para debates teóricos frente a las evidencias de la destrucción planetaria. Estoy convencido, decía Francisco, que la Corte Interamericana, con su importante voz y su trascendente rol institucional y regional, puede contribuir sin dudas a dar pasos decisivos en esa dirección. Este es un poco el background de esa decisión de la Corte, y nos habla una vez más de un Francisco estratega y estadista, más allá de un líder espiritual, de alguien que vio cómo era la dinámica del mundo y la vio desde mucho antes de su papado y durante su papado con mucha claridad. Y pudo describir las relaciones desiguales entre el sur y el norte, ¿no? Porque nosotros en el sur, y él fue un papa de la periferia, en el sur vivimos desde la colonialidad, la expoliación, y actualmente subsiste la expoliación, no es que la expoliación es un fenómeno terminado, en su momento fue el oro y la plata, hoy es el litio, pero en cada una de las prácticas expoliatorias hay prácticas de degradación planetaria. Y el norte juega con los beneficios de la expoliación y tiene más tiempo para pensar en las reglas de cómo mantener institucionalidades progresivas en un contexto en donde la degradación es mucho más clara para nosotros que habitamos el sur. Entonces, Francisco, que tenía esa mirada, pudo describir en sus encíclicas cuáles eran las salidas. Y afortunadamente, la Corte Interamericana recogió su legado y su definición teórica para poder darnos a los jueces de la región herramientas para hacer posible y concretar la dignidad planetaria, la dignidad ecológica y, en definitiva, la salvación de nuestro planeta. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much indeed. Now I'll turn very briefly to Professor Christina Voigt to talk a little bit about recent decisions by national and international courts and how necessary that is for the future legislative measures. And then we'll have a very brief discussion of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your kind invitation. It's a great pleasure being here. It goes without saying, it's an honor, but it's also really a privilege to be privy to these very important and timely discussions. I'll take my starting point in what you, Governor, said this morning, and that is the importance of having the legal framework in place. We've touched upon the necessity of having climate laws in place in many of the interventions. And I'd like to highlight 3 points in this regard. The first one is the duty, the legal duty of states to legislate. The second one is to look into some of these court decisions that you just mentioned, John, in terms of what are those courts actually saying needs to be the content of climate legislation. And third, very briefly, on what the legal consequences are if states do not legislate. Well, first of all, climate legislation is not just nice to have. It's not just good to have. It's not a political choice. It is a legal duty. And I invite us to pause for a second to recognize that we are currently witnessing something historically unprecedented. And that's the number of cases, of climate cases in national courts all over the world. It's a phenomenon that is capturing so many different jurisdictions as well as international. We have 4 advisory opinion proceedings and the European Court on Human Rights and perhaps some more to come. And these courts are giving a very clear message on the duties of states with respect to climate change, as some have described as we have entered the era of law when it comes to climate change. For example, the International Court of Justice in its advisory opinion from last year, and we touched upon it several times, was very, very clear in stating that states must put in place a national system, including legislation and regulation of private actors, administrative procedures, and an enforcement mechanism, and exercising adequate vigilance to make such a system function effectively. That was the highest judicial organ of the United Nations system. But we've got very similar, in fact, almost identical statements from the International Tribunal on the Law of the Sea, from the European Court on Human Rights, from the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, as you just mentioned, Judge Gallardo. Why am I saying this? There are 2 points. First of all, as I already stated, legislating is a legal duty. States are obliged to take legislative measures. But the second point is also interesting because they're obliged to do so under several international laws and treaties. Human rights law, something we talked about quite a lot today, but also the Law of the Sea Convention, the Paris Agreement, customary international law. Wherever we look, basically, there now is a legal duty of states to act with diligent conduct and legislate, which is sometimes referred to as regulatory due diligence. But that's not all that courts say. They're also very specific in giving some guidance of what the content should be of such climate change legislation. The starting point, of course, is the European Court on Human Rights and the Klimaseniorinnen judgment, where the court was very clear saying that measures taken by states must be capable of mitigating the existing and potentially irreversible future effects of climate change. But it got even more specific. Article 8 was interpreted as including a duty to reduce greenhouse gas emission levels with a view to reaching net neutrality in principle within the next 3 decades, which is by 2050, and thereby interpreting the European Convention of Human Rights in the light of the Paris Agreement, and thereby also creating some harmony between different international legal instruments and making the net zero target, as well as others, the European Union included in its Climate Act, a legal duty and not just choice. The same was stated by the International Tribunal on the Law of the Sea, which said that it's a duty to take all measures to prevent, reduce, and control marine pollution, including by greenhouse gas emissions, in the light of the 1.5 degrees temperature goal of the Paris Agreement and the corresponding emission pathways, which again are net zero emissions by 2050. And again, interpreting the Law of the Sea Convention in the light of the Paris Agreement and in an attempt to create that legal harmony in international law. And even more specific, in Klimaseniorinnen, the European Court made clear that climate legislation has to have a specific target timeline for carbon neutrality, even a carbon budget, which is very difficult for many states to include in their national legislation. They have to have intermediate and long-term targets. They have to update their targets with due diligence based on the best available science. That this is the idea of progression, doing better every time you revise your laws. They have to be comprehensive. They have to be consistent. They have to be concise and clear. That's something the UK Supreme Court said. You can't just have a climate act that nobody understands, but it actually has to be understandable to the citizens on the street. It has to include an environmental impact assessment, as you rightly said, which has to be comprehensive and includes the impact also of exported emissions, very important for Norway, which basically has very little domestic emissions, but exports oil and gas. And the UK Supreme Court in the Finch judgment pointed this very clearly out. And climate legislation has to be fair, and it has to be fair towards those that are young today or not even born today. Herman Benjamin pointed out. Measures to address climate change can be restrictive to our freedoms, and for that reason, they have to be allocated fairly over time. And this is what the German Federal Constitutional Court said, that it can be discriminating to young people to kick the can down the road and take the really heavy measures towards 2050 when they're a little bit older. And it interpreted the German constitution in that intertemporal expansion of freedom rights that you mentioned, Michael. And the Inter-American Court on Human Rights, as we just heard, made clear that climate action is an obligation of jus cogens, meaning you cannot legislate yourself away from what is termed in international law. And my final point, I heard the bell. What are the legal consequences if states do not adopt such climate legislation? We heard already Judge Vigano speak to that with regard to the European Court on Human Rights, but also the International Court of Justice was very clear, saying that a state that does not exercise due diligence in the performance of its obligation to adopt the necessary legislative and regulatory measures commits an internationally wrongful act. entailing its international responsibility. And my belief is that this also changes the narrative. It changes the narrative and what is needed from the political, from the scientific, to the narrative of law and to the narrative of legal duties. And hopefully that will help to states, to convince states to not just regulate, but regulate well and effectively and enforce their legislation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for a wonderful presentation. Colleagues, I'm in your hands a bit on this, but my recommendation, my proposal is, if it's agreeable, we could have our coffee break now and stay on time. And then there is a spot at 1800, 6 o'clock, where we have a discussion. So would it be in order for everyone to do that? I think it's fair that we should thank all our wonderful speakers, including you. I'm not thinking myself. Thank you. You've been a wonderful and understanding audience. Thank you.
Increíble. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Yeah. I am delighted to welcome you back. And I am deeply honored to introduce for session 6 on proof points from Asia and the Pacific. My dear colleague, my twin brother, the great Professor Ram Ramanathan, that unfortunately he can't be with us here today because he's on the way, summoned by the King of Sweden to receive the Crawford Prize for his fundamental theoretical work on the causes and consequences of our warming atmosphere. I introduce you Professor Ram Ramanathan of the Pontifical Academy of Science.
Honorable panel members and workshop participants, I'm really honored to offer these chair's remarks. Climate resilience legislation is a truly urgent requirement. Let's start with why. I have twofold rationale for this. The first one, just during this century, from 2000 to 2019, 2 decades, 4 billion people were affected by disasters, mostly weather-related. They experienced damages worth $3 trillion, and 1.2 million died in these disasters. What is for me was shocking was that among the top 10 countries in the world that suffered the greatest losses, 7 were in the Asia-Pacific region. Second, in less than 5 years, the planet will cross the 1.5 degree threshold warming, and without losing a beat, we'll race within another 10 years to crossing the threshold of 2 degrees. All of this in the next 15 to 20 years. I personally consider the 1.5 degree moment, which we will cross in another few years, as I think of it as the COVID moment, when climate change will enter all of our living rooms, just like COVID pandemic did. All of us, wealthy and poor, will be affected. And when we cross that and cross the 2 degree crossing, about 10 years from 2030, we can expect weather extremes to increase by at least a factor of 2 or more compared with current extremes. That is what you legislators and city influencers and the city leaders have to plan for, okay? And particularly, let's talk about the Asia-Pacific region, which is the subject of this panel. With more than 40% of the population, there'll be heavier rains, more intense floods, and heat waves and droughts, depending on where you happen to live, in the coastal region or inland or in deserts, drought regions. The need for electrical energy, be it fossil fuels or renewables, will intensify, particularly amongst the poorest billions. So right now, they're still living on primitive energy sources like burning firewood, dung, crop residues, etc. So we need to think about the needs for the people, both the poor and the not so poor and the wealthy. It's going to affect all of us. And we also need to think about the ecosystem. So I offer the following as far as what legislation we would need. It will be required in the following categories. I'm just giving you a few examples. The demand will be huge. So let me just give you the examples which I think should be amongst the top 10 or 15. Adaptation will require as much financing as mitigation, if not more, by the time the warming is 2 degrees. The world is spending about 95% of the climate action expenses in trillions of dollars on mitigation. Adaptation, resilience, etc., is so far attracted less than 10%. Second, roughly half of the adaptation costs will have to be for agriculture and flood-proofing and fireproofing our infrastructure, including our homes. We have to mandate affordable energy access for everyone to cope with these weather extremes, be it heat waves, floods, fires, droughts, etc. Okay? It has to be made affordable to everyone, just not the wealthy. Fourth, we have to ban food waste. Right now, at the world as a large, we are tossing or throwing about 30 to 40% of the food into garbage, landfills, falling off trucks on roads, etc., etc. This is significant because agriculture is responsible for emitting more than 25% of the heat-trapping pollutants. Just imagine how much we can save by banning food waste. And the fifth item I want to touch on is with respect to the financial burden from weather-induced damages. Consideration should be given to the fact the poor, or at least 1 billion in the Asia-Pacific region, contribute minimally to emissions, probably less than 10% compared to the rest of the population, while they suffer most of the weather damages. There is one estimate which says the poor half of the planet suffer roughly 75% of the damages. The last item I want to bring up is nature-based solutions. Mitigation, including carbon sequestration and adaptation, should give the highest priority to nature-based solutions. It's a win-win situation. We can help adaptation, but we can also help take off the pollutants out from the air. So in conclusion, what I would like to leave this mark, finally, the Pontifical Academy of Sciences and Social Sciences, I'd like to mention the incredible work they are doing in raising awareness for climate resilience. So we are planning on a global resilience movement at Vatican. Thanks to the tireless and inspiring champion in our midst, Chancellor Marcelo Suarez Orozco. So thank you, Marcelo. In terms of this panel and other panel members, your action plans and deliberations will contribute significantly to the global movement we are planning for resilience early next year. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I give you Thomas Clark, General Counsel, Asian Development Bank. Thomas.
Chancellor, thank you very much. Just a process check. I was asked to prepare about 10 minutes. Is that still okay or good? Okay. Don't want to go against expectations, but thank you very much. And let me say, excellencies and honorable justices, distinguished participants from all over the political, academic, and development Spears. It's an honor to join this important dialogue on building climate resilience through law, which is critical. And I'm just deeply grateful to His Eminence Cardinal Turkson and to the Pontifical Academy of Sciences and Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences for convening us really in a spirit of shared responsibility. And echoing His Holiness Pope Leo XIV's call to move beyond words, my message today from Asia is really a practical one. And it highlights how countries across the Asia Pacific are translating commitment into climate resilient legislation. Now, by brief background, Asia and the Pacific is truly on the front lines of what most of us come to understand as the triple planetary crisis, involving the environment, nature and biodiversity loss, as well as pollution. It's a region that's remarkable for growth. Everyone, I think, understands the economic growth that is dynamic in Asia, but it's also a region where communities are already living with rising sea levels, extreme heat, destructive storms, water scarcity, failing crops, and severe air pollution. And not surprisingly, alas, among its people, deep uncertainty about the future. Now, at the Asian Development Bank, we support the response to these very crises, not only through finance. We're a bank, so naturally, money is part of it. We finance infrastructure and renewable resources, but also through partnership and knowledge, helping countries to strengthen the upstream enabling environment that helps to protect natural assets and also mobilizes the private capital at scale, which is so critical to achieving solutions. And at the heart of that enabling environment, central to our theme today, is the law. Law provides certainty and predictability for investment, and it helps to assign responsibility to safeguard rights, to protect future generations, as we've heard from today, and to make climate and nature commitments enforceable, coherent, and just. And that's why our ADB Law and Policy Reform Program, managed by my General Counsel's office, works to countries, make them strengthen and help them build the legal foundations that actually shape long-term decisions. At its best, the law translates these shared values into lasting action. So let me offer a few proof points. First of all, framework climate laws. They're gaining momentum across the region. Let me give you a powerful example that we at ADB help to support. Fiji's Climate Change Act of 2021, developed with ADB technical assistance. Facing rising seas and intensifying cyclones, Fiji has adopted one of the world's most comprehensive climate laws. The act legally binds the country to net zero emissions by 2050. It integrates mitigation, adaptation, and disaster risk management and institutionalized climate risk assessments across the government, and it supports nature-based solutions. And it was built through broad national consensus. And fortunately, I can report that the act is already driving practical action, mandating whole of government risk assessments, carbon budgeting, climate risk disclosures, and innovative insurance mechanisms that actually support community relocation where needed. It turns ambition into protection for people and ecosystems alike. Now, climate resilience also requires modernizing a lot of the sectoral specific laws, many of which were written for a different era. For example, across the Asia and Pacific region, climate considerations are being integrated into laws governing disaster management, forest laws, energy laws, transportation and water laws, and agriculture. Among these, let me highlight just a couple that, again, ADB has worked on. Particularly, I want to focus on disaster management and forests, since I think they're so critical to our topic here today of resilience. In 2019, the Lao People's Democratic Republic enacted a climate resilient disaster management law, integrating disaster risk reduction with climate adaptation and aligning national planning with the Sendai framework and the Paris Agreement. This is a comprehensive framework law, and it proved critical during the flooding in 2019 and 2020, improving coordination and early warning and emergency response. And indeed, its implementation with the support of ADB through a national disaster risk reduction strategy has since strengthened institutional readiness and clarified responsibilities across government. Now, let me talk a little bit about forests, which has come up today. With ADB's support, Fiji enacted a new forestry law just last year, marking a shift from extraction focus to ecosystem stewardship. This law integrates climate resilience and biodiversity conservation, safeguards forest carbon stock, and mandates free, prior, and informed consent of indigenous landowners. It strengthens the enforcement against illegal logging, which is a huge problem in Asia, and it aligns forestry governance with Fiji's Climate Change Act. By modernizing an outdated century-old framework, Fiji is now protecting forests, supporting livelihood, and unlocking access to global finance. Now, I want to talk very briefly about something that's global, not just one country, and that's the Model Forest Act initiative. And I am so honored to be here in the presence of Justice Herman Benjamin from Brazil, who as head of the Global Judicial Network on the Environment has been a real champion of this. To support forest law reform at scale, as he has mentioned, this Model Forest Act is critical, and we're advancing the Model Forest Act initiative in Asia. This global partnership is developing the general part of the Model Forest Act and a legislative guide for law and policymakers worldwide, which will be launched at the Biodiversity COP17 in October. And it really reflects a simple but powerful idea. No country could confront the forest and climate crisis alone. Shared wisdom is solidarity in action. We have some other examples where this solidarity approach is critical. Climate resilience depends on a predictable legal environment for investment, and ADB supports countries in modernizing those very legal instruments which will help mobilize that investment. For example, in Palau, a state which is critically affected by rising sea levels and is very vulnerable, private investment in renewable energy was constrained by dispute resolution risk. With our support, the government of Palau is establishing an internationally recognized dispute resolution and enforcement regime, a accession to the New York Convention on Recognition of Arbitral Wars, and based on UNCITRAL's model law, helping to unlock foreign financing. As another example, in Uzbekistan, to channel FDI into green investment, we supported the development of a new model bilateral investment treaty aligned with the green transition, alongside cross-ministerial training to strengthen government capacity, improve policy coherence, and mitigate dispute risk. Really, I think what the lesson from this is passing laws necessary but not sufficient. It's critical to do the capacity building so that judges and the private sector and all of the stakeholders are familiar with them and can use these laws. Now, let me talk briefly about the court. And I'm humbled to be here in the presence of so many distinguished judges. So I feel quite comfortable in saying in this audience that even the strongest laws mean little without enforcement. And courts and judges play an absolutely decisive role in climate resilience. And for that reason, ADB has been proud since 2010 to partner with judiciaries across the Asia and the Pacific, really throughout the region, to strengthen judges' capacity to apply climate and environmental law with confidence, fostering peer learning across borders. We support judges through nationally embedded training programs developed for judicial training academies. For example, in Cambodia, we partnered with the Royal Academy for Justice to develop the country's first comprehensive judicial curriculum on environmental law and environmental case management. And piloted in 2023-2024, this multi-year program trained the first cohort of Cambodian judges in environmental law, combining practical case management, interpretation of scientific evidence, and judicial pedagogy, and then continuing and expanding. We've also helped to establish the Asian Judges Network on the Environment, a first-of-its-kind platform for judicial capacity building and multilateral exchange, responding to judges' expressed need for more peer networks to address and upskill them on the 21st century's environmental challenges. So with sustainable support over the past 15 years, ADB's work with the judiciaries across our regional member countries have resulted in green benches and green courts dedicated to environmental cases, judicial certification programs integrating environmental law and science, specialized environmental rules of procedure to improve efficiency and access to justice, regional judicial networks enabling sustained peer exchange, and of course, where the rubber really meets the road, good judicial decisions, landmark jurisprudence, including cases such as Lagari versus Federation of Pakistan, affirming the judiciary's role in enforcing climate commitments and protecting fundamental rights. So let me conclude by just giving a few key lessons from ADB's experience in Asia. I think really 5 lessons stand out in this. Number 1, the criticality of building inclusive coalitions. Climate laws only endure when government, community, private actors, the business community, and I think it's appropriate to say here, moral and religious leaders unite to underscore the importance of these efforts and sustain them. 2, we must anchor ambition in law with clear targets, clear duties, and accountability mechanisms. These really matter. 3, We must empower communities and indigenous people. Participation and consent strengthen resilience, build understanding, and ongoing sustainable support. 4, we must embed finance in legal framework. I've said this to a few of you, during the break, but, as wonderful as our ambitions are, a lot of what we're doing now is a drop in the bucket in terms of the finance that's needed. The G20 experts group during the Indian presidency in 2023 came out with a triple agenda. It's just inspiring how much we have to do. 3 trillion additional a year are really needed. That means we really have to upscale financing. That means mobilizing private capital at scale, because the government efforts alone, even our balance sheets and our peer institutions like the World Bank together, are not going to be enough. So it's critical to mobilize private sector capital. And 5th, very importantly, strengthening the courts and institutions, because enforcement transforms intention into impact. In conclusion, I think that these examples offer hope, not because they're perfect, but because they show what is possible when concern is translated into commitment. Climate resilience legislation is ultimately, we can't forget, about human dignity, justice, and the common good. And I'm grateful that we're in an environment here where documents like Laudato Si of His Holiness Pope Francis can be written and can be promulgated and can be understood as connecting all of these issues to the innate sense of human dignity that has to be at the core of all of it. And if lawmakers, judges, development institutions, academia, and faith communities act together, we can ensure that our laws truly reflect our shared responsibilities of stewardship and justice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Thomas. You've stayed under 10 minutes. If anyone embodies the spirit of faith and reason, science and conscience, it is our next speaker. For a minute, I will speak not as a member of the Academy, but as a teacher. One of the most brilliant students I ever had at Harvard is His Eminence, Cardinal Stephen Chow, Bishop of Hong Kong, and member of the Pontifical Academy of Social Science. No. Yeah. Can you please make sure they get it? I may, I suggest that we take some time until we are able to get in front of this technical matter with any questions or comments for Thomas or general exchange of Pedro.
Thank you very much for the remarks and also the panel before it on judicial systems. I would like to ask you all about double standards. As we are in a transnational discussion here, Latin America, Asia, and Europe and other regions, how can we prevent the double standards related to the actions from states and corporations in other territories other than their own jurisdictions? It's a very complex topic when we talk about, for instance, air pollution. And the same states or corporations, they have double standards regarding the citizens of their territory or abroad. So how could we use legislation and judicial courts to prevent this kind of behavior, or also discrimination in the sense of non-discrimination principle of the Convention on the Rights of the Child and other international treaties?
No, thank you very much. That's an excellent question. I mean, I don't think there's a complete perfect answer to that because, different countries are going to have not only different legal systems, but also different substantive ideas about, the level of protection or the balance of rights and responsibilities between, development mandates and environmental protection. But one of the things that we've looked at, and I referenced it a bit in my remarks, is trying to develop, if not exactly, equivalent laws, at least a harmonized set of international rules. So, for example, in terms of developing carbon markets, it's critical that there be some equivalent, because if every country has a different definition of what's a carbon right, you're not going to have a tradable system. So that's why we work with UNCITRAL, the UN agency, for private international law, with UNIDWAT, and even with some of the private sector groups like ISDA to come up with, harmonized standards. Yes, there may be national deviations, but to try to avoid exactly the situation I think you're alluding to where, there's just complete disconnect. And I think our policy argument for that, in a way is based on self-interest, which is if you want a global regime where these credits can be created and tradable and result in capital flows from, areas like, say, Europe or Japan, where they want to buy carbon credits. They have ESG requirements that they want to satisfy, and have those funds go to, whether it's in Brazil, for example, to help the finance protection of the rainforest. It can work. It can't work if people are discordant. And I would just say, similar things are going on. I mentioned the Model Forest Act, where again, not mandated uniformity, but at least where there can be a model law, justify a few national exceptions, but basically have some equivalency. It's not a perfect answer, but I think, looking at international best practices, and by the way, it's not always, Eurocentric or US-centric. Oftentimes, countries in Asia Pacific actually are quite progressive and are setting the global standard on those. And so it's definitely a two-way or multi-way street. So maybe just to start to answer your very good question.
Thank you very much to both of the presenters. Just before, if I may just provide some further points of information on the question that was asked by Pedro. And then I have a question. And it touches on this issue of compliance with judgments. How do we secure that there isn't an enforcement gap? We know that this is the biggest problem in jurisdictions around the world. In response to your question, Pedro, my first campaign as a teenager was in my home country. It was in 1984, and it was as a response to the Bhopal gas tragedy, which involved Union Carbide. Now, eventually, what was resolved was that the culpability lay with employees on the ground in Bhopal in the Union Carbide plant. However, this went on for a very long time. There was announced a court settlement, which was reached in 1989. I think it was just under $500 million US. In the meantime, the case which had been taken out by Indian environmental activists, human rights activists against the CEO, Warren Anderson of Union Carbide, came to nothing. Point is that when the Indian the victims' organizations tried to go back and argue the case that the settlement was not fair, it was not enough, and they hadn't received enough money, they were rejected by the Indian Supreme Court. This has a lot to do with the domestic context, the political context, the strength of the right organizations, and the strengths of the local communities. In this case, they were mainly Muslim communities. They were weak Muslim communities. So this is the context for addressing that issue of double standards is complex because it often has to do with local circumstances. The point that I want to make, and this is a question perhaps that the judges and the lawyers in the room may be able to help with, is Tom Clark, you referred to a very important case, the Legari case in 2015, which was ruled on by our very good friend, Justice Mansoor Ali Shah, when he was on the bench of the Punjab High Court. Now, what happens to the sanctity of that incredibly influential judgment when the Supreme Court itself in Pakistan has been dismantled and Mansoor has resigned? So I leave it there because we are in a context where we know the efficacy of the enforcement is very much down to investment in administrative and judicial capacity. It's not about the quality of the rulings, the quality of the judges, it's downstream. Who's doing work downstream, and what happens when you have these unpredictable, authoritative moves to completely change the constitutional context?
Thank you so much. I give you His Eminence, Colonel Stephen Chow.
Good morning, good afternoon, greetings from Hong Kong. Let me first thank Professor Marcelo for his invitation for me to give a short presentation here on the climate resilience in Hong Kong. Now, Hong Kong covers a total area of approximately 1,111 square kilometers, including its islands and the new territory. Population of Hong Kong is around 7.5 million, which comes to 148 square meter per capita. The summer climate, like May to September, is hot, humid, and rainy, with average daily temperatures ranging from 26 degrees Celsius to 31 degrees Celsius, and high risk of typhoon, especially from July to September. July and August being the hottest months, and relative humidity in summer is consistently high and oppressive. Average annual rainfall is approximately 2,431 millimeter, with 80% of the rain occurs during the summer months. Now, annual mean maximum temperatures was 27.1 degrees Celsius. 2025 was the sixth warmest year on record, with an annual mean temperature of 24.3 degrees Celsius. Now, June 10, 2025 recorded a record-breaking 35.6 degrees Celsius, but I guess it's still a little bit cooler than the hottest record in Rome. Now, how does Hong Kong government make plans to face this extreme weathers? Now, the Hong Kong's Climate Action Plan 2030 Plus is what the government has to explore measures that Hong Kong must take before 2050 to enhance the adaptation and resilience capability. Hong Kong, being a coastal city, is susceptible to weather-related threats such as tropical cyclones, rainstorms, and storm surges. Hong Kong needs to strengthen its critical public infrastructure, set up coastal protection, and continue to enhance the flood resilience of the city and stabilize slopes, etc. There's a lot of slopes in Hong Kong because it's quite hilly. The Hong Kong SAR is a signatory of the Paris Agreement in 2016, and the territory intends to honor its responsibilities, unlike some other countries. Hong Kong is actively participating in international organizations on climate change to keep updated of the latest developments in policies and technologies for combating climate changes. Like what initiative does Hong Kong have? Hong Kong aim at net zero electricity generation. And we know that electricity generation accounts for 61% of the territory's total carbon emission per year. Long-term target of net zero electricity generation before 2050 by doing what? By increasing zero carbon electricity supply through renewable energy development, exploring new energy sources for electricity generation, and regional cooperation. Further, Hong Kong wants to reduce carbon footprint by enhancing overall energy efficiency of our society. Like high rises account for about 90% of Hong Kong's total electricity consumption, and over 50% of our carbon emission is attributable to generating electricity for our buildings. If you see Hong Kong, the photographs, many high rises. Like, for example, the Buildings Energy Efficiency Ordinance requires 13 types of buildings to comply with the energy efficiency standard of building services installations, which includes air conditioning, electrical, lighting, lift, and escalator installation. And it requires 2 types of buildings to have energy audits at intervals no longer than 10 years. Now, how to adapt climate change because of the global warming, the more severe weather, and a lot more rain. So Hong Kong will continue to strengthen the urban fabric and slope safety. It has also been integrating drainage and flood management projects with good landscaping so as to upgrade its amenity and biodiversity value. To combat extreme heat, Hong Kong will continue to protect and enhance the country parks and have formulated a long-term program to promote urban forestry, ecology, and green buildings, which will also help to cool the city as temperature rises as a result of climate change. If you come to Hong Kong, you'll be surprised to see we have trails, walks, hikes, and they're very good, very green. By recycling treated sewage effluents and grey water and harvesting rainwater plus implementing desalination, Hong Kong has increased its sources of water. Inter-reservoir transfer scheme designed to lower flooding risk by making a city function like a sponge. The blue-green drainage infrastructure enhances the city's flood adaptive capacity through promoting infiltration, storage, purification, reuse, and discharge. Now, there are 4 examples I'm going to give on the schemes. First one is water pumping dragon. See the photo. Now, the mobile flood response robot deployed by the government during extreme rainstorms, the high capacity pumping hundreds of cubic meters per hour rapidly drains roads, underpasses, and critical sites. The flexible deployment to flood black spots, construction sites, hospitals, and transport hubs. And complement infrastructure works alongside drainage upgrades and sponge city measures. This is the water pumping dragon. And then the second example is the Tai Hang Tong storage schemes. And you can see in the photo. The scheme is Hong Kong's first large-scale underground stormwater storage, holding up to 100,000 cubic meters of water. And it intercepting stormwater from Lion Rock hillsides. The system significantly reduces flooding risk in a very densely populated Mong Kok area. And they're located beneath Tai Hang Tong recreation grounds. The project is designed for 50 years record rainstorms and has received multiple engineering awards. Third one is this Kai Tak River transformation. So you can see from this photo, this Kai Tak River transformation, the concrete channel was transformed into a naturalized river corridor, supporting aquatic life and ecosystem restoration. New promenades along the river provide recreational space for the community, and enhance urban livability. The native vegetation was planted to boost local biodiversity, and the project earned Gold Beam Plus certification for its sustainability efforts. Now, the fourth one is this Chui Ping River revitalization. The project adopted blue-green infrastructure, integrating water features and greenery for a healthier urban environment. Aquatic and riparian planting zones improved local biodiversity and created habitats for various plant and animal species. New gathering spaces and improved connectivity promote recreation, community interaction, and urban cooling. Now let's come to conclusion. Hong Kong is a special administrative region of China. Because of the one country, two systems setup, we can be signatory with different international bodies, for example, the Paris Agreement for carbon footprints reduction. According to the Hong Kong government, the territory has the intention to fulfill the agreement that we have signed. The real challenge, however, is not with the signing, but to have the public and civil servants to come on board, realizing the ecological conversion for the interests of sustainability. That's all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Stephen. We have a minute or two if there are questions or issues that you would like to bring up now before we turn to the next speaker. Bishop Marcelo.
Sorry, but I was very interested in these last speeches because we need a sort of model where we can realize the production of the energy that need a country, all made by this clean energy with different systems, but no with oil. So what could be, because to say my impression, after 40 years that we speak about this question in the academy was the first absolutely to speak with Ramanathan, with Crutzen and Molina, 3 Nobel Prize winners. So this was in 1998, the beginning. So we can say 40 years. But really, the new generation not believe completely in the question of climate change. I have some contact with young people because in reality, they don't see a country or a region that has to give the solution of with clean energy, of the energy that needs all countries. So the real problem is, yes, but we need energy. And for the moment, there are not one country that can see the model, maybe China, I don't know. So my question is, what for you could be the country or the region that can present a solution real of the problem of the energy? Because the real problem is the energy. If we don't have energy, we don't have nothing. So this is the real problem. So what could be the solution? Because also in Germany, sorry, the people was choice more or less the clean energy, but not completely. So the problem is they don't have a solution. So this is my question. So.
Thank you, Monsignor Marcelo. Thank you for your question. Thank you for your intervention. Thank you also for bringing us together. This initiative began 40 years ago and formed in the neural pathways of Bishop Marcelo Sanchez Orondo. I am pleased to introduce our next speaker on the topic of incentivizing renewable energy transitions. Please join me in welcoming U.S. Representative from Massachusetts, the Honorable Richard Neal.
Richie Neal, and I want to thank the Pontifical Academies for inviting me to participate in the Building Climate Resilience Legislation Summit. I would also like to thank His Eminence, Cardinal Turkson, and Chancellor Marcello for organizing this important and timely discussion. While I wish I could be with you in person, I am pleased to offer a few remarks on a topic that requires not only our attention, but our action. Across the globe, we are witnessing the accelerating consequences of a warming planet. Nations are confronting more frequent and severe storms, prolonged droughts, rising sea levels, and record-breaking heat. As a result, economies are disrupted and infrastructure systems are strained, testing the resilience of our communities. The challenge before us is not simply how we respond, but how we build systems that can withstand and adapt to these realities. In the United States, we have witnessed what effective climate policy can achieve. Under Democratic leadership, we enacted the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment to combat climate change in our nation's history. The law took a deliberative approach, aligning economic incentives with environmental outcomes to give business, workers, and communities the certainty they need to invest in the future. Through targeted tax credits, we incentivize the behavior of consumers and private industry alike, unlocking more than $600 billion in private sector investment in clean energy and advanced manufacturing. As a result, we saw rapid growth in the domestic production of solar, wind, batteries, and electric vehicles, and we created more than 400,000 good-paying jobs. All of this supported efforts to strengthen our long-term economic and energy resilience. We made our energy system more diverse and less vulnerable to disruption. We rebuilt domestic supply chains to reduce exposure to global shocks, and we lowered costs for families, making clean energy efficient and technologies more accessible. Simply put, we made historic progress through legislation designed to deliver results. However, while we've witnessed what effective climate policy can achieve, we've also witnessed how quickly that progress can be put in jeopardy. Under the current administration, many of these initiatives have been weakened or rolled back, creating uncertainty for business and slowing the pace of investment. Whether it will be withdrawing from the Paris Agreement, opening federal lands for expansion of fossil fuels, or rolling back decades of regulations under the Environmental Protection Agency, these actions represent a significant step backward, undermining the progress we have witnessed just a few years ago. Climate resilience should not be a partisan issue. The decisions we make today will shape the stability of our economies and the security of our communities for decades to come. The framework you are advancing, mitigation, adaptation, and societal transformation, represent comprehensive paths forward, one that recognizes the importance of not just reducing emissions, but strengthening our green infrastructure and ensuring the benefits of transitioning to clean energy economy, and they will be shared by everyone. We all have a role to play in this effort, and conversations like the one today are critical to sharing ideas, identifying what works, what needs to be done, and exploring how we can partner to make these ideas a reality. Thank you all for the opportunity to participate, and I look forward to the continued work ahead.
Thank you so much. I'd like to recognize the Honorable Marty Meehan, President of the University of Massachusetts, and a former member of Congress who served for 14 years in the Congress. And President Meehan, I wonder if you could make some reflections on the chairman's intervention, as well as your own perspective on all matters pertinent to democracy and the problem of science and truth.
Thank you. Let me first of all thank Chancellor Marcelo Torres Orozco for, again, a great day. You do this so well. Thank you for your leadership. Every time I get an opportunity to watch you in these settings, it makes me feel that I made a smart decision going out to UCLA and bringing you to Boston. So, Congressman Neal and I actually roomed for 12 years in Washington. We know each other very well. We talk on a regular basis. And I agree totally that what the Congress did with the Biden administration on the Inflation Reduction Act was extraordinary. But what is not so extraordinary is that in a very short period of time, all of it is at risk. And I think about U.S. government, the relationship between presidents and the Congress. And Judge Bowler, I listened to what she had to say, and she talked about the Environmental Protection Agency, which was created in 1969. It was signed into law by a conservative Republican president named Richard Nixon. He signed it into law. And then Judge Bowler also talked about Clean Water Act of 1972, which is interesting because Richard Nixon decided he was going to veto that bill because he felt it was too expensive, and he was getting into a campaign and wanted to say he was trying to make sure federal deficits don't go up. So the Congress overrode the president's veto by a wide bipartisan margin. This has never been a partisan issue. It never has been. I think of the 2000 election where you had Al Gore and George W. Bush running. Bush was running as the conservative Republican president. He get in office, and then in 2003, he initiated a global fight on the AIDS crisis in the world. He put $15 billion up front, and the result was the largest international health initiative in history, and probably saved 25 million lives around the world. My point is, the Biden and now Trump administration is not regular order. It's not the way the country has done business. And I had the opportunity to visit the Vatican and to make a presentation in the Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences on a subject that is important here today. It's called the post-truth era. And it's interesting that we spent 2 days talking about the post-truth era. What is that? It's a society or a world where people think that they can believe whatever they want to believe is the truth, regardless of the facts, regardless of the data, regardless of the evidence, regardless of independent research, regardless of science. I can believe what I want to believe. That's my right. This is a problem. This administration that we have in Washington and we have the post-truth era all over the world, but every person picked for that administration has been picked because they have their own belief and don't believe in the truth. We recognize since 2023 that we've had the hottest year on record and the severe global impact due to the extreme weather events. They deny it. We recognize that the ocean temperatures are getting so high and causing incredible, the evidence is overwhelming. They deny it. We've said it all day today, that we have a limited time to frame and proactively prepare for how to respond to this crisis. They call it a hoax. So I think that it's really important for us when we hear Congressman Neal to think about what we're going to do in a society that believes the truth is something that's kind of out there, that we shouldn't be making decisions about what we believe based on the facts and the evidence. By the way, I think our higher education system, colleges and universities, public and private, all over the world, need to get at this. Because if we don't get at this, we're not going to solve the crisis in climate, because not enough people believe that it is a crisis. And it's staggering to me the way people ignore the truth. I think about John Lewis, walking across the Edmund Pettus Bridge with 200 peaceful protesters and on March 7th, 1965. And I think if he did that today, would people believe what they saw? There were television cameras on the other side of the bridge, and it changed the course of history for civil rights and voting rights in the United States, because the American people saw it for themselves on TV and said, we have to change this system. So I think my reaction to Congressman Neal, I agree with everything he says, but I think as we approach what we're going to do about, we have to think about how we develop a society, not just in the United States, but around the world, where students are taught independent research, inquiry, investigation, discovery. That's the basis upon everything positive that happens in the world. So I think that should be part of this dialogue and part of what we talk about, because I don't see much happening in the federal government. And by the way, thank God for our state governments in California and Massachusetts, throughout the country. That's where the leadership on these issues today is coming from. It's coming from states and local governments. But federal government is important, and we have to get to a point where people evaluate what the truth really is in our society. Thank you, Marcelo.
Thank you, Marty. I am pleased to introduce the speakers for session 8, Reflections on Climate and Health. Please join me in welcoming the former Prime Minister of Iceland and chair of the Pan-European Commission on Climate and Health, the Honorable Katrin Jakobsdottir. Katrin.
Thank you so much, Marcelo. Thank you for including me in that wonderful dialogue that we have had today. It has been truly inspiring. And also my gratitude and applaud to the Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences for your amazing project. I was in Vienna last year, so I have been following the proceedings, and I think it's really impressive, not least in these times where we see, the growing skepticism of climate science, as Martin Meehan has just described very well. And for me, being the Prime Minister of Iceland from 2017 to 24 during the times of pandemic, and I can tell you, I applauded the heat of science when the vaccinations entered in such a rapid pace. But just after that, we have seen the undermining of science around the world. So it has been a very rapid transition. And we see a lot of disinformation and misinformation being amplified also by new technologies. So this is part of what we have been talking about. I left formal politics in 24 and was then asked by WHO Europe to convene a pan-European commission on climate and health. And that commission really is for the whole region. It's not just the EU. It's also my country, Iceland, in the subarctic, but it also stretches east to Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, to the Aral Sea, where we are seeing very strong environmental deterioration around the Aral Sea, and of course to the south, where we see the heat waves and droughts and floods. So it's the whole region, and what we were asked to do is not to write the thick report, but to give very practical recommendations. And that has maybe been the biggest challenge, because we have so many so good reports we want to build our work on science. So I have 11 commissioners in my commission. I also have a great scientific advisor called Sir Andrew Haynes. I know some of you know him. And everything we say, we want to build on science. So what we did, we began by assembling the scientific evidence. And what we see is that extreme heat is taking a growing toll in the European region, and it's the fastest heating region globally. And we see that, as I mentioned, in floods and droughts and heat waves, but also in the melting ice in the Arctic. And what we also see is that actually not only people die from heat, but it also has economic consequences. 640 billion labor hours was lost due to heat exposure in 2024 globally, not just in the pan-European region, but that's a lot of working hours lost. We also see the effects in food insecurity. And when we look at the European Union and the numbers, we take them from different regions because we don't have the perfect numbers and data for every region, but 54% of agricultural losses in the EU are caused by drought. We see a change in infectious diseases because now insects are moving about and they are having different, so their zones, their regions is changing. So actually we see 5 million people a year in the pan-European region that are 5 million more people that are at the risk of infection with dengue and chikungunya. We can also look at the drivers for climate change, and we have spoken a little bit about air pollution, which is maybe more understandable than climate change, but obviously we see a lot of consequences from air pollution, and I believe that according to our numbers, we have 600,000 premature deaths annually that can be attributed to air pollution from fossil fuel combustion. And what are we doing in Europe? Yes, we spent 444 billion euros in 2023 to subsidize fossil fuels. So if we just think very practically and economically, if I'm running a health system, I'm really making it more and more expensive by my energy policy. Now, it might be easy for me to say, I mentioned I come from Iceland, we produce renewables through hydropower, through geothermal. So we heat all our houses, all our electricity are green. It's a privileged position, but it was an expensive transition back in the day when it happened. Now it's not expensive at all. It's really part of what makes our economy work and flourish. So I think this is one part that we really want to look at. Finally, just on the broader systemic impact, and that's one thing that we focused a little bit on in the Commission, is the climate tipping point. And some of them are very close to home in the European region, not least to my region, and there I'm referring to the ocean current, the Gulf Stream, which is the ocean current that makes Iceland actually habitable. Now, a lot of evidence is showing that these ocean currents are weakening, even failing, which means that my country would become completely uninhabitable. And it really puts a new perspective when a rich country is in that danger. And this is actually considered to be a national security threat. It has been discussed at the National Security Council in Iceland. Because if we see the Gulf Stream weaken, it means that it will be very much colder in Iceland than before. And that would also apply for big parts of Scandinavia. And now we have scientists saying, well, it's not that likely, maybe 25% likely. Well, 25% is very likely in my opinion. So this is the climate tipping points is something that we have been looking at. And we think that we need to think about climate change also from the point of view of security. And why do I say that? Yes, because we have been talking a little bit about polarization. And the fact is that with the growing number of conflicts and wars around the world, climate has been sidelined a little bit. It's not just the US government, even though we have spoken about it today. We must also admit that climate has been sidelined a little bit from the international debate. It's a very different world from 2019. Michael Gloss was referring to it, the climate demonstrations by young people. Now we see it going down on the agenda nearly everywhere. And I think that is a big thing. So when actually WHO asked me to do this, I said, you're doing this at a really convenient time, you know. You're asking us to really go up the mountain. But therefore, it has never maybe been more important. So very shortly, I have 2 minutes, right? We will be launching our recommendations next week at the World Health Assembly. And as I said, we were asked not to give a report on 200 pages. So it's closer to 20, which is really, that's a result in itself. We will present their 17 recommendations in 4 domains. And the domains handle about administration and governance, because that's one part. And somebody said here earlier today, we need to look at this multisectorally. Otherwise, it won't work. And I think that's right. You know, coming from a country which has been on the top when it comes to gender equality for 16 years, I know from experience that we did not achieve gender equality. We wouldn't have achieved our results in gender equality unless we looked at it multisectorally. So it's not something that you can just keep in one ministry. It's everywhere. And the same must apply to climate. So we have some recommendations regarding governance and administration. We also take a specific look on health systems. I'm not allowed to tell you what our recommendations will be because they're all very secret until next week. But I can say that one recommendation will be on the education and training of health professionals. And when we looked at our region, we saw that only a few countries are actually making this an integral part in the education of our health professionals, at the same time that we're seeing the consequences, but also at the same time that the health sector is part of the problem. Because a lot of emissions come from the health sector, and we can actually change that, how we organize our health sector so we can reduce emissions from the health sector. Our third domain are local communities. We've been talking about cities and local communities, and I think there are enormous opportunities there. Everything you've said about transport, about planning, etc., applies to the local communities and the cities. And this is something that we will emphasize, and I think we will follow up on that with the local communities, because, you know, we live in cities. That's the development, and we need to think about that as they are catalysts in really making the necessary changes. And final domain is, of course, the economy. And that's, you know, it's always the economy, isn't it? You know, we have to, you know, we should be thinking about the subsidies to fossil fuels. We should be measuring the cost in the health system. We should also be thinking about the loss in GDP because of the climate crisis. And we have data that we can actually use to do that. I mentioned that I was a prime minister during the pandemic in Iceland. I was also the prime minister when we had 7 volcanic eruptions. Okay, and one of those eruptions actually caused severe consequences that we had to evacuate a whole town, and we had to build barriers, lava barriers around the huge energy plant. You know, so not 30,000 people would be without electricity and hot water. That costs a lot. Now let's just think, volcanic eruption is not, it really has many of the same effects as the climate crisis. So I think we can actually take a lot of lessons from that. It costs a lot to deal with natural crises. We can become more resilient, but we also need to think about how can we you know, diminish some of the effects of the climate crisis. So yes, we have an economic chapter, both on how we can scale up climate and health investment, how we can actually think beyond GDP. And now I will be finishing because I know my time is up, and you say yes. But we have to think beyond GDP. And my final point is that also during my time as prime minister, we started to implement the ideas of the well-being economy. And I think this is also a key for all the policymakers around the globe, because what is really our key responsibility. It's our citizens. It's their security, their safety, their health, their well-being. So we cannot just measure only the economic numbers. We need to think also what's behind those numbers. And when we think about health, we see a lot of costs. We see a lot of costs in human lives, in human health, a cost in the health system, but also a cost that cannot be measured, not the traditional way. And we should be thinking about how we can actually start to move those financing into prevention and into enabling health instead of being at the back end. So next Sunday, we will launch those recommendations, and then hopefully next year we will start pushing in the European region, but hopefully also around the globe, because of course it's the same everywhere, isn't it? It's really the same challenges and the same solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Prime Minister, for your intervention, and we will eagerly await the results when they get released. Thank you for bringing up the matter of the ice shelf and the glaciers, a topic that we discussed at length in the Vienna summit. And thank you also for bringing up the matter of the currents. We're going to have a very wicked summer in the northern hemisphere. El Niño. And I have to share this with you. El Niño. It embodies the relationship between indigenous knowledge and nature-based solutions. Over 400 years ago, the fishermen in Ecuador, in Peru, noticed a pattern. The current warm in the southern hemisphere summer months. By December, the indigenous fishermen thought this is a message from El Niño, the Christ child born in December. The climate would change. That's where the El Niño is named. Indigenous knowledge holders studying the environment, extracting truth from nature, and giving it a beautiful metaphorical order. It is the child Christ who's sending a message. Things are warming. It's a great pleasure to introduce Dr. Ashish Jha, Senior Fellow at the Belfer Center at the Kennedy School at Harvard, a dear friend, a colleague, and the person who did more than anyone, certainly in the English-speaking world, to explain with enormous clarity and scientific rigor what we were facing day in and day out during the COVID pandemic. I give you Dr. Jha.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Marcelo and Your Eminence and colleagues and friends. It really is a huge honor to be here. I think I am the last formal speaker of the day. So thank you for staying through this entire day, which has just been extraordinary. I feel like I've both learned a lot and I felt honored to be here. You know, the Pontifical Academy for more than 4 centuries has held together, bringing faith and science in pursuit of the common good. And I believe there is no topic that is more worthy of that attention than the health effects of climate change. And His Holiness, the late Pope Francis, his words have been echoed multiple times today, but I think about his words around our common home and how it cries out to us because of the harms we have inflicted on her. And those harms, I believe, are showing up in our emergency rooms and in clinics around the world. We know how climate change harms health. And one framing point I think is important here, which is it is not the direct effects of climate change per se, but climate change as the ultimate threat multiplier. That all the things that threaten human health are made worse by climate change. So air pollution is probably arguably the single biggest killer of people in the world. About 10% of all deaths in the world are from air pollution. And the effects of air pollution are made worse by warming. And so one of the ways in which climate change harms our health is by making air pollution more deadly. We've heard about extreme heat. A number of heat-related deaths is rising around the world. And a theme of my next 10 minutes I will lay now, but I will repeat multiple times, is that when we look at the heat waves and the effects that they affect us all, but they don't affect us all equally. We see extraordinary impact on the elderly and on children whose bodies are far less capable of managing the effects of heat. And we see extraordinary effects on the poor who are not able to shelter themselves from that. As we heard from the Honorable Prime Minister, the geography of infectious diseases is changing. We've seen dengue and chikungunya in Europe and North America, malaria reaching into new altitudes, and really an extraordinary number of new zoonotic spillovers that have led to more novel disease outbreaks, and I think represents one of the major drivers of pandemic risk in the years and decades to come. We've seen the effects of wildfire smoke, creating lasting impact on lungs from young people and causing increased risk of heart attacks and strokes. We've heard about floods and storms and droughts. The way they impact health is multiple mechanisms, including displacement. And when you see displacement, again, the people who are most harmed by that displacement are the elderly and the poor. So while climate change affects all of us, a theme that is important is that it does not affect all of us equally. Now, we've focused in the climate world and even in the health world a lot on mitigation. But I think what you've heard today and part of this broad effort that Marcelo and others have been leading is that we need to think about adaptation. And to me, and this has been an interesting conversation throughout the day about how much does health really matter here. For me, and maybe I see the world differently because I'm a health person, but I have always seen health as the human face of climate change. It is how climate change is made real to people. Otherwise, it feels like a theoretical risk that people should think about and care about. We worry about climate change, but we actually act on issues around health. So let's talk a little bit about actions, because I want to move away from diagnosis to spend a few minutes talking about treatment or actual actions that we have seen. And here I would argue that the news is relatively good in the sense that we have seen real action by cities and states in a range of areas. And I want to highlight a few for us to build on. You have, for instance, in Ahmedabad in India, the first heat action plan of South Asia, focus on early warning, focus on cooling centers, focus on community health workers going from door to door, identifying the vulnerable, and pretty good evidence that that set of actions has saved thousands of lives every year during heat waves. Paris, or actually France more broadly, had a horrible heat wave in the early 2000s, put in its own heat plan, and that too has been extraordinarily impactful. On infectious disease outbreaks, you've seen the World Health Organization respond by building or starting to build a global network for early disease surveillance. I've watched that effort very closely. What I would say is that an important start. It needs much more work, but it is something for us to build on. On air quality, the thing that I mentioned kills 10% of humanity. About half of that is from outdoor air pollution. And we're seeing real action on monitoring outdoor air quality, creating alerts on bad air quality days. For those who can avoid being outside, that's wonderful. There are people who cannot avoid being outside, and for them, it's less useful. When I was at the White House, we launched an entire initiative on improving indoor air quality. That's about half of all deaths from poor air in schools and in nursing homes. We focus obviously mostly on the United States, but that should be a real global effort. And I want to just take 30 seconds to talk about mental health, because to me, this is probably the most underfunded and under-recognized dimension of the crisis. Heat unto itself causes serious issues with mental health. There are other issues around climate anxiety, people looking into the future and wondering what their future holds. And here too, I think we've had some real solutions from places like Nepal and Haiti that have used local workers trained in mental health to start working with communities. Now, a word about health systems. These are the clinics and the hospitals that we have built up all around the world to deal with health problems. If all the health systems around the world were a nation, they would represent the 5th largest emitter of greenhouse gases. Somewhere around 5 to 7% of all greenhouse gases come from the health sector. Now, again, when I was at the White House, we had the opportunity to launch the Health Sector Climate Pledge, focused largely on the US, to get health systems to pledge to cut their carbon emission by 50% by 2030 and get to net zero by 2050. And here we saw real leadership from organizations like Kaiser Permanente in the US. You take the lens out and look more globally, the National Health System or National Health Service in the UK has done extraordinary work. I think we need to get health systems to make bigger commitments to reducing their own carbon footprint. Now, I began by mentioning Pope Francis and the crying earth, and I want to close with Pope Leo, who said just this past October that God asks us to make a decisive and radical choice in favor of the weakest. That frame, I think, has made an enormous difference in every public health crisis that I've been a part of. Because when you focus on the weak, when you make a decisive and radical choice in favor of the weak, you actually bring everyone else along. We have the knowledge on how to address the health sector. And we have the tools. We've seen it in Ahmedabad and Paris and Nepal and the NHS. And we need legislators, courts, to hold health systems accountable, to invest in reduction of fossil fuels. One of the points I make to policymakers is our governments are already on the hook in most places, including the US, for paying for asthma admissions and paying for heart attacks and strokes. In fact, healthcare is almost always the largest budget item for most governments. And much of those things are being driven by air pollution from fossil fuels. So we can choose to pay for it. We can choose to pay for a transition out of fossil fuels, or we can choose to pay for the consequences of fossil fuels through more asthma and heart attacks and strokes. In my mind, what we need now is will, grounded in science, where there is plenty of science. There's always an opportunity to do more science, but we have very clear science. But what we need is will, grounded in science, guided by our moral compass, to build both healthcare delivery systems and public health systems that are resilient to what is coming, what is already here, and really worthy of those who we serve. Thank you very much.
Very good.
Thank
you. Ashish, we have questions or time for questions and comments and discussion. Catherine? Oh. Your Honor, Judge.
I would like very briefly come back to one of the remarks put by Catherine. Climate change is not on the top of the list of the worries of the general public now, put it mildly. There has been a dramatic change in public discourse compared to just 6 or 7 years ago when climate change was at the top of this list. Now climate agenda tends to be considered, I think, by many as a part of the woke agenda, together with the LGBTI plus issues, which has been the favorite target of the right-wing parties and movements, as well as the scapegoat for liberals blaming themselves for electoral defeat, to a point that even left-wing parties tend now to be afraid to speak loudly about climate change out of fear of losing votes, I think. I have this impression, but I would like to hear from the politicians and from the legislators here if they also share in a way this feeling. And my question here is, how can we all together raise a new awareness, a new awareness of the existential threat posed by climate change through a new narrative, perhaps, that should not be perceived as a new piece of the old woke discourse, which hasn't worked so far. So how can we, I heard too many suggestions, I think, but probably I missed some other suggestions. So first of all, to focus on health issues, which is a powerful argument, although it has the problem that health consequences mostly affect the most vulnerable parts of the society, and hearing this and listening to this discourse requires that the member of the public is ready to embrace solidarity toward the most vulnerable and toward the most weakest within the society, which is not granted for many people. And the other topic, which I heard so much, is economic consequences of the climate change. That is perhaps more appealing, but I think the most urgent need is to build up a narrative which can work to raise awareness among the public, because without this awareness, so we can talk a lot among ourselves, but it's very difficult now then to obtain popular support and the necessary vote in legislative proceedings in order to have a sensible legislation for that. So I'm just curious about what are your suggestions.
Thank you. Absolutely, I think there is no exaggeration that this whole dialogue about climate has changed drastically on a very short time. But I would like to share one thing, because we gathered a lot of scientists and experts in our work, but we also heard just from normal people who shared their lived experiences. And one such person came from the Inuit community in Greenland. And she said, you know, now we have a lot of militarization in the Arctic. We have the US threatening to take over Greenland. All this is very serious, but we still think climate change is the biggest security threat, because we just watch the melting ice, which is changing everything in our environment. Our whole ecosystem is changing. So for us, this is still the biggest security threat. Putting that in context, that when we look at the melting of the ice in the Arctic, it does not only affect the Arctic, it also affects the rest of the globe. And I was in India, and there I listened to some scientists, and they said, if the ice in the Arctic continues to melt, it will affect the monsoon, which is the backbone of Indian agriculture, the food production for the world's most populous country. So I think maybe thinking about it a little bit in that, because we all like to talk about security now, right? So maybe we need to expand our notion of security. Security is not just about some human enemies. It's about really how we maintain the structures of our society, which are at risk right now in falling if this continues and if we do not do something about it. I think, however, health is one factor of that. I think economy is one factor of that, but I think we need to put it in this global perspective because nothing happens just in some confined space when we talk about climate. Everything affects everything else on Earth. It's a very complicated, network, if I may say so, but it affects everything else. Short, sorry.
Great. Just a few statistics, and these are from the US, but I suspect they're similar elsewhere. When Americans are polled about whether climate change is important, about 70% of people say yes, it's important. Then when they're asked to rank on 1 to 20 how important it is, it's somewhere around 15 or 17. Yes. Number one always is economy. Number two is always health. Those are the two things that Americans always vote on. One of the things that I think that a lot of climate activists have failed on is trying to get people to care about climate change. My view is it's a luxury to care about climate change if you are poor, or even if you're middle class and trying to put food on the table and you have kids and one of your children's got mental health issues and you have elderly parents who are sick and life is hard and you want me to care about climate change? That feels unrealistic. So my take is that I don't think that there are a lot of people who say we need better messaging. I think we need to explain and we do a better job of connecting climate change to things people actually care about. And while I talked about the vulnerable, you may say, well, I don't know how much I care about the poor. We should. I do. Maybe you do, but maybe not everybody does. That's okay. Almost everybody has children. Almost everybody has elderly parents. And there are ways in which we can bring that common humanity to bear. So I actually speak about climate change in front of conservative communities in the US. I don't shy away from the term climate change. I remind people that most people acknowledge climate change exists, where at least in the US, conservatives versus liberals disagree on how important it is and what should be done about it. But I come back to, let's disagree on how important it is, that's okay, but let's agree there are things we care about, like health. And then I spend most of my time talking about health and connecting it to climate. I'm not saying that's the solution, but I'm saying we need to be much more focused on the impact of climate change than on climate change itself per se.
Extend just what you were talking about. I think, and this is kind of more from my experience as a local health official in Boston and Seattle and Los Angeles County, and not so much as a philanthropist, but this is a problem where the salience is really locally based. And I think it goes to some things we were talking about earlier, that the solidarity comes from localizing and embracing the issue in that context. When we work around the country in different areas, different elements of the impact of climate change on health and also on well-being, I want to connect up to my colleague, that climate change affects health and well-being in very tangible, real-time ways. And we've actually, as a funder now, integrated those two activities because we're finding the narrative change that you allude to that needs to happen is from the default narrative of something distant that relates to parameters you don't really understand the centigrade targets, but the immediacy and some of the work our 5 regional climate change and action coalitions around the U.S. are doing is talking about what is of interest to them that relates to climate change. And it's often the increasing prevalence of severe weather, flooding, the economic impact of that. Those narratives become very place specific. but those narratives can then drive the connectivity between local governments in order to do action. So what I learned in my own public health practice and what we're trying to amplify in what we're funding nationally now is localizing this. I think this is what Ashish was saying, well, localizing this. So you tie the discourse into their lived experience of the manifestation of this in those neighborhoods and what the action element looks like. And then we're seeing, and I think a lot of the other funders who are working with us on this are seeing, we're seeing solidarity, back to your point, that when you bring it down to that more local city, county level, where the social ties are closer and more proximate, which is the basis of solidarity bonding, a little bit more difficult in a national context, particularly in the US. But I think Ashish, you said the same thing. I think the future of the action work we're doing now across sectors is state and local.
I'll try to be mercifully brief. Catherine Kluver Ashbrook, or Katrin as I go by in German, from the Bertelsmann Stiftung. I've been listening very attentively, and I want to see if I can combine some of the things, because I was very impressed with President Meehan's points about the university sector. And I want to thank Melanie Mehta for constantly bringing in the question of power, because I wonder if there are certain parts of the narrative which we can really turn in this room. We have an administration in the United States who, in the first Trump administration, a consortium of businesses, of governors, of cities, ended up kind of forcing the government's hand with America's pledge, with sticking to the commitments of the Paris Climate Change Agreement. I wonder if there's not certain ways in which we could do that too, to those major powers that are denying that climate change is real. And I wonder if we can't do it by combining some of the things that we've mentioned here on labor markets and the power of the American federal system, but this could apply in other places in the world. The American administration is pushing very heavily, of course, on AI jobs, on everything that relates to fast technology. That's going to leave an entire segment of the American population, again, in an underserved and impoverished capacity, unless they get these plans for reindustrialization off the ground. If you want reindustrialization, you need vocational training. Bizarrely, who is in charge now of financing a lot of vocational training in the United States because there's so much pressure put on the universities? Harvard University, Brown University. The deals that they have made with the White House is that they're going to reinvest in their local communities. I think this is the kind of place where we can begin as leaders in education, as local leaders, begin to take the power narrative back. Because if you begin to create the kind of vocational jobs that feed into sustainable and high technology positions, where you're giving, where on the one hand, you're feeding the 1950s vision of American power this administration would like to see by shifting the narrative, but giving them something that they don't know that they yet need, we in this room, in this construct, would be taking back some of the power. Taking back some of the power from those that want to make precisely the most vulnerable powerless. And so I think that's, in my sort of humble opinion, the idea that we can knot these things together and force the hand of an administration that's not particularly wise and doesn't have a lot of foresight, we can be the ones that force the foresight. And I think this is true of all the administrations who deny that these connective tissue issues are real.
Thank you, Marcelo. In the same line, I would like to introduce a word, a definition that could link the topic of climate change with the dinner of the most vulnerable. That is climate inflation due to the climate change. That has to do with affordability, has to do with the paradoxical consequence of war the prices of gas and oil are skyrocketing. That is introducing the damage and the danger of inflation all over the world. And paradoxically, is introducing the possibility of enhancing the production of another sort of energy, solar, wind, many other options that in the near past were considered more expensive than the traditional energies. So we have a paradoxical between comillas, positive side effect of this cruel many wars that than we are all suffering from. So perhaps that has also to do with the security, another narrative, inflation, climate inflation, and the possibility of enhancing the production of alternative ways of energizing the world.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to just try to directly address Vice President Vigano's question. I think the biggest threat for climate policy, coming from the perspective of California, which is, I really live in the epicenter of California's policy around climate change. And I don't think it's the woke agenda, this idea that it's too woke to care about climate change. I really think it's 100% affordability. It's the idea that it is a luxury to care about climate and to act on it. And I'll just give a couple of examples. So one, in California, we have a unique gas blend for people at the pump so that we have less air pollution in California, which has been unquestionably successful. You look at pictures of Los Angeles from the 1980s versus now, it was completely filled with smog versus clear now. But people say we have the highest gas prices in the nation and we should suspend those rules around the unique gas blend so that people can afford their gas, even though we know that Trump's war and the Strait of Hormuz is really what's leading to gas prices being high. It's not actually California's climate regulations, but the truth is it does add about $1 to every gallon of gas. Another example is we have policies that require utility companies to bury utility lines to reduce wildfire risk. And the suggestion that that's leading to sky-high utility prices for people because it's more profitable for utilities to build transmission lines where they can actually charge ratepayers for that compared to other types of projects. Another example is that our state offering rebates for heavy-duty vehicles to electrify or become green, rebates or tax credits. All of these things are being reconsidered. Is this worth it? Is this the lowest hanging fruit? So I feel what's happening right now is we are backsliding, and the question is how far will we go? Because we are under a tremendous pressure, like from oil refineries, to keep them open, to try to somehow affect gas prices or to protect jobs, because communities can't afford to lose jobs. And so recognizing that we're no longer pushing on one edge, we're trying to not backslide too much. And I think this really comes down to the affordability point. And those of us who care about this are always trying to make that argument that you are paying for it one way or the other. And it's better to make these investments so that we are actually promoting human health and the health of our world and biodiversity and all the different values that we share. But it's unquestionably a difficult time because of that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I just want to also commend Catherine. California is seen around the world as a living lab for solutions on climate change. Yeah, but it is, I think, the 6th largest economy in the world now. I just want to offer some comments. And Francesco, we were talking earlier, yeah, about the characterization of caring for the climate as being an extreme left-wing agenda. I think it's really important to bear these things in perspective because we have a quite Eurocentric conversation here. It's Anglocentric also in terms of the language that we are using to describe political discourse. The world is incredibly complex, and political discourse and priorities around the world are incredibly different. Different in Nigeria, different in India, different in China, different in Kenya, etc. And in those parts of the world, this is not what you hear all the time. This is a preoccupation of a media which likes sensationalized division. We know plenty of people who are comfortably active in their own personal lives on being responsible citizens. Yeah. So if we're talking about behavior change, there is much that we have seen. So I think what I'm saying is, let's not overplay the division. We have to recognize that in some geographies, it really is having a corrosive effect on public trust, yeah, and politics, etc. But that's not around the world. Actually, around the world, what we are seeing is that there are countries who are making remarkable progress, and China, of course, is one of them. If we're just looking at the energy transition, this is a country, I first went there in 1995 for the Beijing Women's World Conference. And I mean, you saw most of the people riding bikes because there weren't that many cars on the street. You go to Beijing now, and to your point, Catherine, about affordability, virtually everyone has a cheap EV. Why? Because it's cheaper to have an EV than to have any other type. And that is as a consequence of 2 decades of very purposeful policy by the Chinese government, which is why they are leagues ahead in terms of manufacturing for the green transition. They basically eaten the world's lunch when it comes to the solar supply chains, you know, wind energy, etc. But where we do see excitement and enthusiasm for climate action is in those parts of the world for whom this is seen as an economic opportunity. I spent a lot of time in Azerbaijan during the COP29 presidency, and this is a country that historically has been reliant for its post-independence growth on petroleum exports. They use that COP as an opportunity to bend the curve. So the whole conversation there now is about investing in the green transition. Clean tech, startups, you read any African daily, and there will be something in it about, you know, how the whole economy is repositioning itself in response to the rise of ESG, the rise of market mechanisms. So please bear that in context, because what we're describing now is not the rest of the world. My final point is to do with disaster risk. Disaster risk reduction. So there is the whole world of the Sendai framework. And I would love to connect you with UNDRR, because I want to mention one study that we did that I will share with you, which was learning from disasters. Applying forensic analysis, what can we learn from past disasters? One of the main things that we learned, and this is to your point, Alonso, is that communities who respond effectively to disasters are communities which have high quotients of social and cultural bonding. When there were the floods in Germany recently, the public administration was the last to arrive. The communities themselves sorted out their problems. So there's a lot that we have to learn here about the glass which is half full, not the glass which is half empty. Sorry, I've taken time. Back to you.
I'm done. Marina.
Thank you. Thank you very much all for the incredible remarks. First, just a quick note about heat wave. I've recently read a very good study from the University of São Paulo about the impact of heat waves in pregnant women. And the impact are severe, the baby development and the woman body. So I would like just to add them alongside elderly and children as the most affected. group in about the heat wave. And my question is to Prime Minister Catherine and Dr. Ja about how to connect health issues to climate change as a narrative. Because as a politician back in Brazil, I can assure people do not make this connection. And therefore, the politicians doesn't have the incentive to work on this strategic following, because doctors don't say anybody died from heat wave. They say somebody died of heat pressure, blood pressure, or heart attack. They don't say your kid has a problem because of air pollution. They say your kid has asthma or your kid has a problem, respiratory problem. And therefore, there's not this connection about the climate change and health. And for me, it's like a narrative problem. So my question is, how can we change?
Well, one thing I mentioned was the education and training of health professionals. And we have heard some great examples coming from different countries. But definitely not all European countries are implementing that, and definitely not all countries around the globe. And maybe I was not supposed to talk now, but I just wanted to throw in an answer, because I think education and training is absolutely vital in kind of understanding the interconnection between environmental factors and health. You know, this is obvious here in this room, but I think for many it's not obvious at all.
I think that we need to recognize that we don't have been able to convince the governments and the people about the question of climate, like we do, for example, with the question of tobacco, cigarettes. I remember that Crutzen say, in the future, when he speaks here 40 years ago, in the future, we can have the same solution we have with the tobacco and the control. And what is a question that we are not able to convince the government and the population? Yes, we have a great effort, but the conclusion, maybe we need more time, maybe. But I think one of the questions is we don't have a model, concrete model in a country, maybe your country, but your country is a little country in relation with the other countries. So we don't have a model that can solution the problem of energy with clean energy. So this is my question. And maybe, and I finish with this, I say John, and I say Gustavo Vélez, maybe this crisis that we have today with the war, especially for the European countries that don't have oil, maybe this may think about solution, clean solution. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Alcaldesa.
Thank you. Thank you. Just a few remarks about the narrative, about how we can convince people. And I think as mayor, you know, mayors, we are very pragmatic politicians. And we start from the context. You are in a context, you build your policies because you have a context, you have a citizens, you have a main problem, situation to fix. And in my experience, I think health is one of the very interesting narrative and arguments to explain. Marina said how you connect at the local level climate issue, climate change, the consequences of climate change, and for example, the asthma of children. I think is maybe the role of the local level, local governance, maybe also the university, the academics, the training the doctors about what we see today about the new diseases is connected with climate change. But I think that the mayor have a responsibility. In Paris, for example, health is not a responsibility of the city. It's not the responsibility of the mayor, but because it was a real main
problem for all the citizens, and we have this problem with air pollution, I built a new department in the administration of the city dedicated to health, but not in traditional view, you know, not like ministerial of health in the country. No, I built this area in the very popular neighborhood in the north of Paris, very close to the Porte de la Chapelle. And this place is open to the doctors, to the nurses, to the professional of health, to the citizens, to the civil servant, to everybody can come to this place and work about strategic plans about children, about very, very young children, about the mother, etc., etc. And maybe this initiative contributes to make health as the main argument for connected people, citizens, policy makers, and climate change. It's one of ideas. It's not a universal solution, but I think we need to be very pragmatic. Another thing, and the last thing, we are pragmatic, but we have to build strategy. If we want to be efficient together, we need to build strategy and global strategy. One of the points for me, and we need maybe more studies, more research about that, is the cost of the damage for everybody, for the city, for the people, for the country, for the world. And we need to work about that. If we work and if we have more data about the cost of the damage, if we want to fix this damage, how is the cost? And I think this is a very interesting argument because this cost can be an investment if we want to fix and if we want to change the way, for example, about fossil oils and our dependence about fossil oils. I think that because before to be mayor, I was inspector of labor in my country. You know, I was a lawyer and I worked about the health of the workers, safety, etc. And in the 19 in Europe, we had with Jacques Delors as president of the Commission a really interesting time about the new laws about the safety in for the worker, and how we achieve that. We achieved that because we introduced Jacques Delors and the European member of the parliament, etc., etc. We introduced the topic of the indirect cost of the accident in the working area, and the cost was so expensive. And of course, it was not a strategy in one day or in 1 week. It was a strategy built during maybe 10 years. But at the end, the law about the condition for the worker in Europe and in France were so interesting and protecting because we use the argument of the indirect cost of the damage in the worker area, you know. And I think maybe about climate change, we can invest more about studies about the cost of the damage of climate change, precisely not we need to have a billion of dollars to fix the damage. No, no, no. We have to be very precise. In each city, the cost of the damages is because about, for example, all the pollution and the cost about the health system, etc. We need to be precise and maybe work in this way to have new arguments to be more efficient. And at the end, I think that we need to be optimistic. Because if we, and you know, we know that because we are all activists and very committed with climate change. But yes, the situation is very complicated. Yes, the multilateralism is in trouble. Yes, the international law and negotiation are very, very difficult situation. But we have to be very optimistic if we want to convince. Because if you come, and the politicians know that if you want to convince one people and you say, we don't know where we are going, we don't know the solutions, etc., etc., no one follow you. We have to be very confident also in these discussions at this level. And I can that our optimistic movement can also convince in the months coming.
Thank you. In conclusion, three very, very brief points. First, thank you. Thank you for journeying with us. In this very, very elementary journey. It was a French writer who taught us where there is no hope, we have to invent it. Your effervescence, your optimism, it's a marathon, and here we are, and you are engaged with great energy in our joint endeavor. So first, muchas, muchas gracias. We've learned climate change knows no borders. All feel its effects, impacts that are especially cruel to those already struggling. But climate change is coming to a neighborhood near you, if we can use the Hollywood metaphor. Climate shocks disproportionately affect the poor. We've learned in our journeys with our African colleagues who taught us that the 16 countries, low-income countries in Africa, who contribute minimally to the impact of climate warming, are feeling the most devastating impacts. Thank you. Thank you to our African brethren, brothers and sisters, for that important lesson. In this house, I'd like to close with a narrative, maybe a new narrative. There's very little new under the stars. In the Aristotelian Thomist tradition, and I have to be very careful because we have one of the world's leading authorities on St. Thomas in the room. the Bishop Chancellor. I have to be very careful with what I say now. In the Aristotelian Thomist tradition, we must mine first the intrinsic value of nature. Second, the common good as an aim of political action. Third, justice and our obligations to future generations. Fourth, prudence as the virtue in guiding action in this, our age of imprudence. Now, some housekeeping matters. We will be producing the proceedings of this workshop. So we are inviting you to reflect upon these exchanges and conversations, and if you would like to, the opportunity to update your final written contributions that will be included in the proceedings of the workshop. And I would ask to kindly return the final versions of your papers that you would like to see published by August 1st. Kronos is always working in the background, so keep that in mind, please. We will also be producing a statement as we produce for all of the workshops. We will be sharing a version, an iteration, what we call the zero version, for your input, for your intervention, so that your voices are covered and are reflected in the statement of the workshop. It's not a consensus statement, it's a statement on what we covered in the workshop. We will continue this journey. From here, we're going to India, where we're going to focus on the matter of food, water, and agriculture as a fundamental point of intervention in our deliberations on climate and building resilience for the future. Then we will go to the islands of the Philippines, the most impacted region in the world for typhoons and shocks to the coastal areas. We will gather our colleagues in Australia, Oceania, Hong Kong, coastal China, and the Philippines, and more broadly, Southeast Asia. And then we will prepare to a return for the Summit of Summits in 2027, where we will share all of the commitment, each of our regions of the world, our cities, our states, our universities, our legislators, to begin the deployment of a protocol, global, for building climate resilience, akin to the protocol that Monsignor Marcelo insinuated earlier on in the work of Mario Molina, Nobel laureate, member of the Academy, Paul Crutzen. Fun fact, Crutzen coined the term the Anthropocene, Nobel laureate in chemistry, and our dear, dear colleague, Ram Ramanathan. So stay tuned and thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your leadership. Please, thank you so much. You are doing a great job. The recognition is from everybody, and thank you so much for the whole team that have been working with you, Matt, Gabriela, Alessandra, the translators, the technicians, the assistants, the whole team of the academy. As usual, they have done a great job. But thank you so much.